Hello, I'm Grandmaster Peter Svidler, and this is the highlight show for round 5 of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2026. And we begin with the central game of the day, which is for many days running has been the game played by the Uzbek Grandmaster Javokhir Sindarov, who was today playing the black pieces against Hikaru Nakamura, the pre-tournament rating favorite, who previewed his own game on his own show yesterday by saying that he feels this is his last chance to fight for first by trying to beat Javokhir with the white pieces. And I think this very much informed Hikaru's decision as early as move 4, because Javokhir, who plays a lot of different Slavs and semi-Slavs, played the so-called triangle variation in the opening today, allowing white this gambit, the Slav gambit, which is a very, very principled and a very interesting opening direction. But it does, of course, represent taking significant risks as well, because white is already 1 pawn down, and as you will see as we progress down the line, white will sacrifice even more material. Both players seem to be aiming at exactly the same position. Knight a6, bishop d6, queen takes g2, bishop f3, queen g5, knight e2, knight e7, knight g3. We're still following at least one extremely high-profile game. This was played in a game between Nurbek Abdusattorov and Arjun Erigaisi some 3 years ago. And here, instead of the move e5, which Arjun chose, Javokhir played castles here, which sent Hikaru deep into the tank. He appeared to be unsure exactly what the file says here. He gave a short interview after the game saying that either he mixed something up or perhaps castles wasn't featured largely in the file, which appears unlikely because it's definitely one of the 2 main computer choices. We obviously don't know what happened there, but something definitely did not click, because the main line here is knight e4. It's very important to start with this. Queen a5 check, b4. Now the theme you will see in the game also works here. After knight takes b4, white very much castles here. You cannot take on e7 because knight d5 discovered checks, win the bishop back. But after castles, rook e8, queen d2 and c5, compared to the game, we have a very active knight on e4, which allows white to even play for advantage by taking on e7 and playing rook a d1, creating threats of queen d8. Checkmate. White is currently 3 pawns down, but the activity of the pieces is such that black actually struggles to equalize. For instance, after bishop d7, both the immediate knight f6 check and queen g5 followed by knight f6 are very, very strong. Instead of this, Hikaru played queen h4, queen a5 check, b4, knight takes b4, and castles, which leads us, we were discussing this on air with my co-host Jan Gustafsson, and we were pretty sure that basically he remembered that somewhere in the file he was playing before knight takes before castles, and he couldn't quite remember where, and ended up choosing the wrong door. And now, without the knight on e4, this is just not fast enough. Although white's dominance in the center and the problem with the development of the queen side is such that I think objectively this position is probably also pretty close to holdable. And white has 2 very interesting choices. The one that Hikaru chose is move queen d2. There was also an option to play queen e1. The point of this strange-looking move is that in this position, black very much would like to play knight f5. We will see this in the game. But with the queen on e1, this is of course completely impossible because the rook on e8 will drop. And this would have been quite an interesting option. Black has to play knight g6, h5, knight h4, which is really quite tricky looking already. And although the engine prefers black here, in practical terms, I think this is a very tricky position to play. Hikaru chose queen d2, c5. Now black wants both knight f5 and knight b2 c6. Rook d1 stops knight c6, because if you play knight c6, we will take on e7, and the mate on the back rank decides. But knight f5 is now not stopped. Knight takes, e takes f5, queen f4, knight c6. And this, I guess, is the final turning point of the game in a way, because white is 3 pawns down, black is about to finish development, which leads you to fully understand, and Hikaru absolutely understood that he needs to immediately create some threats on the king side. And the way to do it is to move the king away and to play rook g1, creating ideas along the g file. And the choice has to be, do you play king h1 or do you play king h2? One of those comes very close to maybe holding the game, and that's not the one Hikaru chose. He played king h1. It was stronger to play king h2, and we're pretty sure that we figured out why he didn't. After knight d4, you would like to play rook g1, but knight takes f3 is a check. and he didn't want to allow that check. But shockingly, after giving up more material and just playing rook g1 after rook d4, c takes d4, black has ways to maintain some advantage, but they're quite tricky. The position you probably end up getting looks like this. And now you do have to start returning material. The engine goes bishop e6, goes rook c8, and says black is still better. But these types of positions you very often actually do not win, because the complex of the dark squares around the black king is going to be so weak for the rest of the game that you're absolutely not assured of converting this into a full point. Instead, Hikaru went king h1, and now after knight d4, he can play rook g1, and this not being a check allows white to save the game instantly by sacrificing 2 rooks. And now if you take on g1, there is a perpetual on the f6, g5 squares, and if you don't take on g1, white very calmly collects on f3, and the threats against the black king here are so massive that black really has nothing at all to show for his extra rook in this position, which is maybe somewhat surprising, but there's tremendous amounts of compensation here. But unfortunately for Hikaru, with the king on h1, the simple move g7, g6 basically wins. Bishop d5, bishop e6, bishop takes b7, knight e2. And here the problem is you would like to play queen h6, creating some ideas of bishop e5. But because your king is on h1, queen c3, among other things, creates ideas of queen h3, and the position collapses. Hikaru played queen d2, but this endgame is just completely lost, and he ended up resigning some 15 moves later. A massively important victory for Javokhir, who moves on to 4.5 out of 5, a fantastic score early in the tournament, and seems to be very, very difficult to stop. Javokhir is playing very well, but he also appears to be very much on top of what to choose against whom. The choice of playing the triangle specifically against Hikaru today proved to be an inspired decision, because it kind of forced Hikaru into playing a very, very sharp, very tactically rich position where whoever basically repeats the file closer to the time of the game has a massive advantage. And Javokhir was very much on top of his material here, and Hikaru wasn't. Elsewhere in the round, there was also a victory for Fabiano Caruana in the game against Matthias Bluebaum. So the dream of a great Bluebaum sweep is now dead. But the Petrov is very much alive, considering that the way that Fabiano approached the difficult task of refuting the Petrov was this: d5, knight e3, c6, bishop d2, which really shouldn't work necessarily. But what it does achieve is it gets a position in which his opponent will begin thinking, because nobody has ever seen this before. And even knowing that you're completely fine here with black, you still have to make moves. And already in the studio, Jan Gustafsson was kind of critical of the move g7, g6, because at least it gives white a hook of some sort, playing something like bishop c5 and then castles knight d7, either knight e5 or knight f6 later, would, I think, be a lot simpler in practical terms. But Bluebaum played g6, and then soon thereafter we get a position like this, where you can see black has his own trumps. There's a very decent bishop on g7. You can take on d2, and in fact you should take on d2 because you want to be able to fight for the dark squares. But it's also pretty clear that white will have some sort of an attack on the king side. We're planning to play h4, h5. Also, very importantly, the bishop on c8 is completely locked out of the game for the time being, because the pawn on f5 controls it very, very sufficiently. After takes, and rook e8, intending to play d5, d4 next, for instance, h4, d4, black probably is still completely fine. But once Bluebaum allowed this trade, I began fearing for his position, because now the white setup in the center is extremely stable. It's very difficult to challenge this knight on e3. And white will eventually start opening up files on the king side, and it will be not that easy to deal with. But the game was pretty much decided in 3 moves. Bluebaum played bishop b5, a move which looks kind of artificial and probably is. King b1 here was very strong, but Fabi went c3, c4, which is also not bad. Queen b6, queen a5. Queen a5 is a big mistake. Black should have played something like bishop d7, because you do need the rook in play. It's just much more important than any considerations about protecting the pawn on d5. In fact, the position might actually still be playable after bishop d7. But after queen a5, a very precise calculation, h5, g5, and now c takes d5, we will note in passing that knight takes d5, c takes d5, bishop takes g5 was also winning. But this is extremely computerish, and no demerits for Fabi for not finding this. But cd5 is also very, very strong. If you take, now you lose to knight takes d5 very similarly as in the previous note. He went rook e4, queen e2, c takes d5, and now simply king b1. And because the bishop on c8 is still on c8, your center is about to collapse. d5 is very weak. There's also always threats of knight c4 and queen takes e5. And, well, 8 moves later, or maybe 6 moves later, we have this very spectacular position on the board. Matthias actually graciously allowing Fabi to give mate on the board with h5, h6 mate. With this result in the open section, we have a player on 4.5 out of 5. Javokhir currently sweeping everything before him. Fabi, though, keeping in touch. Fabi, with this win, is on a very solid +2, and the game between them, assuming sort of larger and larger proportions, it seems to be extremely important in the context of the tournament. And nobody else in plus, and Hikaru with this loss going down to -2. The other two games today were fairly uneventful. Prague had a bit of a push against Andrey Esipenko, but couldn't really make anything out of it. And in the game between Anish, Giri and Wei Yi, Wei Yi showed a very interesting new idea in the Catalan and equalized quite calmly. In the women's section, there were once again two decisive results. We will begin, I guess, with the game between Kateryna Lagno, who played the white pieces against one of the leaders of the tournament, Bibisara Assaubayeva. And in a very, very well-known accelerated dragon position, where people automatically play bishop c4, she went knight b3, castles, and queen d2, which took her opponent very much by surprise. And already 4 moves later, we get a position where, perhaps unwisely, Bibisara played a5, allowing a4, and now she has no real counterplay on the queen side. And after something like knight d4, white would be quite significantly better. Instead, Kateryna played a very natural move h4, which allowed Bibisara sort of back into the game had she found, or I'm pretty sure she saw this, but she decided against it. But bishop takes a4, knight takes a4, rook takes c2 is very interesting here. The point being that you have to actually give up the queen. If you don't, and if you play queen e1, you actually lose to queen e8. You would like to be able to play knight c3 here, but knight takes e4, f takes e4, bishop takes e3, bc, queen a4, knight c1, and rook takes c1 actually gets there, and black gives mate. So you have to give up the queen. And then the position very much changes character, with black achieving a very dynamic position where the white center is probably going to collapse. You cannot play e5 because of queen c7 check. And it's a whole different ball game where white can no longer enjoy a safe plus. Instead, Bibisara replied to h4 with knight h5, bishop d4. And here in particular, her decision was very questionable. You should play something like knight g3, but she played e5, which is positionally a very, very risky, I guess, just straight up bad move. And it must have been connected with this idea of d5, ed5, and bishop f5, which you see sometimes in Najdorf's as well. This is a pretty well-known idea of putting a lot of pressure on the pawn on c2. The problem is, after both rook c1, and especially the move that Kateryna played here, which is knight a1, the initiative fizzles, and you're about to get all of your active pieces kicked back. You can't stop g2, g4, and this is really the decisive factor in the game. There were still some chances for Bibisara, because in this position, Kateryna did not play a very natural-looking move, bishop c5, which wins more material. But even after the chosen move, knight b3, Bibisara did not really manage to create a lot of counterplay, and by the time the first time control rolled in, white is completely dominant everywhere, and Bibisara resigned. And another victory for well, the pre-tournament favorite, Jiner, who every day shows very interesting opening ideas, very new concepts, and today she seemed to have completely out-prepared Vaishali, even though what she got out of the opening in this kind of a strange Italian Hungarian mix where black played h6 and then fianchettoed the bishop to g7. First critical moment came here where Vaishali, and this is not a bad decision at all, changed the structure by playing knight d4, and we got here where white has a pretty well-defined idea of playing f4 and pushing on the king side, and black should immediately start something on the other side of the board. If you play rook b8 here, intending to immediately play b6, b5 at the first opportunity, position is actually finely balanced. Black is not doing poorly at all. But if you kind of accept white's terms and start playing on the king side, where it is definitely advantage white, you will be in trouble. And this is what happened in the game. Let's say 3 moves later, white has a massive advantage because Vaishali met f4 with a 5. And now even the very simple takes, and then rook a2, intending to put the queen on f3, one rook on e2, the other rook on e1. Black hasn't really managed to create any counterplay on the queen side and is being slightly overrun in the center and on the king side. In the game, Zhu played in a slightly more quiet fashion, allowing Black to break in the center with d6, d5. And in this position, she made a very calculated choice because white is better in a position like this. But instead, she played e4, e5, allowing h6, h5, which absolutely stabilizes the king side. Nothing will ever happen on the king side ever again. But the pawn on d4 probably falls. And then the question becomes, is this enough? Because the position is incredibly closed, and you will still need to find a way in. And I guess Jiner answered that question for herself with a resounding yes. And it turned out to be correct, as practice showed, because by move 40, or let's say 41, I think would be the most obvious illustration. You see the pawn on d4 is gone, knights are gone. Black is trying to kind of maintain this posture, not allowing white to get the queen into the g5 square. The c file is being controlled for the time being, but Black is faced with a very unpleasant choice. You can take on a3, as Vaishali did in the game, or you can play bishop d8, still denying white the g5 square for the queen, but the simplest plan is to play bishop d6, and then bishop b8 takes a7, distracting the queen from f7 and collecting the entire king side. In the game, Vaishali tried some kind of a setup like this with rook e8, rook c6, rook e6, this kind of a fortress, but Jiner very methodically moved the queen back, doubled on the c file, and I'll show you just one final position here because we really enjoyed finding this line live on air with Jan. This is already 5 moves from the end, and pretty much every move wins here for white. But after queen e8, I think if you wanted to go for style points, there was a very nice way to go for style points. Rook c6, rook takes c6, queen d5 check, king c7, and now we play queen f7 check. You have to go to b8 because otherwise a check from the back rank will collect the queen. Queen f8, once again we want the queen. Rook c8, queen d6 check, rook c7, and now we lock everybody in. And I just wanted to show our viewers this diagram because I think it is quite beautiful. And it says mate in 11 on my screen, despite currently white being a full rook down, but nothing moves. And we will eventually either give mate or queen all of our pawns. But what Jiner did instead was not worse at all because black has no moves. And the final position also speaks for itself. Everything is collapsing, g6 is gone, f5 is gone, next move. Very nice victory for Jiner. In the other 2 games, the game between Anna Muzychuk and Aleksandra Goryachkina was basically a theoretical draw, where it seems like Anna kind of out-prepared the Russian player and equalized without a single problem. And there were quite a few interesting moments in the game between Zhongyi and Divya, which was a kind of a classical Carlsbad structure with a lot of interesting strategic interplay, but it ended up quite peacefully around the first time control. And with those results, we now have three players at the top. Jiner, who was on -1 after round 3, is now tied for first after winning 2 games in a row. And she is tied with Anna Muzychuk and Kateryna Lagno, who by beating Bibisara overtakes her and goes up to +1. Still, 3 players are tied for first on +1, and the people at the bottom of the cross table are on -1, so there is still only 1 point between them. Everything is very much still in play in the women's section. And that is round 5 of the FIDE candidates. Tune in tomorrow, same time, same place. Lots of stuff happening every day. Very exciting tournaments.
side, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
The 2014 Candidates Tournament arrived sooner than expected. Following the 2013 World Championship in Chennai, FIDE adjusted the cycle to restore a regular rhythm. Instead of waiting 3 years, the next challenger would be decided the very next spring. The venue was Khanty-Mansiysk, a long-time host city in the modern championship format. 8 players, the best of the best, in a familiar double all-play-all format. Only months after losing his championship crown to Magnus Carlsen, Viswanathan Anand was ready to fight again. Levin Aronian entered as the rating favorite. Vladimir Kramnik brought deep experience. Dmitry Andreykin, Sergei Karyakin, Veselin Topalov, Peter Svidler, and Shahryar Mamediyarov completed a balanced field. The central question was whether Anand could take another shot at the title he just lost. From the opening rounds, he set the tone. Wins over Aronian and Mamediyarov gave him early control of the standings. Aronian remained within reach during the first half, but losses in key moments cost him ground. Kramnik surged briefly, then fell back after defeats in the middle rounds. The field compressed behind the leader, yet Anand avoided lapse. He drew when necessary, pressed when the position allowed, and maintained his margin. By the final stretch, Anand held a 1-point lead over the field. The standings were clear, but not yet settled. He entered the last round knowing that a draw with white against Svidler would secure first place outright, and he obtained it without complication. Finishing at 8.5 out of 14 points, Anand entered a full point ahead of his rivals and earned the right to challenge Carlsen once again later that year. Anand called this candidate's victory a much-needed oxygen, a boost that renewed his morale. However, he lost his second match against Magnus as well, a result that firmly ushered the chess world into the Carlsen era.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates, coming to you live from the Cap St. George's Hotel here in Cyprus. 9 rounds to go. We have a clear leader, Javokhir Sindarov, on 4.5 out of 5, with only Fabiano Caruana in pursuit. On 3.5 out of 5 today, none of the leaders face each other, so we'll see who can add to their count. In the women's section, everything is still wide open. 1 point separates first and last place. Looking forward to a day of action. I'm Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, joined once again by 3-time candidates participant Peter Svidler to give us all the insights. Peter, what's going to happen today?
8 games of chess, and I'm very impressed by your quick math just there. Yeah, 14 minus 5. I was very stricken by the 9 rounds left, but now I realize it is correct, and there's still plenty of chess to play.
What did you assume? 14 minus 5 was?
I was unsure, but then you informed me. Lots of things to look forward to today, but first let's take a look at some highlights of the action yesterday.
What an intense fifth round that was, with Sindarov finding a hole in Nakamura's preparation. Someone did not put short castles in the file, or that's what people are saying online. Anish Giri was also shocked by a novelty against Wei Yi, slightly lower impact, by very rare c5. However, Anish has not complained about Jan Smits, at least publicly, yet. Peter, 9 rounds to go, we've established.
We have.
How does this format actually work?
Yeah, this is 9 out of 14, as you will see in the graphic that is about to come. This is a double round robin, 8 players playing each other with both colors. No draw offers before move 40, and as you can see on your screen here, slightly differing time controls for the open and the women's section. In the women's, the players have slightly less time to begin with, but increment from move 1. And 2 for 40, the classical 2 for 40 in the open, and increment starts from move 41 onwards.
What's increment?
Increment is additional time you get once you complete your move.
So you make a move and you get extra 30 seconds on the clock?
Yeah, that is a very fancy concept which has only been around for, I actually don't know how long. I want to say 30
like
years, yeah?
25-ish years.
Something like that, yeah.
But
and
how much do you make if you make a draw in this tournament?
Very serious money is at stake here, including, as Jan just alluded to, just money for sort of showing up for a game and not losing, which is difficult, so I think it's very well understood that it should be paid. This is the prize fund in the open with 70,000 euros for first, 45 and 25 for second and third, and 5 grand for each half a point scored, which does add up for a total of 700 as mentioned. And in the women's, the prize fund is somewhat lower, but still a very, very respectable 300,000 euros total, with 28 for first and 2200s per half a point.
Could not agree more. Now, the chatter online, of course, has been about the Nakamura-Sindarov game. Did you follow it? What are people saying?
There's a lot of talk, and Hikaru himself sort of contributed, as far as I could tell, to the talk. I did not watch the video in its entirety, but it seems like he is suggesting that the somewhat rare move that Sindarov played on move 12 was just entirely absent from his prep, which of course does make it pretty much impossible in practical terms to play that position.
Does it?
Well, you were arguing that from sort of move 4.
I was saying I couldn't remember. I'm not saying Hikaru can't find the only good move there.
Yeah, but the game doesn't end if you play 94. We shouldn't do this without a board, but still, for those of you who have perhaps watched the show yesterday, or at least some of the recaps, the position Hikaru got after move 12 is a very sharp, very topical, very line where he's already 2 pawns down. the correct line involves sacrificing a third pawn in the proper way. He did sacrifice the third pawn there, just not exactly how he should have. And that was not going to be the final difficult decision he was going to have to make in that game. And honestly, I was kind of arguing with you live on air regarding whether he should have picked up the gauntlet and played the Slav Gambit at all. But if he's not entirely sure what's going on, if he is not very on top of the material, I'm coming very much to your side of that argument. It's a very, very risky choice, and we have seen it backfire in the end.
Promise it's hard that the price of a move is higher if you're already 2 pawns down. You have to make only moves to ask questions. But of course, we are all kept in hindsight in that regard. Now, in other news, Fabiano Caruana ended Matthias Bluebaum's unbeaten streak in the candidates, and we will check in with Charlize to see how Bluebaum looks today.
It has been quite a ride here at the FIDE candidates, from opening prep gone wrong to time trouble to hot streaks and winning victories all in a row. Everything here at the FIDE candidates, I want to talk to our press officer, Michael Rahal, about exactly what the quality of games is like. Michael, crazy prep, crazy games. What are your thoughts about the quality of play here?
The candidates is unbelievable. We have 8 of the best players in the world playing to win at all costs under extreme nervousness and pressure. The quality of the openings is insanely deep. I mean, cutting edge, engine analysis, teams of seconds preparing for months to get the best possible quality of openings. But there have been mistakes as well. It's a long tournament. Fatigue can creep in. Psychological swings when they win and when they lose. And also the fact that they have to win at all costs, only one person gets to the end. This is a very difficult psychological struggle. So we're in for a treat in the second round for sure.
And Michael, we are nearing the halfway mark of the event. Do you think we will be seeing some more crazy games, players wanting to go for those full scores, or some more calmer draws?
They say that after the storm comes the calm, so maybe today it will be slightly calmer. But as I said before, having to win at all costs, it really gives for some exciting games. I mean, we have Sindarov, we have Caruana, but also Giri, other players right behind. They're going to strike if possible. I still remember 2013, I think it was Kramnik starting with 7 draws and then notching up a few wins in the second half, so anything can happen.
Well, anything can happen. Players still have to try their best, and I'm sure we're going to see fireworks on the board today. Well, I'm hoping we will. Stay tuned to the FIDE broadcast, not miss any of the action.
Thank you so much, Charlize. So let me sum up. The players need to win at all costs. Therefore, there will be slightly calmer, and then anything can happen. We have Javokhir Sindarov on 4.5 points, followed by Fabiano Caruana on 3.5, Praggnanandhaa, Anish, Giri on 50%. The rest is in minus, Peter.
It is very true. Yeah, this start is something for the record books. There's been very, very few candidates tournaments which can even compare. The one performance everybody immediately thinks of is Topalov in St. Louis, but that wasn't, technically speaking, a candidates tournament, even though it was exactly like this tournament in terms of format. Yeah, incredibly impressed by the young man. We all knew he is a very strong player, but what he is also really excelling at here is
prep.
Yeah, and not in a way that you maybe think, not prep in just knowing the lines, but also prep as in guessing correctly what his opponent might do and kind of dragging him into territory which is going to be uncomfortable and or unfamiliar, which against Fabi in particular, I think is something that very few people achieve.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Hikaru's mishaps yesterday. I'm also not sure what happened in Fabi's game. That wasn't exactly a sideline, and Fabi chose. I mean, we don't have to talk about it too much without a board, but something went wrong there as well. Let's have a look at today's games. Caruana still on 3.5 out of 5. is facing lowest rated player, Andrey Esipenko. He will try to win, no?
Yes, and 3.5 out of 5 sounds good. But if you, outside of playing Sindarov, which feels like a bit of a asterisk kind of a game in this tournament so far, Fabi's on 3.5 out of 4 in the rest of the tournament. So he's, by all standards, he would have been having a tremendous candidate so far. It's just that he ran into somebody who is having an unbelievable one, and Andrey is struggling. So Fabi with white. We have seen this yesterday when Fabi had the white pieces, and also you will note that a lot of people are actually repeating their colors today, which is to do with the fact that normal pairings would have been slightly different, but rounds 6 and 7 get swapped to avoid people playing 3 games with the same color in a row when round 1 of the double round robin switches to round 2.
I did not understand anything. We have Nakamura with the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa. Will he try to win? He's on 1.5 out of 5. That is, of course, disappointing. But we've seen examples of people starting with -2 and then coming very, very close or winning this very event.
I don't know how he feels after yesterday. He was incredibly, I think the word annoyed will be fair, and I think it's understandable when you feel that you have entered some very, very challenging territory and not entirely well equipped to do so. So I don't know if he feels like maybe he needs to take today off to maybe, unsteam a little bit. But
also, how do you do it? Praggnanandhaa will also be looking for his chances. You have to make 40 moves until you can offer a draw. Can you just take a day off with white if you choose so?
Well, he's done so in Toronto. They played, I think, in round 5 in Toronto, and he, I wouldn't even say he was necessarily surprised by what Prague did. He just...
was it exchange French or what was it?
No, that was a Spanish in which he decided not to allow Prague to play the Open, which Prague showed in round 1 against Kateryna, and he played something very quiet, and they found a repetition by move 20, which is why I'm bringing this up. It wasn't just a draw; it was a pretty short draw, despite very similar, if not the same, rules applying. So he has a bit of history in that regard, but he was doing better then than he is here. So yeah. Generally speaking, every white game, when you're on -2, becomes even more important than it would be anyway.
We will see which direction it will go. Shortly, the players are at the boards, ready to make the first move on the Wei Yi Sindarov board. The first move will be made by Demetrios Koridis, the chief scientist of the Republic of Cyprus. A scientist good at chess?
Not unheard of. I think there are some.
Who?
I want to say all of them, but that's probably not exactly true, right? In fact, all the names that are currently coming to my mind are like musicians and artists. So, yeah.
So it is unheard of.
It is very unheard of, apparently, yes.
There we see Fabiano, Caruana, looks cool, calm, and collected. And of course, the thing we keep saying, he has to try to win one of the lower rated players. Doesn't mean that Andrey Esipenko hasn't spent months preparing for this tournament. Doesn't mean he's not a world-class player. So you can make certain choices in the opening, like against Bluebaum he did yesterday, to take the game out of theory quickly, but you can't really decide, I'm going to win today.
No, of course not. I was about to bring up the Bluebaum game because it is sort of very similar, white against somebody who is somewhat lower rated than the rest of the field, and perhaps in Bluebaum's case you can't say having a particularly bad tournament until yesterday. In Andrey's case you absolutely can. And Fabi's approach yesterday was very much, I would like to play a game of chess against you, sir. Please start thinking by move 7, if at all possible. It succeeded yesterday. I don't know if it will get repeated today as well. It might.
I'm also very curious how Wei Yi will approach today's game, because if we recall his game against Hikaru, he didn't look that interested in joining a sharp fight. Now he's playing the leader. Of course, in order to fight for first, he sort of has to win as well, but will he be in the headspace?
Yeah, we'll see. He's had a bit of a shaky event. He lost one and should have lost another in that very dramatic endgame against Hikaru, and also first move being made for somewhat unusual.
D4,
actually.
D5?
Yeah, normally first moves are being made if more than one person does a ceremonial move, they're on different boards. But here we actually had
Let's see if they bluffed us.
An opening being played out.
Wow, such a liar.
Yeah, Fabi going back to his
Back
one knight
to the
of three.
horsey. Omar Petrov.
Roots, I guess. I don't know how much of that claim is.
Knight of 3, Andrey is a classical guy. He will go d5, knight of 6, e6 against most things, but of course, let's see where Fabi wants to take it. I sort of doubt he will repeat d5, c4 as he's played against Nakamura. That's normally a one-off. So let's see what else he has in store.
Yeah. Maybe he switches to the Chimer as well.
Here comes c4.
No.
I expertly told you one-off will not be repeated. Caruana says, no, I prepared some stuff after d4. I would like to show it. But no one's saying...
Yeah, nobody's
yes,
allowing that somehow, yeah.
And g3 on the board again, knight f6, bishop e7 is the most sober response. Let's see if that's what Andrey is up to. Pawn to d4, pawn to c5, d takes c4 also moves. But no, bishop e7, no nonsense. Getting the king out, castling, and asking Fabi, do you want to play a Catalan? This is also what we've seen in Giri versus Wei Yi yesterday. 3 draws so far.
Yeah, pretty solid. And now Fabi has a choice. There's all the moves that Jan mentioned. B3 is... I tried all of these things recently, and I feel very uncomfortable in all of these positions after d5, d4. But that's probably because I ad-lib them every single time without ever looking at them properly. But yeah, feels like it should be a good version of the Reti, if Black wants it.
The thing is here, b3 used to be the quote-unquote cool line, using this move order to not commit to pawn to d4 and the Catalan. But players get so stuck after c5 instead of d4, which Andrey also plays. And then, of course, you have different tries. But in general, Black just goes c takes d5, knight takes d5.
Yeah.
Bishop b2. There's always bishop f6, but all these lines, knight c6.
Yeah, this is more or less a forced draw by now. Yeah.
So,
but Fabi goes bishop b2 without c takes d5, which is okay. So Andrey not interested.
Repeats the question. You can play e3 here, but then d4 is becoming more of a serious option. Yeah, Fabi goes e3, which is the quote-unquote fighting choice, and asking Andrey again: would you like to play d4? Would you like to play d takes c4? This type of structure is also a well-known setup. Then queen c7, b6, bishop b7, rook d8. What are you up to? b6, obviously, is also legal. So Fabi, yeah, in order to keep the game going, yeah, at top level you can't really go c takes d5. Andrey will just show his prep after knight takes d5. Not much will happen. So he's not saying I want to win out of the opening. He's saying I want to play a game with all the pieces on the board. A bit like this famous old Kasparov-Karpov opening, where Kasparov did this to win a must-win game. And ever since then, sort of, it has been the prescribed recipe. If you need to win, play knight f3, g3, e3, b3. I'm not sure that applies to all situations, but it entered chess lore to some extent.
Yeah, Black is, I think, objectively fine. Pretty much whatever you choose to do here. So it's a matter of taste, I guess. In terms of, and of course it's too early to say these things, but we will say them anyway. I'm guessing d5, d4 is the least balanced of all the...
Probably the best, but and then again, that's what Fabi wants. The difference is if Black starts with d4 here, then White has not committed to bishop to b2. So here you have lines like e3, c5, and all these crazy moves, knight e5, when you get a very different type of game. But with the bishop on b2, locking this guy out, d4 does become more tempting.
And we don't do it on a previous move because b3, b4 is unpleasant, or?
I think here there's b4. I'm claiming that's winning, and maybe Fabi wanted e3 anyway, which would be met by knight c6, and he gets this position he's offering. But at least b4 is an option. Yeah,
I guess why allow it if you can rule it out by beginning with knight c6? It makes perfect sense.
Also, he's saying, okay, one more chance to make these try draws are prepared.
Yeah. Very much.
Now Andrey is doing some soul searching, because I'm 100% sure he knows what the doctor ordered is d4, ed, cd, rook e1, let's say bishop c5. Computers like Black in this position. But of course, Caruana is also aware of that.
Yeah.
So he has a plan. Then again, Andrey is a very principled guy, very classical. If he knows d4 is the move, which he does. But then, yeah, you're inviting like an long, complicated, maneuvering, meandering game where white has different setups, knight c3, d3, knight d2, rook d1. Sometimes you see this good old knight e1, f4, g4 plan. So Andrey taking a moment here to make up his mind if he wants to expand in the center. Where you want to go?
Yeah, it feels like it's worth noting that today is an important day because we finally do get our first Nimzo of the tournament.
Finally! Thought it was banned.
Yeah.
b6 played, yeah, sticking with no commitments, but avoiding the quote-unquote critical line d5, d4. Where's that Nimzo?
In the game between Hikaru and Prague, there is a...
Oh, Prague didn't get the memo? If they go d4, we go d5 now?
Yeah, Prague apparently is unaware of what... Hikaru actually, with a sort of a commanding 2-0 lead out of 6 games, one of them coming in Toronto, as I mentioned, with the black pieces, not in the white game. That happened later in the tournament where Prague felt like he absolutely has to avoid anything that allows to further simplifications in a very dry endgame, and ended up playing himself into very serious trouble. Yeah.
Good old d4, d. Let's have a look. Knight f6, c4, e6, knight to c3, and for the first time the Nimzo Indian, which used to be everybody's favorite opening at the top level. Bishop here pinning. The real surprise comes after e3, where castles is by far the main line in top-level chess, keeping options open with d5, c5, b6, whatever. But Praggnanandhaa starts with b6, which has long been an established sideline. This is not new at all. People used to do this plenty against Botvinnik, but it has not been as trendy. And white has two good options, bishop d3, bishop b7, knight f3, or what Hikaru chose to do, which is knight to e2. Looks a bit artificial, but the point is just you want to go a3 and then recapture here with the knight without ruining your structure.
Yeah.
So it's very daring move. Black has choice, knight e4 is a move. Bishop b7 doesn't have the best reputation because after a3, if you go back now, then white expands the center and is better. But Praggnanandhaa chooses c5. The idea is to keep the bishop after a3. You go bishop to a5, keeping this pin, and he went c5 to control this square. Are you familiar with this line, Peter?
I'm sure I looked at this quite seriously, but that was like 12 years ago, or even more, because we were desperately searching for something to do against the Nimzo when we were preparing for London. The London 2013. But I'm not a Nimzo player, so all of my knowledge is fuzzy and by this point very non-current. What I want to say about this, though, is that I think Prague's choice is very much an indication of him trying to get something as alive and interesting as possible, because I think this is about as non-dry a response to e3 as you can find.
Yeah, that, and he's also really relying on surprise value, because Hikaru already taking a bit of time. I know this line because I had a few games, but long time ago, the very early 2000s, maybe even late 90s. But I don't think much has changed. Whenever I check this with computers, they're saying there are different ways for white to get an advantage here. So it's never really become popular. Like, not a decisive advantage, but a good, complicated position. Many of the lines start with rook to b1, which asks the fair question, how would you
provokes
like to
knight
deal
a6
with...
normally, I think.
Yeah, knight a6 is the main move, but then the knight is on the rim. And now make up your mind. f3 is a move. d5 is always a move. You can go bishop d2, keep the tension. You can also go bishop d2 directly instead of rook to b1. Same applies for f3. Even g3, bishop b7, d5, I think is a thing. But the thing with Praggnanandhaa is we know he's not bluffing. He's, first of all, I'm sure he's great help, but he's also a very hard worker, likes to click these random positions. And he's also making an educated guess. Hikaru, not a full-time 1d4 player, and relying on files he's been sent. A file on b6, c5 is normally not very high on the list of things you have to click through.
It's somewhere there in the corner, yeah.
Of course, you could once again argue if b6 came as a surprise, then it's easier to play this stuff than knight e2. But knight e2 is the principal move.
Yeah. Hikaru once again sort of doing the right thing, but if he follows it up by thinking of 15 minutes on every single move in between, moves 7 and 12, it might backfire. So a decent choice so far by Pragg, you feel, because he clearly isn't very worried about the quote-unquote objective evaluation of this position. He probably knows he's not supposed to fully equalize against best play and is perfectly at peace with that, which I think is the right approach for today.
Yeah, one could also argue what that even means, because I'm 98% sure Black is not objectively losing here.
No,
So if he just keeps clicking in these positions, computer will dislike, they will eventually be playable as well. Not sure how much work has been done. But yeah, he's clearly saying, okay, Hikaru, you've shown some weaknesses in prep, so let's choose the weirdest line there is. See what you've got.
Yeah.
Bishop d2 played.
Bishop d2. Is before knight b5 a threat now? Do we need to address it?
I'm not sure if it
But I guess maybe not against
castles.
Against castles, probably not.
Here, yeah. I guess I can do whatever it is.
Even b takes a3 probably is not that bad, because we solve the issue of dealing with the bishop on a5, and knight d6 is no longer a check, which is why we're speaking specifically about castles.
Yep.
Might be a bit of an idea against other moves, though. Like bishop b7 probably very much invites it,
Yeah, takes knight b5, this just wins it. Pragg should be able to sidestep that. He's taking a moment, like I said, rook b1. Forcing the knight to the rim is more popular than bishop d2, but bishop d2, of course, also a very sensible move. It's just a question then how you follow it up after castles.
Yeah, plenty of options for both sides. Yeah, Pragg hasn't castled yet, but feels logical. You could also, I guess, make. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, castle's the move.
If it doesn't lose, it makes a kind of a typical rule of thumb is, you will have to castle in this game. You're not entirely sure where the bishop goes. Maybe it even goes to a6 in some positions. You are not committing to any squares with knight on b6, b8 just yet. So why not make the one move that you absolutely will make in every single case?
That is good logic, but it also applies on move number 4.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. But we briefly touched on this, I think, in one of the shows, that the meta, such as it is, appears to be that white goes e3, castles a3, and goes for those very gambly kinds of positions where you kind of abandon the queen side to the wolves and try to give mate or storm something in the center. So maybe he wanted not to give Hikaru that particular idea, or just.
I'm not sure. I've seen plenty. Bishop d2 or bishop d3, d5, a3 here recently, but I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, I was just trying to guess sort of in Hikaru's headspace, like what does he want? Does he want some kind of a small advantage somewhere? Or does he want an opportunity maybe to try and give mate by move 25? I honestly don't know the answer. I'm not saying that one of the two is an obvious answer today. I really don't know, but maybe he does feel that it's time to try and cheer yourself up properly by playing a brilliant attacking game.
That could be. Anyway, Hikaru taking his time here, got surprised in the opening. This time, there's no reason to panic or anything. The price of a move is not very high. He'll have a fine position, but he will have to spend some time to figure out what goes where.
Absolutely. And then we have one sort of very standard position in the other two games in the Open. That is the Giri Bluebaum game. And
oh, exciting stuff. The Karlsbad endgame.
Only one game between them, and that game Matthias actually won. So
in Vaishali, there was a sharp game, but Bluebaum had the white pieces there. Giri played a provocative opening, d4, g6, bishop g7, followed by c5. Worked out, Giri got a good position, but then Bluebaum got the upper hand. Some very non-standard tactics. Today we're seeing, Matthias did get the memo. No Nimzos, no Mikenas. Now the e6, d5, and he plays knight to f6, very classical. He's been sticking to that throughout Vaishali as well. Looks like He hasn't fundamentally changed his repertoire to come here, probably just refine some things. But this c6, e3, bishop f5 is not something I've seen him regularly play. Normally he goes for some version of bishop e7, h6 castles. Bishop f5, some ways it's a cynical move, and people have called it the Petrov against 1d4, because this is a highly desirable move for black to play if white plays, quote-unquote, normally. Like f3, bishop d3, and you take and you develop your pieces and you have zero troubles. So the only trouble with this move is that it allows queen to f3, to a lesser extent queen b3, but queen f3 is more challenging. And after bishop g6, bishop takes f6, you have to play with these double pawns. Of course, the story doesn't end here, because if you keep clicking in this endgame, and many people have done, black can defend this, but you're still set with this structure for the rest of the game. So it's a choice. Black hasn't done too badly here. The one bad example is Vladimir Kramnik trying this against a young Magnus Carlsen.
We were there, weren't we?
We were there. And Magnus showed a new idea, I think was something.
Knight b6, knight e2 or something,
like
yeah.
This maybe was bishop, I think it was bishop e7. And won the game very, very quickly. But of course, theory has progressed since, and that has been addressed. Also, people started playing all kinds of plans with bishop b4, even taking here. So there's a lot of action here. Anish, of course, knows everything about everything. Goes pawn to h4, asking black. If he wants to allow h5, Bluebaum says no. Knight g2, bishop to d6, pawn to g3. And knight out, bishop g2. The king goes to g7.
I honestly don't think I've ever seen this particular approach from white before, at least not in high-level games, and I'm a bit mystified how we're supposed to make progress in the future.
Pretty sure Anish has a plan, but yeah, this bishop g2 short castles is somewhat rare. Like playing some version of f3, king f2, knight f4 is fairly common.
Do we go knight f4 in the end anyway? Because eventually we will kind of run out of useful other things to do, or is there?
For black, it's pretty much a sit and wait game. I guess the king goes here. You normally play a5, put some rook on e8, and then you do nothing. And for white, the question is, what other ideas but knight f4 do you have? And like f3, e4 is hard to think of. a3, b4 will also be very difficult to get, first of all. Like, we'll play a5, and secondly, it always invites this knight here.
Yeah, and the bishop on e6 controls the b1 square, so you're really struggling to organize a3 before.
So I don't see any other plans. Often it's delayed, f3, king f2, and then done. Eventually. Yeah. But Anish playing this so quickly and confidently clearly shows he has some sort of concept in mind.
We'll see, yeah, but for now, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what he wants.
King to g7 played.
Yeah, and
saying, show me.
I guess we can let Anish actually produce a plan before we have to discuss it. And somewhat perversely, we're only now switching to the game of our outright runaway leader of the tournament. And he is black once again today. That's the game between Wei Yi and Javokhir Sindarov. Only 2 draws so far. And Wei Yi doing something somewhat unusual and pretty quiet, I would say, today.
He's saying, your preparation has been good, Mr. Sindarov, so let's take you into a dark forest where 2 + 2 = 5.
No.
I learned that from Zach.
I know you have, but...
First of all, why knight c6? Good move. But even better move is knight to f6. Then f4, d5. Anyway, I'm sure there's move order specific reasons for that, and knight c6 perfectly good. Bishop c4, Wei Yi is trying to move this Vienna into sort of Italian territory, but he hasn't played knight f3 yet. Pawn to d3. This is a well-known position, which you can obviously also reach via knight f6, bishop c4, knight c6, d3.
Yeah.
What's your move here? Bishop b4, bishop c5,
we can
knight
switch
a5.
to bishop b4 once we go to the women's section. I am probably playing knight a5 here, but I don't think I've ever had this in my entire practice. This is just not something people ever played against me, so I don't have a set opinion.
I've had this a bit. Knight a5 is tempting, of course, because you're grabbing the bishop. We are taught not to move knights to the rim and move them early, but we're also taught bishop's good, and knight a5 does trap this guy. White's concept, however, is, I mean, bishop b3 is a move, but it's not very challenging, is to allow the knight to take here, then go d takes c, and then say, you know what, with this grip on the center, I don't care so much about losing the two bishops. You'll have a hard time opening the position up. And Wei Yi is even saying, because the main move here is knight e2, queen f3 is also not unheard of, but Wei Yi is saying, no, please take directly.
Yeah.
Let's not discuss. Threatens this, takes.
Yeah, a bit of a new wrinkle in how he's doing it, and the knight, I think one of the other advantages, I guess, in slightly scare quotes, is that we preserve the option of putting that on f3. I'm not quite sure what it does on f3. It actually feels to me that like e2, g3 might be the more logical way to develop this piece, but it did go to f3 in this game.
Should also mention bishop c5 is by no means obvious or a given here. Actually, I've usually preferred plans involving bishop e7, castles, d6, c6. Yeah. Then you either move the knight and go for f5, or you try, sometimes even sacrificing a pawn, to get in b5 or d5. Well, bishop c5 looks more active, but it does allow white either to exchange these bishops, so we lose the two bishops, or once in a while, if you castle early, I don't think it applies here, bishop g5 can be a bit annoying with this bishop on c5. So it's a fine move, but it's by no means the quote-unquote only, and I would even argue, not the standard reply.
Yeah, so queen d3 was chosen. His powder dry as to even the question where the king goes from e1 is not entirely settled yet.
Do you want a castle, or does this scare you a little bit, maybe?
I guess
think it should scare you.
Yeah, I think he was worried about this a little bit, because he did play bishop e6 for now.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Sort of asking Wei Yi if he would like to investigate this, but I guess the bishop can just go, no?
I think I can also just allow this trade, because I think one of the major explanations for why white is doing what they're doing is somewhat decent control over the d5 square, and if you remove that control by trading on e6, why are we unhappy with black? Bishop g5 played fairly quickly by Wei Yi. This is very interesting to my eyes, because with the king on e8, I'd be very interested by h6, g5, c6, and...
No, I think he's taking on f6, or it's some super subtle stuff that he goes bishop e3, bishop h4, I find very hard to believe.
Yeah, I think this is just good for black,
not happening.
Right? Yeah, the bishop on g3 is going to be quite stupid there. But if you take, why are we in any sort of trouble?
You take here?
Yeah.
Take here? Yeah. Okay, then let's be smarter about it. Takes, queen takes. What can we do? b4, c5? Question mark.
Am I losing a piece here? If I'm losing a piece here, it's a problem. Takes, rook d8. Queen e2. Clever. Not queen b5 check, actually, because that gives black the c7 square. But queen e2. Yeah, that actually might be okay for black, even though you still have to calculate queen b4, but it's an improvement compared to just being a full piece down.
Yeah, this wins for white, so you would have to play bishop to d4, which at least is not the idea. I'm not sure how bad it is. Probably white just wins a pawn.
Yeah, takes, and knight b5 seems very strong. Okay, so that explains bishop g5. That's a good spot by Jan, meaning that we maybe need to invest into something like a6 or a5. Probably, if I had to choose, I would choose a6.
Yep. That's Sindarov out of book. Wei Yi not out of book.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was a bit surprised by the speed in which he played bishop to c5. Once again, not a bad move, but yeah, if you want to have a quiet life here, you put the bishop on e7. None of these bishop g5s ever happened.
Not obligatory at all, yeah. So he's not falling for that, but...
Anish, very interested. Anish, keep some distance, come on. Sometimes you want to check the score sheet, no? You see some weird-looking position and you want to...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is what he was doing, yeah, because he just wanted to figure out how they got here, what move order was used, and once he's established that.
I'm surprised he would check Wei Yi's score sheet. Isn't that in Chinese? For E5? What are FIDE rules? I don't actually know. I normally write in German. That's allowed, right? I can write.
What you call your pieces is completely up to you, yeah. But the notations, the A to H and 1 to 8, I think always remains.
Oh, that you have to stick to.
Yeah.
Okay. So I write SF3.
Yeah, the one that always kind of threw me was Hungarian.
Was that?
Because I don't know, I'm slightly more used to the piece names in major European languages, but I played a bunch against Peter Leko and Zoltan Almashi, and the sudden Fs on the score sheets would throw me for a loop for some reason.
What does the F stand for?
I think it's Queen, but I'm not. It's been a while. I'm not entirely sure.
And Sindarov. Yeah, this is a test, because it's a non-standard position where Wei Yi, of course, will know his stuff. To come back to my original point, if you start with knight f6 on the second move, I was only half joking saying that's a better move. After bishop c4, you have more options. In particular, you have knight takes e4, the Frankenstein-Dracula variation, which does equalize if you click around here a bit, and it eliminates a bunch of white's choices, assuming you're able to live with f4 d5, which is considered to be good. So I'm a bit curious what bothered him, or maybe.
Yeah, the Chinese at some point started playing d4, e4, queen, d4, queen, c4 in this position, but I mean, you're not that unhappy about that, are you?
You're allowed to do that.
Yeah, and I want to issue an apology to our Hungarian viewers, because F, of course, is bishop, and the queen is V, which is also not a letter you see very much on score sheets.
Not on my score sheets. D you see often. V, not much.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look. Bishop d3, queen d3, bishop e6, bishop g5, and a5.
Yeah.
Played by Sindarov. He's a modern guy. Gompies want to push this pawn. 2 squares. Space more important than covering.
I guess if he assumes he will have to play c7, c6 eventually, then you're not that worried about weakening the b5 square. And this does sort of rule out b2, b4, or at least makes it a lot more difficult to organize.
Yeah.
So what do we do with white?
Don't know, but I think Wei Yi, once he returns to the board, he will let us know instantly.
Yeah, and that actually gives us
just castle, no?
Yeah, you could absolutely just say, okay, my job here is done, and although I mean then you still have to respond to h6 in some way.
Yeah, I thought I can still take and ask some questions, maybe.
Yeah, that still exists. I'm not that worried about b takes a5 though. Let's go all the way to a7.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, knight b5, I might even go all the way to b8 just to make sure I don't blunder anything. And once I actually finish development, they will come out. Yeah.
Okay, Wei Yi is back.
Yeah, Wei Yi is back, but hasn't made a move instantly, which I think gives us an opportunity to take a look at what's happening in the women's, in particular because there is a game which is a kind of a spiritual sister, I guess, to the one we're just discussing. And these are the general pairings. Our leaders are playing, Anna Muzychuk is playing against Jiner, which is a game at the top of the leaderboard, both of them on +1. Another player on +1 is Kateryna Lagno, who is playing white against Vaishali, second white in a row, by the way, for the same reason. And I will once again try to explain, or maybe I won't. You kind of were dramatically against me trying to explain why.
No, I just didn't understand, so please explain it again.
Yeah, the point being that some people play with the same color in round 6 and 7, and then with that same color again in round 8, which is round 1 with colors reversed, which would result in a couple of players playing 3 games in a row, one with white, one with black. And that
why is that the point? Isn't that bad?
That is being avoided by switching rounds 6 and 7.
Okay.
This is exactly the thing that is being avoided by this. And Wei Yi, will, I guess, what do you want to do? Do you want to switch to the women's or discuss knight d5 in Wei Yi's game against Sindarov? We can choose the order of...
Now that you explained the colors so nicely, let's at least have a look at the women's section.
Yeah, and the reason I wanted to switch is the game between Lagno and Vaishali, where you asked me if I prefer knight a5 or bishop b4. We've had a game with knight a5, and now we can discuss a game with bishop b4. And there you have them on your screen. 5 games, more decisive games than draws. Kateryna slightly leading. Yeah, and Vaishali choosing bishop b4 here, which is of course the second most important move in this position.
Also a good line and slightly less unfamiliar structures than knight to a5. Knight f3 is the quote-unquote trendy choice here. Knight e2, d5. Black's just happy. h6, I have to admit, I'm already out of book. I'm sure that's smart, but not what I know. Stopping bishop g5.
Yeah, she's done it pretty quickly as well. h6 took her half a minute, so this clearly is...
clearly prep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nowhere near the main move statistically, but she does appear to have an idea here. And game kind of continued logically from here. Black did take on c3. You do want, I guess, to... Having played bishop before, you are expected to cash this in.
Knight d5, I mean, bishop b4, you can also argue. So to prepare d5 doesn't always mean you want to take, but in combination with h6.
Yeah, once you play h6, it feels like you're committed to doing this. Kateryna played rook e1 and h3, which I think is understandable. White often actually plays d3, d4 in these structures eventually, and allowing d4 is not great, so you're preserving all of your options here. Vaishali goes knight a5, c5, which is also pretty logical, asking, I guess, the question of whether white wants to allow c5, c4.
I have a lot of questions, even, I guess, more after c5, but this is...
This is supposed to be a little bit worse, I think, for black, no?
A bit unpleasant, yeah. I mean, sometimes you get similar stuff in some Spanishes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she decides not to take, and actually, why would you directly bishop a4, a6 is not...
Yeah, it's not running away.
It's not running away. On to c4.
Yeah, this provokes c4, and c4 was instantly met by knight h7, which I think also explains all the previous play, because...
Both sides ready for this not very mainstream line.
Yeah, and Vaishali actually kind of winning the battle of the preps, I think, because she is on...
Looks like.
On 126 even steel, and Kateryna has already spent almost 20 minutes. I like knight h7. Knight h7 is extremely direct. We just want to play f5. I'm guessing the knight actually returns to c6 now, and we leave white with that bishop on b3, which is, well, not stellar. I think would be fair to describe it as not exactly stellar.
Yeah, so knight you don't have to move. You can keep standing there and say, I might take one day, because you're not doing much here. Although maybe to clarify, you just move the bishop away.
Yeah. And honestly, I'd much rather trade this light square bishop for a bishop if I'm trading it for anything. I very much like the knights in these types of structures, in particular against the bishop on c1, which has currently no future whatsoever. It's very locked in by the black structure.
Yeah, weird position. Also having this big pawn here.
Yeah, maybe you play c3 and you either get it to c2 where it might support d3, d4 in the future, or you finally do provoke knight takes b3, which at the very least clarifies things.
f5?
Yeah, I wanted to maybe play bishop c2 and pretend I have but I don't actually have comfortable d3, d4 anywhere here. c4 is hanging. Honestly, I just like this for black.
It's comfortable for black, no?
Yeah. My initial reaction is I'm just taking black here very, very comfortably. I'm not saying black is objectively better, but my personal choice, I think, would be...
yeah, so
for
I don't know enough, but maybe this is a smart concept. This h6 and bishop takes c3. I've never seen it. It looks very, very similar to the positions you get out of this very exciting line, where black also typically takes and then plays h6. But here, yeah, in our game, the white bishop was on c4, allowing this knight a5 business. And here, as you've indicated, normally after d4 it goes all the way.
No. Yeah, an interesting bit of prep by Vaishali. Kateryna has had a bit of a topsy-turvy tournament so far. You have to say she's won 2, lost 1, could have lost at least
all of them.
All of the first 4. Not really yesterday.
No,
yesterday she was
there
worse,
one
but
moment,
not lost.
but that wasn't exactly lost. Yeah.
But definitely any of the first 4 games. But I think it's also fair to say that she was probably the better prepared player in every single one of them, at least to begin with. Seemingly not so today, for the first time in this tournament. She appears to have been outguessed a little bit.
Yeah. Well, there goes Vaishali on -1. Could use a victory. Then again, everybody could at any moment in their chess career.
That is very true. A bit of an old but gold opening being played in the game between Bibisara and Divya there.
Is this Gelfand Carlsen from London?
And many, many other games as well, yeah. But a slightly different twist to it as far as I could tell.
The Cambridge Springs. I used to play this as a kid because I had 2 hopes. First of all, I had the hope that they will miss this, which I guess is still fine for white, but I was always hoping they would blunder this bishop. And my other hope, that was the same hope, was that they would blunder this pawn. And how do you blunder it, actually? CD5, knight d5, yeah, let's say rook c1, bishop b4, queen c2. I was always hoping they would give me this pawn.
Yeah, queen d2 is a bit stronger here, isn't it?
I'm aware. Never happened. They never gave me the pawn. But yeah, Cambridge Springs, of course, a very offbeat-looking move, but knight e4 is a bit of a threat, so white has to react either with c takes d going forward. These messy positions after knight takes d5, or by slowing down a bit with knight d2. And black has a choice. You can even go dc in whatever version. Grab the 2 bishops. But yeah, it's a line that stood the test of time. Let's see what happened. Takes, rook c1. Knight takes c3. This is the main move nowadays. You can't take with the rook because of the pin. So b takes c. And bishop a3 gains a tempo. Rook c2, c5.
This is a bit non-standard though, right? Because I think they used to play b6, bishop a6 more or less. Yeah, with or without the inclusion of h6, bishop h4. There were a lot of those very exciting Tomaszewski games.
Yeah.
And also the Gelfand Carlsen that you mentioned. But Divya is doing something that I don't think I've seen necessarily, but I'm very, very much not a Cambridge Springs nowhere, so that doesn't tell you much. c5 with the idea of instantly going c takes d4.
C takes d4 before white castles, and has a chance to recapture with a c-pawn. Clarifies the structure, but allows this bishop to escape, no? Like, Divya, of course, has prepared this. This is not.
Yeah. It also looks like you're running into very concrete tactical problems, but you're not, and the game demonstrates why.
Let's see. Bishop e4, isn't the rook trapped?
Yeah, rook runs away, isn't it trapped again with bishop f4, and now the point of previous play is bishop c8, b7.
Oh, did Bibisara miss this? Because this is a nice trick.
I don't think so.
Solving the problems, no?
Well, I guess, but I don't think it's possible to miss because everything else is kind of resigns.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do you go for bishop e4, bishop f4 if you've seen bishop b7? Like, shouldn't you? I don't know. Castle.
Castle's bishop b7, I guess the bishop isn't hanging yet. Yeah, you can still make a move like c4, rook e1 or something, yeah. Rook e1, castles. I don't know, maybe what Bibisara is arguing here is that the rook on b7 was very awkward and she's actually not against spending 2 tempi driving it there.
I'm not sure I'm buying that argument. Also, she had to spend 2 moves, bishop e4 and bishop f4. But let's see. Takes. Yeah, the rook had to go here, but strategically the exchange of light squared bishops does help, like weakening these squares.
Absolutely. And she goes queen d3. One question I do have is, do we have to worry about knight g5 here?
Nah.
I suspect with the way the pieces are, probably not, right? Knight f6, bishop b5 is a bit annoying, but If all else fails, maybe even queen f5 is not that bad, and maybe g6 is not that bad. I don't know.
Can't I go knight f6, bishop e5,
h6? Yeah, just maybe just yeah. That's the simplest.
Not sure it's the best, but not
Just
being mated, right?
I don't see how we're getting mated. Yeah, h4. Question mark? Question mark.
Yeah. Okay, maybe no reason to.
Yeah, why are we allowing
mess
it?
around with that.
Yeah, queen f5 maybe is a little bit of something because we generally don't want that structure change. It obviously makes white's life a bit easier.
Not sure. I quite like it.
Well, very much depends on whether you have enough counterplay after, let's say, the immediate c3, c4, right? If I allow b5, you're instantly fine. Yeah. So I have to play c3, c4 here, trying to straighten out my structure in the center. But yeah, maybe I just
start with a check.
King d, maybe 1.
Okay, but
knight f6.
Why should I be so worried?
Yeah, it's just okay, I guess, for black, right?
Yeah, h6, knight e4 is there.
Yeah.
Can attack this pawn, then go
Yeah,
b5 whenever I feel like.
Yeah, I can make all kinds of structural claims until the cows come home, but the activity is pretty good
Also,
here.
the structure will change, no? Rook d8, you have to take care of this guy, and d5, b5.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it looks
fine.
all right.
Looks
and
fine,
also
yeah.
queen d3 is sort of indicating that she wanted to scare Divya away from castling with his knight g5. That's
What if we
thing.
begin with knight f6? Is there a problem in beginning with knight f6?
She already castled.
I should already castle. Oh, okay. Now it's sort of do or die for Bibisara a little bit. Well, I mean, not do or die, but the position is still completely fine if you don't do anything here. If you just castle and play c3, c4, you're not going to be much worse. And she does castle.
Could be slightly worse, though.
Yeah, you could. You absolutely could suffer a little bit long term. But that also, I think, underwent some kind of a reassessment over the years, at least in my head. I used to think black is to be preferred in these types of positions with hanging pawns if white doesn't have any attack on the king side. But the plans with a4, a5 just equalize so comfortably everywhere, no?
Our queen is there.
Yeah, but we can probably move it.
You don't know. I'm not doubting this is equal, but it does look like Divya won the opening pattern.
Yeah, I think she is very comfortable now. You can play bishop b7 if you want. You can play rook c8 if you want. You can play knight f6 if you want. Yeah.
Yes.
Lots of very good options.
Question is what to do with this guy, but worst case scenario. After knight f6, it can go to d7, d8.
Yeah, eventually
Maybe
it'll get repositioned. So 2 more games to, I guess, discuss in the women's. This is extremely topical. I can, of course, never remember the precise move orders, but this has been played at an extremely high level a lot recently.
Fried liver.
Yeah, and this is the game between Tan and Aleksandra Goryachkina, where equals 10.
+4 -4 equals 10?
Why not introduce further levels of confusion for our viewers if we can? I think I'm doing the right thing here.
I'm very confused. Anyway, the opening. Yeah, one of the most debated openings at all levels, which is interesting. Beginners love this stuff because we're targeting f7, and professionals also love this stuff because we can click a lot and ask questions.
Yeah, there's a lot of clicking available here. Bishop d3 has become the absolutely central move in this position.
Queen f3 will be back.
Yeah, far outshining the old style of bishop e2, which pretty much disappeared, I think.
Bishop e2, I mean, you sometimes still see it, the likes of Colors use it every 10th game as an opening surprise, but Fischer's treatment with knight h3, people no longer do. Knight, bit far away from the action. And yeah, this is the typical one game. Let's ask a question, but I never do it again. Queen f3 is a tricky move in one of my expert courses. I'm going for this, mainly because people are always confused directly. They go bishop b7, bishop d7. Then we go bishop d3, and we're more or less winning. But, of course, there's many
other moves available on demand.
Yeah. Bishop d3 has become the main line. Looks a bit artificial. The main point is we're covering the e4 square, so h6 is no good because of knight to e4. And the action continues. Knight c3 is supposed to be a bit of a quote-unquote subtlety, because if you start with castles, there is the option of castling rook to e1, and now f5 which is a line I like, sacrificing all the pawns.
All of the
Attack here.
pawns, yeah.
Or rook e8, which is also not a bad move. And after knight to c3, if castles, this always confuses me, but now they play some weird move like bishop e2 and are arguing. I cover this square. Or maybe they start with castles. No, bishop e2 is the move. But if black goes knight to f4, against everything, castles or knight c3, you can always take here and play these positions. Sometimes I won. I think Hikaru beat Caruana in one of the Norway chesses by catching Fabi out of book in a long theoretical line, which is rare. But usually black's supposed to be okay. Main lines here are b3 or rook e1, you go c5. Tan has prepared something else, goes knight to e4. Not sure you need bishop c7, but I'm sure it's also theory. Do you know this? Is black supposed to play c5?
I have a feeling I've seen. Yeah, this is still following the game between Pragg and Wesley from last year's Grand Chess Tour. I had a feeling I saw it on my screen.
Bishop c7 is the move?
Yeah, all the way up to here. Even the current.
And queen c2, now c5. So Goryachkina is saying, I've done my homework here. I am not surprised. I will give you some more pawns.
Well, c5 is very important because you need the c6 square for the knight on a5, otherwise it would have been...
horsey here.
Also that, but b2, b4 is, I think, a major threat. And by giving yourself the c6 square, you at least remove that problem. But you are, of course, giving up further material. Queen c5, bishop a6, rook e1, bishop takes d3. So black one pawn back and seems to be doing quite well. But white is also not without some chances here. Wesley did draw that game reasonably comfortably, but you have to make some precise moves.
So far, they're both saying, I have computer, I can play movie GIFs, and I also have computer, can also play. But at some point, either your preparation ends with it being called equal in your file, or someone makes a move that's not the first computer move, or the second computer move, and then you have to figure out what they want. Not sure which scenario this is. It looks like they were checking each other's homework and are saying, yeah, good stuff. I also know. And now Tan spending a little time. I would suspect Goryachkina still knows this, even though she spent 20 minutes like navigating all these move orders. It makes sense to take a break.
I think she's still very much in control here of what's going on. The game between Pragg and Wesley continued bishop a3, black went bishop b6. Somewhat shockingly, she begins with queen c3, which is already a slightly, a little bit of a wrinkle on the same theory. The one seemingly correspondence game that I have in my database here continued bishop b6 anyway.
Did it end in a draw?
Yep, as they often do, of course.
Correspondence just as fun.
And then the question is, does Tan have anything smarter than bishop a3 anyway, transposing back into the game between Pragg and Wesley?
Takes looks a bit risky.
Yeah, something will work, right? I don't exactly know what, but feels like you can't really do that. I guess if we're very pressed for a decision, we can just go bishop d4 takes a1. I don't see why it's wrong. But maybe there's something even stronger, yeah. Yeah, no, 95 is... Lehman suggests 95 is not the supposed improvement. Something like knight c5 maybe could be attempted, but with the bishop still back on c1, it's risky. Yeah, here knight c5 I think is the only move, but it's good. But without the inclusion of bishop a3 and rook c8, knight c5 feels like you might be playing yourself into trouble.
All right, theoretical battle here in Tan versus Goryachkina. And let us revisit the theoretical battle in the open section on the top board. Is there a top board? Okay, we can have a look at Anna Muzychuk's game. Before we go there, let's see what Ivan Cheparinov has cooked up.
Another very balanced score on our screens today. Seems like in the women's section, nobody is really far ahead in their previous encounters. And today, Jiner is playing something very quiet and I think maybe for the first time in this tournament, does not appear to have gotten anything out of the.
What is this? I'm disappointed. I expect fresh new piece sacrifices every game now.
Yeah, come on, Ivan.
Is he resting on his laurels? Half joking. I'm sure this is an interesting concept, and in the Italian, it is very hard to do anything. They're trying many different things. Maybe they also concluded that Anna doesn't like this structure, or maybe she doesn't like to take on e3. It's also always personal. Queen d2, I don't know any details, but it looks levelish. Yeah. I always have mixed feelings about playing d5 here. I'm assuming it's good. I'm not sure how to phrase it. I never know what to do in the structures, I guess.
Yeah.
How you phrase it.
I'm sort of with you, even though it is, I think, very sound positionally, and there's really no way to refute it unless you do it in a really egregious, incorrect manner, which this isn't at all. I think this is completely fine.
No, I agree. Black is fine. Just I never know. Do I play f6? Do I play f5? Do I touch the b pawn? Does the queen go to e7, d7? I'm confused basically.
Yeah, I think knight e7, g6, c6, d5 is sort of not here. I mean, instead of d5, all the plans with moving knight away from c6.
Yeah. If I can play any other plan, it's not terrible. I normally prefer it.
Yeah, but yeah, we're not really criticizing.
No. I think d5 is probably the best move. It's more just the structure is a bit weird.
Yep, and in the current position, yeah, queen e7 feels very logical. You can also go knight f6 and continue offering swaps, but beginning with queen e7 and then rook a d8, and then perhaps in some cases just going f7, f5 and asking what is this knight doing on e4 seems pretty logical to me.
So what is the knight doing on e4?
I guess it's on its way to g3, probably. It can't really stay on e4 forever, it will get challenged.
No. Okay, quiet Italian. We will keep you posted if drama ensues. Anna Muzychuk, who joined this tournament pretty much last minute. I'm not sure it was last minute, but 5 days before it started, somewhere along those lines, with Conero withdrawing. And yes, so far, she's done well. Yeah. But I wanted to get your take on the Sindarov position. Isn't it scary? For Black, I thought, but okay, let's see what happened.
Yeah.
Queen d3.
I guess me asking for clarification for whom it is scary may be a bit of an answer to your question. But
first of all, I was surprised he didn't take.
Yeah, I checked briefly because I was also kind of shocked. But I think the point is then after c takes d5, it's not that easy for you to to unpin yourself unless you do h6 g5 immediately.
I don't know.
Yeah, and if you castle, you really will run into knight takes g5 pretty much in every single position. And c6 is the prescribed way of treating this, actually. This is by far the best.
Okay.
Knight f6 gf, and then we get this very, very strange structure where Black some potential to blow up the center eventually. But for the time being, both f5 and d5 are very tightly controlled. And yeah, the king will probably stay on e8 for the foreseeable.
Incredibly sharp. It's not like there's tactics everywhere, but incredibly unbalanced position.
Yeah, I'm always kind of drawn to positions like this with Black, I'll be honest with you, because I very much like the bishop pair, and I have this dream of, one day somehow playing f6, f5, everything, getting into motion and white being completely swept under the avalanche of our central pawns. But it feels like this is probably not happening here. It's just that that's how my mind works.
So how should white play? Do you put the bishop here and you bring the horsey, you put a rook to the middle? What do we do?
One of the major options here, because if you push the bishop away from c5, the center might actually start to creak. You do have to calculate en passant and then taking on a3. It appears to be the first line of the comp, but I don't know why. Like, yeah, just takes on a3 and then makes some kind of a quiet move and says, yes, this is what you're supposed to do. But if it's a quiet move in this position, explaining why this is what you're supposed to do is quite difficult.
That's weird.
Yeah. Alternatively, in the current position...
So we play slowly, but I can't even think of what I want as the problem. Like, no, let's make any move.
Often, and I guess against Rook f-d1 less so, but against Rook a-d1 definitely, I noticed once again, I briefly let the monster run just to get some idea of how it treats this position. It goes bishop h3, trying to provoke bishop g3, and then just goes back to e6 and says...
Draw?
Well, first of all, draw, and secondly, it really very much is very much in favor of trying to free up the queen to move it to b6 or somewhere, and perhaps castle long.
That also means white shouldn't play bishop g3 voluntarily. This bishop does a good draw.
Yeah, that probably isn't the thing, yeah. So in order to stop that, you can play king h1, which is definitely, I think, one of the more serious options, keeping the queen on d8. And then perhaps maybe you want to play knight d2 and f4, going for some kind of a direct play in the center. But yeah, this is a very intricate position.
Yeah, also not... Moves don't come easy for black either, no? Like, everything is fine, but what do we do?
Honestly, for both sides to some degree. I'm also not sure
what it's about.
Neutral.
Waiting around. Maybe we covered this so we can...
Yeah. Why is Rook g6 wrong? Why isn't this absolutely top of the list? I wonder.
I don't know. Okay, but very unbalanced, very, very weird position. And Sindarov, I mean, he must be so confident the way things are going. His position is not bad, maybe he's just thinking, great, this is another unbalanced position. I would be kicking myself for not having played bishop e7, but I would have played bishop e7. So. Because then, you don't have to think about this. But once again, it's not objective, it's just
before we go
things easier.
Before we go in the first break, I'll just briefly show the other viewers the remaining 3 positions in the open, and then I think with our consciences clear, we can go on a bit of a breather. Queen d7 is a bit...
d7 is a weird move?
I was going to say, it's very much inviting d2, d4. It really is saying, please, please do this, so that I can simplify everything in the center. And it might even be okay. My first reaction was this cannot be right, and white should be at least slightly better after d4. But
I'm assuming this is prep. Andrey is such a classical, harmonious player. If he makes a move like that, I'm just assuming he knows.
Yeah, he took 5 minutes. You don't really play that in 5 minutes. And yeah, he did provoke d4, and he did have to burn a tempo on moving the queen away from the X-ray. But now we just want to take
now we shall exchange everything, Mr. Caruana.
Yep. Seems incredibly solid. I guess you can claim your usual moral advantages, Catalan style, after c takes d5 on knight d2 first. I don't know which one is the more precise one, but yeah, you don't win very many of these.
Yep. Giri, has Anish shown us the plan?
Not really.
Sort of.
Sort of, but not really. I don't quite understand.
b3, rook fc1, knight a4.
Yeah, it's a kind of a licorice all sorts, no? A little bit.
He's hinting at maybe knight f5, maybe b4 one day, knight f4 is looming, but basically these lines are... Yeah, white can't really do anything, but he can ask black if black can stand not doing anything for the next 40 moves. And black does something or does nothing wrong, then something can happen. So now he might have his bishop h3, chasing this guy away. I'm a bit curious that Bluebaum decided not to throw in knight b6 at the moment, but maybe then there's also some knight a4 connected ideas. I'm not sure.
Not buying that. No.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I probably just stopping the knight from appearing on a4 seemed logical. And do you never threaten a4 before knight c4 here with black? Isn't this just actually a question to white as well?
A4 before knight c4?
Like once we play knight b6 with black, if we do your suggestion there, let's say b3 knight b6, do we never actually want to play a4 before knight c4 with black?
I guess we do.
And how does white deal with that? My next question. You really are all in on this idea.
No, I don't. Not been really believing it myself. I don't know.
I'd be very interested in this. Yeah, let's put this on the board and discuss it for a second. Rook a2, I go a4 before knight c4.
Not sure if I need a4, rook a2. I played to maybe have ba. Is that crazy? Maybe that's crazy.
Not for the bishop on g6.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work.
Yeah. No, I think a4 does provoke before. Then I get that might get my knight to
I guess
best ever square. b5, a3 will be hanging. This is sort of the point. Yeah. I might be able to lock everything in with b7, b5 even. And why am I worse?
Not sure you are.
Yeah. Yeah, e4 exists, but I'm also not really panicking. Takes and rook e8. Yeah, rook h8 here.
Yeah, no, I'm not claiming much.
Honestly, I'm a little bit curious with black here. Maybe that's the effervescence of youth and things like that. But I'm a little bit interested with black.
That's probably it. But yeah, I'm a bit curious that he allowed this knight a4 business. Because knight b6 I thought was always part of your waiting setup. Well, now you have to at least think about bishop h3. Going after these squares now. I think black doesn't mind any exchanges too much. You can probably go bishop f5 and even whatever. Let's make some random moves.
Yeah, even that
this type of position, I don't think we're too concerned. Frankly,
yeah, f5, knight f6. Yeah, I've seen people hold this kind of convincingly.
Yeah, you're not having fun, but
yeah.
you probably
you don't play this line to have fun anyway, so it doesn't really enter into it.
But bishop h3 would annoy me, so maybe it is time to do that.
Yeah, and
I'm sure nothing is terrible. But,
yeah, but now you have to make a decision, right?
Yeah,
knight f8. Maybe you have to deal with the jumps which
even
are
at
available.
some point knight f4. So enter the equation again. Like, how happy are we? I mean, rook e8 was maybe not the best move, but
yeah, was a bit
no, I
provocative.
would be motivated to go bishop f5 because the king here can also look after this, this pawn to some extent if needed. Okay, exciting stuff. We will have 6 more hours to debate this endgame. One brief look at Nakamura, Praggnanandhaa, and at the clocks, but no, nothing crazy on the clock.
And yeah,
I takes d5.
Yeah, this exists. I'm now having the files for Caruana.
Wow, leaks.
Which I don't remember at all, but I have a feeling I've seen this position after bishop a6, knight g3. And if white plays extremely precisely, this is actually not altogether harmless, because white has an f5 square for the knight. If you play g6, of course, you're allowing a hook to for white to open something along the h file. So you do have to play this carefully with black. Black, of course, is strategically completely fine, but he is somewhat behind in the race, if there is to be a race. So this is not as harmless, but it's of course not maybe the main line against b6, bishop a5.
Yeah, Hikaru. Also, I guess, opted for a bit of clarity here. There's a well-defined structure, some jumps. Knight d7 played. Could still be sharp. Both sides seem to be looking for a fight. And of course, we are looking for a break. As always, we will be back, though, with Kasparov tweets, the chess nerd, Zach, and, of course, all the action here. See you soon.
By 2016, the modern candidates format had settled into a clear structure. 8 players face each other twice over 14 rounds to determine the challenger. The tournament returned to Moscow. Yet the landscape of elite chess had changed. Magnus Carlsen was firmly established as world champion, and the question was no longer whether he would dominate the era, but who could mount a credible challenge. The field combined experienced and first-time contenders. Vishwanathan Anand, Levin Aronian, and Veselin Topalov brought long-standing elite credentials. However, the tournament's character was shaped by 3 notable debutants: Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri, and Fabiano Caruana. Through the early rounds, no one broke away. Giri drew every game, others surged briefly and then receded. Gradually, the standings compressed around Sergei Karyakin and Fabiano Caruana. After 13 rounds, they were tied for the first place, and the final pairing set them against each other. The tournament would be decided directly. The game was unbalanced and sharp, and Karyakin's key decisions came when time trouble and tension intersected. He accepted complications, found a beautiful and practical pawn sacrifice, and when Caruana made a major error, Karyakin did not hesitate. The attack became decisive and the result sealed. With that victory, Karyakin finished clear first and earned the right to challenge Carlsen. Later that year in New York, Karyakin would take the lead in the World Championship match before losing in rapid tiebreaks. Moscow 2016 remains defined by control under pressure and by a final round thrill to the end. A missed chance for Caruana, but it was not the end of his candidate's story. 2 years later, he would return to the candidates and this time emerge as the challenger.
Welcome back, everybody. It's round number 6 of the FIDE candidates. We have very unbalanced position in the game of our leader, Sindarov with the black pieces against Wei Yi. The story of yesterday, of course, was Hikaru Nakamura's preparation and Sindarov's dominance. We are joined once again by Zachary Sane, the chess nerd, to fill us in what people are saying.
Sindarov or Cinderella run? Javokhir Sindarov is making all headlines all around the world. It is fascinating what this young kid, the youngest of the field, is accomplishing at the mere age of 20. Let's take a look at his live ratings. The goal of becoming top 5.
Very, very true. He took Vincent Keimer's spot, which German chess fans aren't happy about, but of course it's more than deserved. 2765. Also some changes in the 2800 club, no? Fabi's back, Hikaru's out.
Fabi's back, Hikaru's out. 2 Uzbeks in the top 5. It's an interesting day to be a chess player. But more than that, one of the greatest or the greatest chess player of all time had to say these kind words to Javokhir's performance so far. Grandmaster Garry Kasparov, incredible results so far. Do not underestimate the boost that confidence plays after a strong start. You trust your instincts more, a positive cycle of intuition and performance comes up, and meanwhile your opponents doubt themselves even again about you. Have you ever felt this when you have some aura during a chess tournament?
I've doubted myself. But of course there's a lot of truth in there, especially about the trusting yourself more. I don't think Javokhir has big problems with that, but if you feel things are working and he can keep up the pace playing quickly, Peter, you must have had a good start.
Once or twice in my career, not in these tournaments though, but I absolutely agree with Gary, and the cycle of positive reinforcement is actually maybe, I mean, it's not more important than having 4.5 out of 5, but it is hugely important because you get into this flow state where you feel like you're in control of your actions, you feel like you know what's going on, and you don't double and triple check every single decision, and yeah, that gives you a massive edge over the field if players aren't really as confident as you are.
Additionally, we asked players of the Grenki Chess Festival what they thought, and this was Vincent Keimer's reaction.
Sindarov, hugely impressive, of course. I'm surprised to see how well Sindarov's opening prep seemed to have worked out, and we already see that it's a very dynamic battle. I mean, we see quite many decisive results, and I think that's going to shape the whole tournament.
And one last question, do you think now Sindarov will win the candidates with 4.5 out of 5?
I mean, he has great chances, of course, but still, if I remember correctly, it's only 1 point to Fabi. So 9 rounds is a long, long time.
I don't know if we heard any of that on our side, but
we do.
I heard, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's something about the German school of chess. The confidence with which they subtract 5 from 14 is very impressive. But yeah, nobody willing to commit to him winning just yet. But he obviously is a favorite with more points in the cross table than the rest of the field.
Yeah, Vincent speaking like the battle-hardened veteran he is there. 9 rounds is a long, long time if Caruana's breathing down your neck.
And finally, we have Magnus Carlsen, who had some words about Javokhir Sindarov's beautiful start in this tournament.
I think it was possible to guess that he was one of the main, at least, dark horses there, but I mean, nobody expects you to go 4.5 out of 5. I'll be curious to go home and check the games now.
Magnus tired. Double rounds in Grenke? What's going on there?
It is double rounds, yeah. And people were complaining about the rate of play in the candidates as well. Like rest day after 4 single round days, people are slacking off here compared to some of the weekenders on the continent.
What's the complaint? Too many rest days? Not enough rest days?
Yeah, people should play like at least 2 a day or.
That format has been mentioned even by Magnus, I think, no?
I'm only somewhat joking, yeah.
Zach is leaving. Thank you, Zach. Zach will be back in an hour with More
exciting updates. And we do have some updates in our games, including the central game of the round.
before played?
Before played, and we did eventually figure out what might be the idea behind it. If you take, which I think you're supposed to, because going back does weaken the d6 pawn and I think makes white's life a lot easier. So we take en passant here, white recaptures with the pawn. We are now probably supposed to take on a3, starting with the rook, because otherwise I think we might...
It's logical.
Yeah, we might get pinned. And then white has a tactic. In fact, the engine doesn't think it's stronger. After rook a3, bishop takes a3. Rook d1 here, playing for sort of positional compensation, is also possible. But rook a1, followed by bishop c5, bishop takes a6, might be what Wei Yi is planning here.
There's the trick.
Yeah, which we didn't see from afar. But rook takes g2. Since you're losing this rook anyway, it is very valuable for black, of course, to pick up the g2 pawn with an intermezzo. And king g2, queen takes f6. This is fine for black. The king on g2 is very unsafe. The bishops are now very nicely positioned. The king.
And we have a pawn, right?
Yeah, we have a pawn for the exchange. A bishop pair. Knight on f3 is very passive. There's a lot of counterplay against the white king. This is just completely
There's
fine.
also the school of thought that other things being equal, bishop and the pawn, you're not even material down against.
Yeah, yeah. White
rook
does have. If the king was already somewhere safe, if let's say the king was around, I don't know, g7, h7 squares, I am probably picking black here. But it's only 7 for the time being, so we can probably give a check on a8. The king goes to e7. There is rook b8 here, so it's still a little bit awkward. Yeah, but. The engine just calmly goes b7, b6 here and says we are completely fine. Which was a little bit surprising to me. I thought maybe rook a8, b8 was supposed to be an annoyance, but engine unimpressed.
Who are we to argue, but is it straightforward for Sindarov to go for this? And are there alternatives?
Well, not from here.
After bishop f6, I'm committed to takes.
Yeah, you can't ignore the bishop on f6. It's not going to go well for you. So if you are looking for other options, they have to come earlier. But they appear to be significantly weaker. Not taking en passant.
If bishop takes, then I'm just sort of stuck. Yeah.
Yeah,
d1 or whatever.
It's not entirely unplayable, but yeah, the engine likes a bunch of moves for white here. Yeah, so...
And I guess we also don't want to allow b4.
Yeah, that seems...
the rook here.
That seems suboptimal.
So maybe he's forced to go for this if he likes it or not.
To a degree, yeah. It feels like every single decision along the way is kind of observably stronger than all the other options. So whether you feel like you're completely equal at the end or not, you just dislike the others much more. So you kind of close your eyes and dive in.
Okay, still not sure of a dangerous spot, but that's not straightforward evaluation, especially.
Not at all.
Considering what you said with this rook b8 business. And if everything else is worse, Sindarov now, has to talk himself into it.
Yeah. I wonder if you can maybe convince yourself to play king d7 in this position, but then maybe you run into different problems.
That's logical.
Yeah, just get it over to c7. It also feels like a pretty decent square.
Unless we're first to getting mated, but the queen doesn't have time to do.
Yeah. I was wondering about b3 before bishop takes, before queen b3 or something like that. But queen g6 check is extremely annoying in all of those positions. Followed by bishop queen takes e4. And yeah, I'm not a believer in that.
Oh, yeah, that looks more quote-unquote human than having to play b6, which feels a bit clumsy. And he's about to take... Why can't you take? Like, this pawn advanced 2 squares, not 1, no?
Yeah, revisiting the golden moments of the past, but you are allowed to do that, but only just now. You will not be able, hopefully, to do it on the next move.
It's called en passant.
What is he reaching for, by the way? Because
is he reaching for the bishop?
Yeah, I'm wondering, because it's sort of indeterminate.
It did look like he was reaching for the pawn. But he looks undecided.
Yeah, if the bishop retreats, white is at least a little bit better, maybe even more than a little after.
Also,
after
his
rook
wrong.
d1.
No, no,
Yeah.
he takes, of course. A takes b3. En passant. En passant means in passing?
It does. So it does. We'll see if...
C takes b.
Yeah, this will be played, but then, as I mentioned, after, assuming Sindarov takes on a3 twice, there is the option of playing rook d1, which looks kind of strange, but I think creates a threat of knight takes c5. I think we're using the double pin to recapture on e5, which the engine also evaluates as, at the very least, very playable. And we're also trying to provoke queen e7, after which rook a1 becomes crushingly strong, I guess.
Takes b, blitzed out.
Yeah.
Just to show this. Oops. So what do we do after rook d1?
Yeah, in some of these positions, the computer goes king e7, and I keep on returning to this idea because it looks...
Just parry the threat, maybe we have to.
Yeah, it looks very, very strange, but...
But what to do? I mean, knight takes e5 is a threat.
Is knight e5 not working there, by the way? King e7, knight e5, g, queen f3?
Wow, more tactics. Ouch.
Yeah, this might be strong, right? Okay.
It looks strong. Let's see if they will go down this route. C takes b on the board. Sindarov taking his time.
No, but now he was reaching for something in the center, and once again, with Sindarov, he's not bluffing. Yeah, maybe he wants to go bishop h3. We've discussed this idea of getting the bishop
e3 back and allows
yeah.
b4. I mean,
yeah, I don't like it, but
he doesn't seem to like this rook takes a3 business. But it feels like, yeah, unless it's losing, that this is the move you have to play. Just quote unquote logically, if not, you allow white to undouble and to go b4, weaken the d6 pawn. It should be worse. But maybe you just can't see, and I also can't see how you react to rook d1 then.
I mean...
Is now the time for this nonsense? Maybe now is the time.
Maybe, yeah, and then just back to e6, yeah. Yeah. Potentially an important turning point in this game, because we are currently assuming that rook a3 somehow holds with precise play, and if you don't take, definitely that's going to be a concession. We're not trying to oversell it. It's probably still playable for black, but you're absolutely making a bit of a step back.
So we should never forget, and I'm sure players aren't, but Wei Yi might have looked timid so far in this tournament, but this is one of the nastiest tacticians out there. So in such a position, if you give him clearly defined targets and time to calculate, he's incredibly dangerous.
Yeah. He's not really been himself so far, but you cannot expect this to continue forever.
Sindarov still taking his time. But I feel, well, he must also know that rook takes a3 is the critical move. Maybe he just hates this rook a1 line where he has to sacrifice the exchange. I don't know. Yeah, he's going bishop g4.
Bishop g4. Okay, so
his point is b4, bishop takes f3, and then
is it
d4 or what?
But f6 is hanging.
Yeah. So what is it?
That is kind of unconvincing. Yeah, maybe just back to b6. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Now even quiet move. No, aren't we like better?
I think white should be better here. Yeah, like unpin the. Remove the bishop h3 tactics, prepare rook a1. Yeah, potentially a bit of a misstep, especially since I don't think we can sell this as an idea to sort of preserve play in the position not dry it out.
On 4.5 out of 5 with the black pieces, you're not desperate to preserve play in a worse position.
First of all, that, and secondly, honestly, the position exchange down was kind of lively.
Yeah.
You can absolutely imagine black winning it if white overpresses. So it just doesn't hold water on any level.
Okay, so Sindarov, I mean, not sure how bad it is. It's probably not terrible, but now under some pressure. And how is Mr. Caruana doing? Not much happened here. Andrey showed him this idea, and he went c takes d5. Fabi's one knight f3 hasn't been hitting very hard.
No, not so far. Actually, I sort of liked what he got against Hikaru, at least initially. It's just that Hikaru reacted very well.
Yeah.
I thought it was at least an idea. Today, it really did not seem like he had any kind of a particularly new concept. Yeah, Andrey, I mean, bishop d5 seems logical, but I'm not even sure black is much worse if you take with a knight, to be honest. Although there, maybe after knight d2, rook c1, you can lay claim to something.
Yeah, but if it's possible, let's get rid of this bishop. No, this
also
tension normally favors
also
white.
gives b7 for the queen, which is maybe not irrelevant.
Does it look like there's anything direct? Bishop f6, bishop f6.
No.
e4, I don't think we mind. Just go back.
Yeah, I guess we play e4 just to preserve things on the board. Yeah, e4, bishop b7, knight d2 or something.
I'm not sure if b7
yeah,
or
maybe
c6,
even bishop c6. Yeah.
This.
Yeah, very good argument. Yeah, knight bg2, bishop queen b7, rook c1. But we're not really. I mean, maybe we're threatening bishop takes f6 and then rook takes c6 if black does nothing. But black is not going to do nothing, right?
Even this.
But I mean, even g takes f6, I think black is probably fine, right? In all of these positions.
I was
not
going to
bad.
argue for this, but I'm not sure if rightly so. No, this might be too much.
Rook fg8 or just g8?
Yeah,
no.
but you always
No, that
queen g4 annoying me.
Yeah, this is. But you can take with the rook.
With the rook.
Yeah, and just go back to e7. I think it also ends up
this.
being completely fine, right? Because eventually we're not winning material, we're just winning the exchange back, and black is very safe. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's extremely minimal for white, if anything at all.
Yeah, Esipenko spent a little time, but not that much. And like I said, if he plays a strange-looking move like queen d7, that looks very much like homework. How's Bluebaum doing, Matthias Bluebaum?
He found
lost.
your bishop f5. You will be pleased to hear. It's not there now, but it was when you were suggesting it.
Okay. He is a very strong player. But he parries the threat of bishop h3. We expect such feats from him. Bishop f3, king h6, another point. For the king being here, it's the most economical way to cover this h5 pawn. Knight b2. Anish back to maneuvering. I guess first wave was parried. Rook a6, hints at rook b6. Knight c3, saying, okay, changed my mind, goes back. This might look uninspired, but I guess black is basically, saying, I'm not going to do anything for the next 40 moves unless you open the position somewhere, in which case, of course, we shall play. King g2. And bishop back to g6 now that the danger of bishop h3 is gone. And the status quo remains very much unchanged. No, like Anish clearly had some setup against this in mind. But the problem is, of course, the line works, which is why people are playing it. So if they don't give you anything to work with, it's very hard to make progress.
Yeah, and Matthias clearly not particularly interested in our fancy ideas of gaining space on the queen side. We were trying knight b6 and a4, and he is just quite comfortably passing. And
I will sit here.
Yeah.
You do whatever you want.
Yeah, so far it's been working. It feels like it's very difficult for white to really.
Yeah, the problem for white is that it looks like exchanges should be helping him, but even such a position, if you get your dream version, black is still quite solid. I still think you opt for something like this with white, but it's not winning you the game.
Yeah, it's very difficult to force even, because obviously black would much rather trade on g6 and undouble the pawns, after which, why is black ever worse?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you have to do it. I'm saying even worst case scenario is not terrible.
Yeah, no, I understand. And in the game between Hikaru and Prague, there's still a lot of play, but it feels like with the way the pieces are, we're not probably giving mate on the king side, which means that maybe stopping knight f5 is possible. You can play g6, allow h5, play something like rook a to e8, 4 and knight d3 in. If at all possible, that knight would look very nice on d3 in some ideal future for black. Yeah, so some sort of b5, c4, knight e5 or knight c5, get it over to d3. And In the meantime, white is, I guess, supposed to do something on the king side, but what that something is, I am not...
This position is sharp, no? White can't, quote-unquote, equalize, because black has this long-term plan, so white has to do something.
No, this is quite double-edged, yeah. And honestly, if it just becomes an endgame sort of today, as in right now, it probably is going to be an endgame which is slightly better for black.
Yeah, any endgame, black can push this stuff, and white is very far away from f4, e5.
Yeah. That's exactly.
Do I need g6? Do you threaten anything? If I start,
not yet,
I'm
but
not sure what.
Eventually, maybe you feel slightly more comfortable. Having it on the board. But yeah, you can maybe start with b5. No.
So typically, the problem with these Benoni structures is black is a bit stuck with all his pieces, especially the bishop on c8. But space disadvantage doesn't matter that much. There's only one pair of minor pieces. Particularly if it's this knight, which has a great potential square.
Yeah.
Well, no, it looks like Praggnanandhaa is all right.
Yeah, absolutely all right. The question is whether he could already maybe start dreaming of being a bit better. Probably white has not done enough to justify being worse, but I think this is a very good outcome of the opening for Prague.
Easier to play for black, maybe.
I think so, yeah. Because, yeah, if you drift with white, if you allow all of those plans that we keep on banging on about, and the knight gets to c5 in particular, like there'll be pressure against the white center, the knight on d3 will be potentially incredibly unpleasant. And what is white doing? You get your h4, h5 in, but like you're not taking on g6 and opening the f file for the rook, probably. It doesn't feel very, very nice. The rook lift from e1, you can't really lift it very far. You can get it to e3, then it gets stopped by the knight, and what do you do? What do you do with it afterwards? Yeah, feels like it's maybe slightly easier to play for black, frankly.
Praggnanandhaa's opening, well, provocation is strong, but small surprise seems to be paying off.
Yep.
Okay, let's check in with Sindarov for three. Queen takes and bishop d4. Yeah. Saying you can have this pawn.
As we're watching the career highlights of Prague there for a second. And yeah, interestingly, bishop takes f6 is somehow a big mistake here. And black is immediately slightly better, even for some reason after queen d7, queen e6. It's not like we have a direct threat with black, it's just that the queen lands on one of the good squares and the white queen side is vulnerable. I was a bit shocked by how much the engine dislikes bishop takes f6 here, but it is very significantly inaccurate. No, a1 is hanging, so that's...
that's a problem.
Yeah, so I guess we play rook a1 for now. And let's say if you play queen e7, we're not taking on f6 because we know that position isn't great. But what do we do? Queen... actually, maybe even d7, yeah, I don't know. What's the big idea for Wei Yi here?
Don't know. So did Wei Yi play b4 prematurely, or what's going on?
No, it wasn't a mistake. Although you could make an argument that maybe king h1 was slightly more flexible, but not a mistake. Maybe the second best move in the position, behind king h1.
Taking his time. And Sindarov, okay, today he was a bit surprised in the opening and had some tough decisions, but maybe proving what Kasparov said, he's not really, he's even ahead on the clock. He's making decisions reasonably quickly, confidently.
Yeah, and
trust himself.
Trusting your hand is very, very valuable when you're at this level, because it's not going to lead you astray very often, but you can absolutely talk yourself into burning through time and then still making the move that is the one that occurs to you first.
Gotta trust your hand. Okay, Fabi, and not much happening. Knight c3 plate, takes.
Yeah,
looks like nothing, frankly.
Yeah, this is just
c8, rook d8.
Of course, you would prefer to have b7 a6 and not a7 b6, but
don't care.
Yeah, don't care too much. Yeah, The engine was playing 3-4, by the way, after bishop c6, so allowing the bishop trade was maybe slightly inaccurate. I'm still, like, I don't quite see why black is supposed to be worse there, but Fabi really is trying to kind of outplay Andrey on a...
But this is not the position from which you beat Andrey. He's a very good technician, he has a very good feel for harmony of the pieces, very good in endgames. I mean, if it's irrational and calculating like the Anish game, he can go wrong, but his position, I'd be quite surprised, frankly, if he loses this.
Yeah, you still occasionally drift into some slight problems after, like, I think a logical follow-up here is queen b7 check and the queens come off. And people have been known to lose, like, one endgame like this out of maybe 10, maybe 2 out of 10 in, like, extreme scenarios, maybe not more. Because the structure on the queen side does provoke some worries, like white wants rook ac1, knight b5, or a4, a5, and yeah,
still so little.
Yeah, but you are absolutely trying to squeeze blood out of stone here with this very, very symmetrical structure.
Is blood out of stone even tougher than water out of stone, or is that easier?
Not enough research has been, I think, made on this very important scientific topic, and we welcome our viewers to.
I would assume there's some water in a stone, it's just hard to get out, but why would there be blood in the stone to begin with?
Well, every stone has its story, right? You just need to know how to talk to it, and it'll tell you why there's blood in it.
I feel you're just making this up now.
No.
All right.
How could I?
G6 played by Praggnanandhaa. Development, still think he's fine. Pick a game in the women's section. Which one caught your attention?
The Lagno Vaishali game kind of sharpened up because Vaishali reacted maybe even in the most ambitious manner, or maybe she wasn't even given much choice, frankly, now that I look at it, because Kateryna immediately played d3, d4. We're never trading, we're pretty much always playing e5, e4 here, knight h2, and I can understand the decision to play b7, b6, just to make sure we never blunder the c5 pawn, and also we are, I think, heavily incentivized to try and keep the bishop on c1 as passive as possible, and that also, I think, keeping your structure as protected as you can makes the bishop ineffectual.
So what does white do? Shuffle this horse?
Yeah, knight f1, g3 looks logical. I think maybe, and once again, I will admit I'm cheating a little bit. It seems like bishop f4 is playable, and if it is playable, I think...
But I was worried about taking.
And rook takes e4, and this appears to work out. Work out as in not being worse. We're still not claiming any advantage, but generally, feels like this bishop belongs on g3, and then drop the rook back somewhere. I don't know, choose a square, any square. e1 maybe, just because e3 might be the one for the square for the knight eventually, yeah? Knight f1, e3. So that's an option, because often bishop is the one problem that continues kind of persisting.
All right, but still rough equality.
Yeah.
Let's check in with Divya and Bibisara, where... Yeah, the structure hasn't changed. She went c4 rightly, knight f8. Not sure that's the only route available, but can't be. 7. What are these maneuvers? I'm a bit...
well,
confused.
I guess we need to find a spot for the rook, which was very awkwardly placed on b7.
Oh, yeah. d7 runs into knight e5.
Yeah, Divya was unhappy about giving the tempo with knight e5, so she put it on e7. And now with the rook on e7, the bishop on e3 is once again slightly awkward.
Yeah, that's why it looks a bit...
But I think now that Bibisara played queen d3, we can go, yeah, exactly as Jan is painting with arrows there. Yeah, rook back, put the rook back on e8, play b7. That's the one issue black maybe has here, and it's now successfully resolved.
Well, now that the horse is here, it's also a bit passive, but as long as white doesn't do anything.
And it also, you know, conclusively solves forever the problem of what are we doing against knight g5. So I'm not horribly against it, frankly.
Okay. Moving on in this weird game, or it wasn't weird, it was just heavy theory, and the positions look very unusual.
So the idea was
knight
to play
c5.
knight c5, deviating from the Prague-Wesley game. Black captured, the queen got repositioned on e3. Knight c6, bishop b2. And in this position, there appeared to be potentially a forced equality starting with knight b4. But if you don't know it exists,
you need forced equality?
Exactly.
I'm aware black is a pawn down, but with this bishop here and opposite color bishops, looks harmonious enough.
Yeah, you should be fine even here, which is, I think, why the decision to play f6 is a very understandable one.
Also, white is a bit tied up by this guy, no?
No, we play rook c3, rook e c1, I assume. We give ourselves the e1 square for the knight. We're trying to maybe simplify. But the problem is,
No?
Well, actually, I don't know. This might be rook e c1, knight c2. Oh no, d3 is hanging. Sorry, I'm blind.
Takes dc. Yeah.
I would like to if I can. Yeah.
Yeah. No, maybe I shouldn't take. We have to calculate stuff. e4, of course, I don't want to play, but.
Yeah, e4 probably forces me to take on c8 at least once, maybe even twice. And then, if all else fails, I guess we win the a2 pawn back. And
yeah, still feels wrong to open this beautiful blocker on e5. Maybe it's the time that we see Tan Zhongyi, who's helped here by the very strong US Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhong, who also speaks Chinese so they can communicate in her native tongue. She was already helped by Jeffrey during the candidates tournament in Toronto, and that worked out nicely. She won it. 5 times national champion. Is that a new gesture pointing to women's world champion? Yeah, that's worth pointing out.
Yeah. Well, a storied career there for Tan.
Yeah, one of the very top players for at least a decade, probably. And let us check in with the Zhuzhine Anna Muzychuk game. Bit slow. Once again, I never understood the structure for black, so I'm always worried, somewhat irrationally, because I guess black is completely fine. But I'm always worried here. e4 has not been played for white, hinting at knight d5.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of the knight landing on d5. I would have tried to avoid it somehow, but
g6, not sure. g6, not f6 somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, that knight is a bit of a world traveler, because it began on c3 and then went to g3, and now it returned to c3 with, quote unquote great effect. But
many people do that. You want to see the world, but then you realize home is also nice. Is white better, or is it just annoying?
I think it's mainly annoying.
Can I physically stop it?
I was wondering about that as well. Yeah, it feels unsafe because that is a bit of a loose piece. But we do, I think, want to play f6 knight e6. I guess is the dream, and if we can do it while preventing knight e5 for the time being, and we don't drop any material. Also, are we threatening knight takes d3, knight takes b3 in some positions, maybe?
I didn't even dream of that, but at least, maybe. White has to think about it. There's knight d5 business, but yeah, could be.
Yeah, it could be playable. We could just ignore it. I guess you can, in the current position, you can just play, I don't know, f6, knight d5, queen g7, and pretend nothing dramatic has happened so far.
No, maybe it hasn't. But isn't white making a bit of progress?
Yeah, I don't like this.
Or c3, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, this specific thing, I guess I go knight e7 and I try to chase away your proud stallion on d5. And
yeah, maybe not c3, not sure.
Yeah, maybe queen c3, b3 or something, but
no,
yeah, queen c3, c4. It feels a bit icky to leave the knight on d5, b for more than one move.
Yep. So still the status quo, probably equal, but a bit icky.
Technical term.
Wei Yi still thinking after bishop to d4. Esipenko did go, or Fabi did go for that endgame. Smallest of advantages, but once again, I believe Esipenko will hold this comfortably. Bluebaum.
Yeah, Anish continues
also
shuffling. Yeah, pieces have not been on these specific squares yet, but
Anish is saying,
yeah.
I am more patient than you, young Padawan. Bluebaum is close to falling asleep from the structure, which is understandable.
Yeah.
The good news is stakes don't seem that high yet. He stubbornly refuses to put a knight on b6
Yeah, I wonder why. I guess he doesn't like knight c5s, but I don't think you're supposed to care. Just take, play knight. Oh, yeah,
I don't know, maybe this is...
Maybe you are
can't be much, but
slightly supposed to care.
He
Yeah.
was happy. Something happened.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you keep doing nothing, no? Like, I don't know. Here's a move.
Yeah. What I like about Matthias is his absolute refusal to bow to conventions and to, you know, acknowledge that he's being filmed for every second of every day he's at the board.
First of all, I'm not sure you're aware as a player all the time the camera is there. Secondly, even if you are, what are you going to do, right? I mean, like, not yawn?
No, you can sort of cover it with your dainty hand.
It's all right. Sitting at the board, it's your space.
No, not yawning is not an option. This much I know. I was not going to make such an absurd argument. You're playing c6, bishop f5. Of course you're yawning, but...
The idea is to make your opponent yawn normally, but I can understand it also affects him. No, but seriously speaking, of course it's not the funniest or most entertaining, sharpest of lines, but it is also a major turn-off for white players in this tournament, and maybe his repertoire is built on. Like, he's been asked plenty of questions in the Petrov already. And d4, you get this for the favorites, because there's such a high drawing margin in these positions, maybe they will think, I don't want to touch either of those, and then you start getting, whatever, knight f3, e3, which is maybe where he wants to lure them. I don't know.
I mean, it's a solid strategy. You're basically stating that you are playing the most rock solid, the most kind of stable and immovable things available against both e4 and d4.
And also the advantage of going for this fixed structure, even an amazing theoretician like Anish, he can't do that much damage. No, I mean, he can come up with maybe, and probably did a new little wrinkle, I don't know, you delay f3, knight f4, and you shuffle around, but he can't hit you with like some sharp direction where the price of a move is very high.
Yep. No, it definitely makes sense.
The only problem Matthias has now, he shouldn't fall asleep. If there's no threat, just make a random move of some description. No, like keep g7, bishop f5.
Well, he has played bishop f5 by now,
Yeah.
so yeah, that's the prescribed option.
It's also very frustrating for white, because once you start getting ambitious, you can also actually be worse. Like, well, if you do nothing and your opponent doesn't allow you to do something under good circumstances, it's just hard to get anywhere. Anish is getting ready for more knight a4 action, I guess.
Yeah.
And there comes the knight again. But is any knight to c5 a threat or not? I will continue this strategy.
Yeah, why is this a problem? I guess you recapture with I don't
Yes, we end.
I don't know. All of this looks
Maybe it's b5 also on an ambitious day.
And and AB3 there at the end, yeah. Yeah, that actually
Why
looks...
not win?
Yeah, that looks very interesting. Yeah, knight d7, they beat the BA4. I thought knight b6, but AB3 looks very, very interesting. Knight takes, and maybe even rook takes.
I thought b2, but maybe we just take it.
Yeah, rook takes might be even stronger, yeah. Might just be winning for black, frankly.
Okay, none of it's going to happen, but just to show that if white becomes careless, black can also do something. I guess you can put the other horsey here, and then the debates continue if we want to go here or not. Which I think is also a very reasonable setup, even if white got the knight here. What can he do next? Like maybe prepare b4 for 8,000 moves, but as long as black has knight c4. Okay. Even the Germans are saying, switch the game, this is boring. It's part of the plan.
Are those Germans...
Matthias keeps yawning.
Are those Germans in the room with you, Jan?
I know. They want some action.
And action will be provided somewhere, I'm sure, but...
Where?
Well, Wei Yi has been debating this position for quite a while, and I did notice the last time I looked at it that there appeared to be, like, there are no bad moves here. There are also no particularly good moves for white, but somehow pretty much every single rook move apparently has some justification, including rook AB1, which I wouldn't really have considered very seriously. So, yeah, it's a kind of a tricky one for Wei Yi because if all of them are playable, they're not going to be difficult to. They're not going to be easy to, differentiate and choose from.
Okay, just pick one.
Yeah,
81. How bad can it be?
No, not very bad. Yeah. Rook 81 in some cases was actually being played, I think, with the intention of sacrificing the exchange. Let's say rook 81, queen d7. It was suggesting going rook takes d4 and queen takes f6, but it was not giving white any advantage even there. Although it's a serious option, it definitely requires a...
It's a bit scary.
Requires a response.
Here or what?
Queen here, I guess we just take on d4 and we play on. Although, I mean, rook takes a3 and...
Yeah, with the king, who knows?
Yeah, the king is very awkward on e8, and the white king will be quite safe, I guess, with the bishop arriving on g3 at some point. Maybe not immediately, but at some point. Yeah. Strange position, because on the one hand I'm not quite sure how you're going to be generating threats with white, but on the other I'm also not sure how I'm going to be stabilizing. So
what are you sure about?
Very, very few things.
Crippling doubts? I'm not sure which game to switch to.
Yeah, today has been a strange day. I guess maybe we could discuss the Bibisara's game against Divya, because this could potentially sharpen up quite a bit with Divya allowing something I would not have allowed in her spot, but maybe it's nothing.
Oh, pawn on h6?
Yeah, it's a choice. You could absolutely stop it on h5. I thought the intention was to play h7, h6 here, but maybe she was worried about some kind of knight e5, queen g3 ideas, or g4, g5 ideas. Yeah.
Also, what's with all the rook moves? h4, rook e7, queen d3, rook d7.
I guess now white doesn't control c6, so she is not much less worried about knight e5, and she feels the rook belongs on the d file. But yeah, h5, h6, I guess you have to have something against it not to play it. And now I very much understand Bibisara's choice. If you're given a chance to play h6, you should play h6.
Isn't this bad? Like, what are we doing?
Do we just take? And
I don't
play
like
knight g6?
any of the options. But yeah, g6 can't be
No,
right.
yeah, no, g6
Knight here.
G6 I hate with a passion, yeah. So I think it's gh.
g6 or takes, yeah, let's take it.
I think it's gh. Or yeah, exactly, on knight g6, but why not be an extra pawn up if we can be a pawn up? Queen e3?
Direct.
Are we worried about queen e3?
I wasn't sure if black can take or not.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to, yeah.
I mean, you can take.
Yeah, maybe it's not fast enough.
And if I put horsey here?
I was planning to go knight g6, knight g4 maybe, yeah. No, this at least...
we think. Now I can also contemplate queen e3. this bad?
No, I don't think anything is bad. I'm just struggling to choose. Queen A4?
Far away from home.
I'm aware, but I'm not getting mated. Here I was planning to try to take on E5 and go Rook D1 check, but I
that's a trick.
Even that position I think is very dangerous potentially after Queen Rook D4, right? I'm not even sure that is that great.
So with all your stuff over there.
And Queen takes E5 as well, Rook C3, G3.
Some ideas.
Yeah, this is why I wanted this game on our board, because I think it has currently maybe the highest potential of becoming a mess.
Bibisara staring Divya down. So what were you saying? You were saying 95, 96,
Play. Yeah, I don't know if it's hanging necessarily, but I'm kind of introducing all sorts of shenanigans. Yeah, Queen E3 maybe.
A lot of arrows to draw.
Also asking for a move. Queen A5 maybe.
King G7, Queen E3 is probably counterproductive.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Queen A5, G5 is maybe what we want to achieve, yeah.
But I have lots of stuff.
Even F4 here, frankly. Looks weird, but like if I get F4 or F5, I might actually become interested.
Yeah, this looks dangerous. I'm not sure. This whole sequence, Knight of 8, Queen A6, Rook E7, Rook D7.
Yeah. Did not seem forced, let's put it like this. Although, should not be a disaster just yet, but Bibisara definitely achieved something in the past.
Really
yeah.
Changes things.
It absolutely does, yeah. The question is, like as we mentioned, we can begin with Knight G6 here, which, you know, we have one fewer pawn, but we are maybe a couple of tempi up on all the variations we were showing.
Yeah, feels a bit more stable with this knight not jumping around so quickly.
Yeah. I guess you take, we take, and we play on. Now maybe a topic that is at least of some interest is G3, King G2, Rook H1. I don't know if we ever have time for all of that, but if we do manage to make those moves, maybe we're winning.
Also G3 is nice on general grounds.
Yeah, limiting the knight on G6 and yeah. And I mean, counterplay on the other side of the board is currently not very fast.
Nah. Also with the king so weak, it's hard to put too much pressure. All right, so Bibisara currently in the driver's seat against Divya. Here this pawn to E4 has been played directly.
Yeah.
Anna went knight before.
Yeah. Let's go back to that two-knight game between Tan and Goryachkina for a second. And I will.
Sorry, cameraman. Jumping a lot. Here we are.
Yeah. And I will give you, I don't know, 7 tries to find the first line of the computer here.
H3.
No.
Hang on, I should look at the position first. Maybe E takes F3
is a bit of a threat. Actually, I think it's findable. Actually,
H3.
yeah, I think it's findable. Regrettably, I think 7 is too many.
Rook to A1.
You see, that's how these things work. Yeah. Why did I give you?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You need the E1 square.
Could have done this first try had I looked that you're attacking stuff.
Yeah. F3 is sort of hanging. You need squares for the knight. I wonder why Rook EC1 is so much worse than Rook A1 here, but it is.
No, as I had 7 tries, of course, it's not Rook EC1.
Yeah.
Secondly, maybe Knight B4, then which transposes to what we looked at.
I think an actual human person goes Knight D4 here and offers a draw. The move exists and it doesn't lose. But if you want to try for something, Rook A1 appears to be the only thing that tries for something. And now Knight D4 is a draw, Queen D4 is a draw, all of those things are a draw. Yeah. Sadly here, go back a moment. I was briefly becoming which dampens the excitement a little bit. She's gone Rook EC1, by the way.
Yeah, that's...
Which loses.
What?
To E takes F3 and Knight D4.
Whoa. Let's figure this out. So Rook EC1, big mistake.
Yeah.
Rook A1 or Knight D4 you mentioned.
Yeah, so good moment.
Takes F.
And now Queen D3,
takes.
Queen D3, Knight d4, you are losing to the threat of knight e2 check. Rook
c8. Rook c8, you have a Zwischenschach?
Yeah, and you probably do get the 2 rooks for the queen, but the attack against the king is going to be crushing. Yeah, queen d3 and king f7, and things begin collapsing.
Sort of.
Yeah, rook e3. You still have rook e3, but you're losing to at least fg and queen g6 check, and that takes c1, if I don't have anything stronger. Or queen g5, I don't know, any square.
Yeah.
So the big question is maybe e3, rook takes d3? But we know this also loses to something.
Let's figure this out.
Let's try to figure this out without engine help.
Brain power.
Ah, queen g4? No.
Why not?
No.
Put horse e.
Ah, that works, right? Yeah, that just works. Rook c8, queen c8, and if rook d4, we take on c1 and we take on e3. Yeah, that just works. This is maybe slightly less lost. Let's say knight d4. I wanted to go rook. No, but yeah, rook c8, queen c8, rook d4, and f takes e. And I'm hoping I will get to establish the bishop on c3, and maybe I'm not completely dead. Ah, I am queen d1, e2. I'm completely dead. Yeah. This is just completely unplayable. A massive turnaround potentially.
And Goryachkina can spot this, no? Knight d4.
I think you're supposed to try to calculate it, and the variations are not impossible to find. Yeah.
So let's figure out the difference. Just with rook a1, the back rank.
The back rank is always protected. Yeah. So you take with the rook, I think. Yeah, knight d4 is no longer a move. Yeah.
Now there's no rook c1, rook e1 business.
Yeah. So that was a good moment to switch to this game, because it looked like a bit of a joke, the whole rook a1 thing, but this. And everything else black doesn't entirely equalize, so it's a kind of an important thing to find here. You can go knight b4, but you're slightly worse after queen d4, I think.
What's the clock? 27 minutes?
No, this
should be possible. Also, it's not like it's a surprise tactic. It's just one of the first lines you...
No, this is very calculable.
Calculate.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not sure here if there's nothing even more convincing. We can keep digging, because there's all kinds of back rank trickery. No,
we need to stop rook takes d7. I thought queen g4, queen f3 takes rook f3, knight d4 is winning, and it might be, but I will take with a pawn, of course, and then the back rank is no longer a problem.
There must be some...
Queen f5, queen f3?
Here, knight b4, or where's the trick? There must be something.
Rook e3,
no, this is not it.
Yeah.
Knight d4... Feels like there's back rank mate in 2 somewhere. I just can't figure it out.
Knight
d4 is the way. Yeah,
knight d4 here is good, yeah. And that might even be much stronger than what we were showing, yeah.
Yeah, this is just winning, no?
Yeah, this is mate, yeah. Queen f5, and also after queen f5 there is no other move. So it's an improvement because it completely stops. It just stops the game dead. Yeah, queen f5, and you either lose this rook on d3 or you lose to a very nice little tactic that Jan just spotted. Yeah, this is very beautiful.
It's just resigns immediately.
Yeah, ends the game on the spot. Yep.
Rook takes c8.
Knight f3, queen c8.
We can take the queen. I was going for the flex, but probably shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, probably best not. Yeah, I mean, we can flex some other time. Queen b1 here is a decent flex, though.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Stop fooling around, but yeah, this is a big tactical chance. E takes f3. And knight d4.
Yeah.
Which
here
is sort of self-explanatory, no? I mean, you're threatening a big check on e2.
Yeah. I guess you try something like king h1, but you're after fg2, king g2, you're losing to something.
You're not happy.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of know you're losing to something. You just maybe don't know exactly what you're losing to yet, but it looks lost. Yeah, and Tan, if she loses this, goes to -2, which really is not
Has not been her tournament.
her habitual place in the cross table. I think she saw it. She does not look happy.
But then you should get up, no? I mean,
Yeah.
Don't tell your opponent.
Yeah, I am
You're in trouble.
I am very much team get away from the board. As soon as you have an inkling something is wrong, you just get up and go. Yeah.
Also, all players at this level can very much think about the position in their head. So if you want to figure it out, you can still get away from the board and then
I mean,
either calm yourself down or stay away from the board because you are in trouble. And E takes F plate.
Yeah, and done leaning back there, but I think she knows. Yeah, I have a feeling she's spotted it by this point. But there's no way back.
Piece is a piece. Yeah, rook takes d3, loses on the spot, so you sort of, play queen d3, knight d4, and either hope in the rook takes c8 positions you're not getting mated immediately, or king h1 to continue the game. But both
actually, maybe you're not even resigning. It's kind of shocking what you're supposed to do. King h1 loses to a very beautiful idea. We take, and then we give a check. Apparently from b7 is the smartest, because after f3 now, black has knight e2, and knight f4.
Another fork.
Knight f4, adding to the list of forks we are threatening here, and this is completely lost for white. But what you should do, if you realize the option exists, is you play rook takes c8, and then you play queen takes e2, and then you take on e8, and you play rook e1. And I think we will actually be
stability.
We actually will remove this pawn. This is maybe not even.
Maybe it's not lost.
Yeah. Maybe you actually survive, because you might eventually be able to play f3, king f2. It will definitely cost you.
Black can collect both these pawns.
If both, you probably lose. But I think it feels like it's one, right? We probably lose a2, but we should be in time to play between b3, b4. This might still be savable, which will feel kind of unfair, but then again, she was completely safe a moment ago.
It was all good just a week ago. Still no moves from Wei Yi.
Nope.
Still boring endgames in Caruana, Esipenko, and Giri, Bluebaum.
Although Giri finally did ask the question with knight c5, so we'll see what Matthias thinks about all the potential structure and/or piece changes.
Yeah, he can do nothing. This, I guess, Giri wants, although it's also hard to believe this is particularly exciting. Pragg has done all the moves you suggested. You taught him well. G6, B5, C4.
Yeah, it's... White, I think, is supposed to start doing something here, because like you can no longer comfortably pass. You will.
Do you just go for... But knight d3 is such a big...
No, this feels very iffy.
Takes 2 pawns.
Yeah.
So what am I supposed to start doing?
It's weird. The engine goes queen h6 and then just back to d2 after queen g7, which I think is quite difficult to. Yeah, I mean playing queen h6 is fine. Going back to d2 is.
Also, this I'm not sure how big a threat it is, but you don't want to allow hg having to take with the queen. So queen e7 is self-evident.
Actually, not obligatory to go all the way back. Queen.
Can you go to e3? To
e3 is playable.
Keep
g5 is playable.
Yeah, or queen g5.
Yeah. That's the way to go. And it makes sense to drive the queen away from f6 because it supports our... Also here maybe we're threatening h6, I guess. Yeah, h6, knight f5 might be a thing to consider.
A bit softening up.
Yeah, if I have options, I would like not to. I would like not to do that at all.
But what is this? h6, queen b2, yeah? Or queen e5 here?
Queen e5 maybe, yeah.
So I guess I go somewhere.
Yeah, but then like once you were starting to sacrifice the pawn on b2, it becomes a very interesting position because you're kind of obliged to give mate once that pawn is gone.
Can I keep it?
Well,
maybe rook f1.
Rook f1 or rook e2, at least to provoke the capture with the knight. Very messy position potentially, not yet, but it could become very messy quite soon. I guess maybe it's a decent moment to take a bit of a break.
Hikaru's nodding.
And come back with further action in this round 6 of the FIDE candidates here in Cyprus. So stay tuned. There's always educational and interesting videos to watch in the break, and we'll be back in a moment.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates, round number 6. And we are once again joined by our youth correspondent, Zachary Sane, who's brought us the hippest game of all, bingo.
That's a bingo. We have a fan of the candidates who has made a beautiful bingo card for us. Let's take a look. I found this super cool.
Winner decided with round to spare, but we can't clear that yet.
Yeah, but some squares have already been cleared off. Matthias Bluebaum's king, Naked and Afraid, that I guess is yesterday. Prep backfires, there's a number, I think, of candidates for that. Dubious opening? What was the dubious opening?
Define dubious.
Yeah. Excuses made for poor performance, and someone wars from the opening and suffers the entire game. Might be the same game.
How does Drawnish work? Whenever Anish draws a game?
Well,
why is it not crossed out?
I think we don't have access to chat. This maybe is somebody spamming Drawnish in chat or something.
I want to inquire about the Spidler and Gustafsson commentating drawn endgame for extra hour.
That's a long-standing tradition of our streams. We haven't really had one.
They weren't that drawn, no,
Yeah.
these Brook endgames. We've had some, but there was something going on.
Yeah.
Zero Hikaru? I don't understand.
I found my favorite square. All drawn games followed by P and Chen tweet. Yeah, we haven't had that yet, but I'm sure it's incoming.
What's Peter up to? Is he still a big freestyle chess fan, or
Probably
softening on that stance?
I haven't actually checked in with him much recently. There was obviously an unmissable stream prior to the beginning of the tournament, which I did miss. Apart from that, I don't know. I will absolutely go and check, just not right now. I need my sanity. And there was also Wei Yi mogging. I do not like the appearance of the word mogging on this bingo card. I feel like we do not want to venture into those waters. It's that way madness lies.
What's your favorite category, Zach?
My favorite category was the extra hour in a drawn endgame. I just wanted to know to labor over while commentating.
Chess games are never boring. How dare you?
There's beauty to be found in every position.
Nice media training. In other news, yesterday we made history. Canada's history was made with Hikaru's second longest think in the entire event's history. Chess Grandmaster Hikaru spent 67 minutes, not a coincidence, on a single move in a pro tournament, the second longest turn ever. Despite the deep thought, the move turned out wrong and cost him the game, showing how even top players can misjudge under pressure.
Do we know exactly which move set the record?
I think it was Sasha Grishuk in 2021. There was
Against Wang Hao, 72 minutes.
There you go.
Some people are preparing for these shows, apparently. Not familiar with the concept.
What else is going on, Zach?
That's all I have for you. We have an exciting development in one game. Personally, this is a personal opinion, but I'll let you guys choose which game to follow through with. Thank you so much, and have a blast.
Thanks, Zach, and enjoy the press conferences.
I think the one that was just behind Zach in the shot there is the one that we should pay the most attention to, because as usual, and it seems kind of impossible in a tournament where you're supposed to play solidly at least some of the time, Sindarov continues producing these unbelievably messy, hard to describe games, and today is just no exception. Once again, by move 20, I have no idea what's going on. I wonder if he has any, frankly, or if he's just trusting in his instincts and in his ability to navigate it better than his opponent.
He's trusting in Wei Yi's ability to think endlessly about every single move.
That also is true. And we did mention that the engine was kind of disagreeing with bishop takes f6, although at serious depth it doesn't really hate it nearly as much as I thought it did initially. After queen d7, the threat is queen g4. If you play rook ac1 here, for instance, a move which looks strange, but just as an example, queen g4 basically wins because you give up either a3 or e4, and then your position is just completely busted because black has better structure, more active pieces, including the rook on a8, which is very active despite still being on its starting square.
What's the difference? Why doesn't it work after rook
queen g4, rook d3 exists.
You sit like this.
Yeah, that is how the position doesn't collapse, and this is why Sindarov did not even play queen g4. He played queen e6.
Keeps the tension.
Yeah, and now there is a lot of options for white. Some of them very much to do with the idea of sacrificing the exchange on d4. Maybe not immediately, but it's definitely in the air in a lot of these positions. Play is very, very non-standard though, and I feel for Wei Yi because leaving yourself with 18 minutes here, nothing is really being controlled here. You're going to have to make a lot of very difficult decisions yet.
One decision you shouldn't make is go rook c1, because that's the same position.
Yeah, I think white could make both of the h-pawn moves here. Rook takes d4 is also playable, and somehow both h4 and h3 are not that bad. They're very different in spirit. h4 played with the intention, I guess, of either getting all the way to h5 or supporting bishop f6, g5 if it's attacked. And h3 is basically stopping queen g4 and saying you can take on c4 if you want to, but I'm stabilizing elsewhere. Let's say rook g6, bishop h4, yeah, h3.
h3 plate.
Expecting rook g6, you can take on c4 straight away, but driving the bishop away to h4 seems logical. Now we win the pawn back.
Isn't black better? Center, beautiful bishop.
A little bit, yeah. White goes rook d3, rook f d1, but this seems very slow. Yeah, I'm picking black here every single time. The bishop on d4 is monstrous, and endgames are going to be better / winning if you manage to somehow get the queens off the board. So, yeah, this is...
Again, gotta hand it to Sindarov. We were a bit critical of his bishop g4, not going for rook takes a3, but somehow he kept control, or made Wei Yi not take control. And now, at the very least, yeah, he can't be in trouble, no?
No, he is doing pretty well here, certainly, and the engine still gives white, well, roughly equality, maybe ever so slightly better for black with very precise play, but in human terms, I think you just pick black very easily. He takes on c4, seemingly straight away. Yeah, the usual. Yeah, you mentioned it yesterday, I think. Yeah, the habit of declaring your move and then not making it is maybe not the most productive, but so far it hasn't cost him anything, so I guess why gripe about it?
But why take directly? Isn't it useful to drive this bishop to stupid square? Or
yeah, and there's also a very specific reason not to, because queen takes d4 apparently allows rook takes d4 with an immediate equality.
What's that? E takes d?
E rook d1, white just has good compensation. And you can try queen takes, but then after rook d1, it also works out for white.
Is this obvious? Rook d1, c5, you do what, some e5 business, or what's happening?
c5, e5 is bad for black, like straight up bad for black, yeah. Yeah, he takes
queen takes c4 plate.
Yeah, so now Wei Yi has a chance to get back into the game completely, because, yeah, rook d4 very much switches the focus to white actually having the initiative, and...
Big if played.
Yeah, very much big if played. Even king h2 here, just beginning with rook g6 was a lot more logical, frankly.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. This bishop looks annoying, so why not kick it when you can?
Yeah, because now if you play rook g6, it doesn't force white to depart from f6 either. Weirdly, even king h2, rook g6, rook takes d4 is still fine for white, which is the illustrated, like a very...
But it's all rook takes d4 bait.
Yeah. If you don't cash this in, black will get back to the plan that we were describing. And once again against rook d1.
Rook d1, rook f6. This rook is hanging as well.
Yeah. I guess this was why we played king h2, so that queen takes d1 wasn't a check. And white is completely comfortable. Yeah, not even remotely worse. But yeah, you can't wait forever. If you don't do that, black will establish the same kind of control with rook g6. The queen probably returns to e6. Then you play maybe b6, c5, completely removing the option.
Long term black is better.
Yeah.
That's what I...
Yeah. Normally, I would say Wei Yi is one of the people I would confidently take to sacrifice the exchange here, but...
His body language is not yelling like confidence and sacrifices.
He's been a bit shaky so far in this tournament, and today as well he's been playing slowly and doesn't exude absolute confidence. That's
down to 15 minutes. Sindarov playing quickly, as we've grown accustomed to. And move coming in, no, rook d3. See, he's not.
Yeah.
He's not in sacrificial mode. And rook d3 is very clearly saying no rook takes d4.
Yeah.
Unless he gets rook fd1 and then rook takes d4. But
yeah, now we can get back to exactly the position we were discussing. Rook g6, bishop h4, b6. We can invest.
Do I need bishop h4 if rook d1, something happens?
No. No, I guess we can play b6 anyway, or queen e6 and then b6. Also, we could invest a couple of tempi in queen f8, queen g, king f8, king g8, or king f8, king g7, if we feel it might be somewhat vulnerable in the center. It just doesn't like this very much for white.
Yeah.
Understandably.
Wei Yi is still incredibly good, but he's lost his attacking flavor a bit so far in this tournament.
In this tournament, yeah, I don't know if we can draw any kind of far-reaching conclusions, but so far, specifically here, he's been somewhat subdued. Yeah, and this is not a fun position in 15 minutes.
No, once again, Sindarov is not forced to make draws if he has a chance. I think he's just playing.
Yeah,
it's not
absolutely.
possible that he wins another one.
I think, honestly, he's maybe, I don't know, saying he's already a slight favorite to win maybe is overstating things a little bit, but...
No, 15 minutes, easier to play, objectively better. Why wouldn't he be?
Yeah, and also definitely by far the more confident of them two so far in the tournament, which, as we've seen, Gary's state is a trample. And
what are his current odds of being the next world champion?
I have not checked since yesterday, and frankly, I haven't even checked yesterday. I was just told the odds.
Busy day?
Very.
Okay, let's switch around a little. In the Bluebaum Giri endgame, not a whole lot has happened, but Bluebaum did react to this knight ac5 with knight to b6. Giri keeps maneuvering, Bluebaum keeps waiting. And yeah, as long as white doesn't break through here, it's hard to see where the danger is coming from.
Yeah.
I should play this opening. It looks easy. You put your king on h6 and then you do nothing for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
No, Bluebaum very resolutely not trading anything and not committing to any structure changes which are not absolute. Oh, okay.
Here comes the knight.
I wouldn't be shocked, but...
Take, so bad is it? And then, is BA ever a move?
I don't know, you keep suggesting it. Maybe it is, but...
I mean, I'm dreaming of rook a2, rook b2. This might be the moment. Or rook c3, rook b3, whatever it was. Probably rook a2, rook b2.
Yeah, and this is also kind of an interesting moment purely in terms of what determining what Bluebaum's concept here is. Does he actually continue?
I guess he can go knight c8.
Yeah, but then after bishop d3, maybe you are starting to run out of moves a little bit. Well, I mean, we discussed the fact that bishop takes d3 is playable, but also bishop g6, I guess, is playable. Bishop h3, I mean, many things are playable, yeah.
Also, how many squares does your horsey have? Like,
not many. That is a good point, well made.
Mr. Horsey.
Good point, well made. Mr. Horsey is somewhat stuck, which I think is a decent argument in favor of knight c8, actually.
Yeah, and you're hinting at b6 or b5 just to keep white on his toes a little bit. And I wasn't joking. I think this is a strategic idea.
Yeah.
Depends on the timing, blah, blah. But
I feel like maybe I can switch to playing b6 here and then, I don't know, rook c7 and try to push for c5, but knight d3 rook, actually, yeah. Knight d3 rook c7.
But aren't you
Oh yeah, maybe I'm just
some
losing
trouble?
material now. Yeah, this is very annoying. This is very annoying and completely unnecessary for black.
Yeah, don't do that. Go away. Even the horsey on d6 can never be too bad. Keeps an eye on this. Knight b6. You can always find another square for the rook.
Yep. Yep, interesting turning, interesting moment because I'm guessing knight a4 is not particularly scary, so it is specifically BA that you have to worry about.
Oh, philosophically.
Draw agreed, by the way,
Whoa.
in the game between Prague and
Hikaru needs a
Hikaru.
breather. He did go for this move repetition, I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
knight g4, yeah, knight g, not queen g7, but against knight
this
g4.
way.
Yeah.
Same.
It's even,
Knight g4
it's even
actually
more...
forces it. We didn't see that.
It's even more forcing. And Prague also decided that he doesn't believe he is better, so this game is over. Somewhat, although this was a much more eventful and a much more interesting game than the one they played in Toronto in the first round. But the end result is once again a somewhat short draw with Prague experiencing no problems whatsoever with the black pieces against Hikaru.
Yeah, showing some nice prep. Queen f2 wasn't good, yeah, now that you alerted me to knight g4, but that's
On h6, yeah.
in the end.
We are just in time to vacate the f file so that f takes g is...
Ah, sorry, I should go to...
Yeah, that would be less good, yeah. But
Yeah,
here,
wins,
yeah, that's not good. That is not good.
All right, so we have a forced draw. Praggnanandhaa stays on 50% and Hikaru stays on -2. With 3 games in the open and 4 games in the women's section. Still going. Let's check back in with Zhongyi against Aleksandra Goryachkina.
Yeah, massive mistake by Goryachkina, by the way, this last move, which is quite surprising, honestly.
Seen this? She found knight d4.
Yeah, and Tan understandably found the best way here. She took on e2, played rook e1, and yeah, playing queen e4 here is very strange because you might notice that if you play, let's say, if you play queen e7, f3 will run into queen c5 check, and g3 always runs into queen e4. So maybe you're not creating immediate threats, but you are really not allowing f3 at all. And white maybe has to try to play bishop c3, b4, a4, b5, a5, b6. But maybe you will get your pawns to like
Can't
g4
I
and
grab my
f3.
pawns now? I like pawns, or it's still...
She will have
You
the
don't
option,
carry,
I
like-
think, in the game as well, but I'm not sure this is... Yeah, and then king f2.
Yeah.
And instead she played queen e4, which first of all allowed the immediate f3, and even after bishop c3 you can no longer somehow get back to that, or at the very least it cost you a very important tempo.
This is a similar story
Yeah,
again,
it's the same position, yeah, just
start with f3.
f3 first, queen a2. Honestly, I'm not even sure I lose after rook takes e2 here. If I go rook takes e2, just let's discuss this for 1 second. Rook takes e2, queen takes b3, rook e1 back. Put it on a1, put it on a5. Do I lose this?
No.
I'm not 100% certain I do. Maybe I do, but I'm not 100% certain. But I think maybe we don't even have to allow it.
Keep the pawn, no?
Yeah, because before and then king f2 appears to be the same position, just with an added pawn on before. So yeah, it looks like maybe queen e4 threw away a very decent chance at something.
It is the most obvious move, though.
Yeah, it is. But you really want to stop f3, don't you?
I guess so.
Yeah, so queen e7 and then start pushing on the king side. Maybe she was afraid of bishop d4. I mean, the one explanation I can find is maybe she thought bishop d4 was doing something, but yeah, we go, I don't know, g5 or f5 or something.
All right, so in spite of the blunder, Tan Zhongyi still with a good chance to hold this game. In the Bibisara versus Divya clash, h6 was taken, knight e5 was played, knight to g6, and queen to e3 directly.
I think we were showing this line, and I was
here.
trying to play queen a4. I think queen b7 maybe is a saner choice, trying to get it over to e7 and some decent squares on the other side of the board.
And if knight g4, I'm not threatening that much yet.
I guess she just wants to play queen e7. Yeah, you can take on h6 whichever way you like, but we've gotten we've gotten the most important defender closer to the king.
Even here seems legal. Yeah.
Yeah, with queen h4 or queen f6, queen f4, some g3, I guess. Having named some squares, I realized maybe I want to cut them away by playing g2, g3.
No?
Yeah, but then queen f6, I guess.
Black looks very fun.
Because now g4, I have queen f5. Queen takes d4 wasn't worrying me that much, but queen f5 is attacking everything. Yeah, seems still be to be quite playable for black.
All right. And in Vaishali Lagno, we have some weird positional battle. This now looks like some old Nimzovich games.
Yeah, I didn't quite like what Kateryna was doing. I think she... you generally don't want to play d4, d5 too early because it ossifies the opposition to such a great degree. But she seems to have stabilized since.
What's that famous Nimzovich game? That's this structure, no?
Yeah, I think so. Trying to remember. I was kind of shamed away from my knowledge and love for my system by my elders.
Your elders?
Yeah. There are some elders in my life who, every time I mention my system, become very irritated and look at me askance.
All right. But black looks fine, no? This bishop is staring down this empty diagonal. Got some space, there's no pressure on the center.
Well, I think white wants to play bishop c2 and then maybe eventually f2, f3 and open some stuff up. The knight is already on d2, which is also very useful because it supports the structure while also exerting some pressure against the pawn on e4. It looked worse than it is right now, is what I'm trying to say. I think maybe 3 or 4 moves ago, it looked like it might actually lead to some serious trouble for white, but Vaishali seems to have missed some opportunities.
Okay, so tense struggles going on here. Let's check in with our leader yet again.
Yeah, and we are observing exactly the plan that we were discussing. The bishop was driven away from f6. The king is... I'm not even sure we need it on g7, but it's... I mean, why not?
Also very unpleasant if your opponent is in mild time trouble, if you don't do anything direct, but slowly improve your position. Yeah. He's also showing he's in no hurry, and the questions will come if rook d4 is off the table now.
It's not, but it's nowhere near as good as it used to be, because black is in a much better spot to meet it. I would argue maybe you still do it, just to clarify, because if you don't, first of all, there's the plan with b6, c5, which we were discussing. Alternatively, you might have to start to worry about king g7, f5. Sorry, king g7, rook f8, f5.
I do not see Wei Yi playing rook takes d4 unless it wins or forces some tactics.
And he's gone queen h5, and now... yeah, I guess he wants queen h5, rook f3, but I'm not sure what that does, is the problem. We're not still generating really any threats. Let's say play c6. I don't even maybe need to invest in b6 anymore. We can go c5 straight away. Just go for it. Yeah, b takes, d takes, and run. Yeah, the rook on g6 is just such a monstrous defender. You can't get anything past there.
Also, with all your pieces in the way, it's not coming to h5 anytime soon.
No, you're going to get stuck, and the c pawn is going to run. And Wei Yi is doing a good job of playing reasonably quickly, but he's still down to 12 minutes. So.
You can also do this, I'm guessing. Have to go queen g5 here. Do you like that?
No, but I don't see how we exploit it.
Endgame? No. Now this is odd. All right, Sindarov in a comfortable spot. How is his closest pursuer, Caruana, doing? Rook d. What are these maneuvers? Rook d3 and back?
Yeah, I don't really know what that is. Yeah, rook d3 and knight g7, rook d1 back does not strike fear in the hearts of your enemies. Maybe he thought it's fine on d3, and then he realized, let's make a move. Put it back on d3. I think I know why he played rook d1 here. Maybe he wanted to play something like, I don't know, h4 or g4 or something. But then e5, knight d5, bishop f8. And then he realized he's running into e4 check and knight c5 check. And that he did not like very much, which is, I think, understandable.
Understandable.
So the rook went all the way back. But yeah, he doesn't appear to be...
If you give two tempi in a position where you're already very, very close to having nothing.
Yeah, but you're still not going to be worse.
You're not worse, but
So,
you're
yeah.
not going to be better.
Yeah, he went knight b5 here, which is at least somewhat concrete. And black has a... But black, of course, has a bunch of very comfortable choices. King f7 is fine. e5 is fine. a6 is fine. Like, all of the moves that come to mind are fine. I guess he wants a6
The
bishop
move
b2.
is coming to mind.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he wants a6 bishop b2 and then knight d6, but that is also not going to, you know, shock and awe too many people.
The newlywed attacks the knight. What does Fabi want? Back, you're saying?
Well, I mean, if you play knight c3 here, you really are doing extremely strange things with your time, yeah.
Also e5 is there.
Yeah. No, e5, knight d5, you still haven't lost material, but yeah. No, I'm pretty sure it's bishop b2, and then even knight takes b5, I suspect, is a draw, but you can also just go knight c5 and kind of look at your opponent quizzically. Even this and king f8.
This, to clarify.
You know,
king f8.
king f8 I think is a bit cleaner. Even this I think is completely fine as well, but why do it to yourself? Like rook b7. Here at least I can imagine some scenarios where we're not equal. Bishop d4 and like we trade b6 for a2 and we end up having to defend the pawn on b4. Even like steal a draw.
Look too bad on b4.
Yeah. Just steal a draw, yeah. All of this is a draw.
Caruana blitzes out bishop b2 back.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's try.
Knight c5, I guess knight d6. Yeah, we'll see what Andrey
I'm
does.
assuming Andrey might opt for clarity and a takes b.
Yeah.
Sort of tempting clarity. Yeah, there he goes. Especially if things aren't going your way and you can simplify a position that you shouldn't lose. Still not sure why all this hate for bishop f8, which, yeah, he also played.
Yeah. I apologize.
Quality player.
I apologize.
Also,
Yeah, trying to actually...
Trying to win with black now.
Yeah, maybe a little
Failing.
bit. Maybe a little bit over-ambitious, but yeah, I can understand the desire to make something happen in this game.
What's with your bishop? Nah.
But how are you...
Yeah, I might not catch them all. Could probably chase it.
Yeah, you could definitely give it the run around, but maybe bishop c7, rook c8, and I have to play bishop a5, but or bishop b6, whichever. As we take a look at Fabi's score against the field, which is, and we remarked upon this previously, perhaps somewhat unexpectedly a negative score, but...
It's a bit random, because he played no games almost against Sindarov, Esipenko, Bluebaum. But yeah, it's a bit surprising.
Yeah, I think we can... The suspicion is we know how this story ends.
Draw.
Draw.
Is anything happening in Giri Bluebaum? Not much, but they're finding new squares for the pieces every now and then. Knight is on d6 now. This knight returns. Bishop to g6. Why bishop g6? Okay. So
in preparation for knight
the
f4,
pawn.
I guess, yeah, and now...
Maybe we can go back to b6.
Yeah, we could if we wanted to, absolutely. Or we could try putting that knight on some squares it hasn't been to yet.
Exciting.
Oh, yeah. The engine apparently suggesting
Knight
knight e8.
e4 ever a topic? I guess.
With the
Not
rooks,
exactly crushing.
yeah, with the rooks on a7 and a8, you could maybe consider it, but still, like the position is
Still
so
in time,
solid.
yeah?
Yeah.
Knight b6
Knight
or
d6,
knight
knight b6 or knight d6 back. Yeah, no, this is not going to scare too many people.
Sorry, where were you going? You found some news.
The top line on my screen, I was just trying to figure out if there's anything to be afraid of. Pretty much any passing move appears to be fine.
What happened to old Peter's fiddler? Don't have any engines in the room. I want to explain. The human ideas.
I don't understand this endgame at all, and if I'm explaining the human ideas here, the idea will be there is nothing to do, and I don't know where to put my pieces, which is why I asked the question, and the answer did not really clarify very many things for me.
There you go. Bluebaum doesn't need any compies for knight e8.
Yeah, he knows. I just today watched the first episode of the new season of Have I Got News for You, which discussed some man's quest of parking in every single spot at a certain parking lot, and then feeling very sad when this was achieved. Feels like
that genre I've never heard of. That show, drama, comedy? Like
that's a panel quiz show.
Ah, okay. Is it British or
yes.
I've never heard of it? Ah, okay. Then.
Yes.
Understood.
So it feels like both players are undertaking something along those lines. Yeah, trying to. I wouldn't at all be surprised if both knights were on f4 by this point. It's very difficult to track their movement.
I have no idea which knight is which.
Exactly.
We can try to figure it out. Okay, let's keep a close eye on this horsey. It's on c3 now. Still on c3. Still. Okay, some movements. Now it's the other knight on
it's
c3.
The other one on this on c3, yeah.
That's on d3. b2, a4, d3. Oof, this is very. I got confused.
I'm already lost. I have no idea which one is
which. Knight is back on c3.
Yeah, but yeah.
This is like these street hustlers under which bucket.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shell game going on. Yeah.
No, but it's still.
And Matthias on the other side of the board, he knows where his rooks are supposed to be, but everything else is very much in flux. And by flux, I mean the bishop is either on f5 or on g6, and the knight is trying to occupy as many squares as possible. Which
no, it looks like the staples are rooks on an a7 and a8 and king on h6, and the other pieces you move to whatever square is available.
Yeah.
I like it. Learning stuff today.
Absolutely.
Not sure how much Matthias is enjoying himself, because he normally also wants to do stuff. But so far, it doesn't look like Anish is breaking his setup.
Yeah, and on the topic of breaking,
you want to break again?
Wei Yi actually broke the structure.
Oh,
and it does not appear to be a good break. After king h1 c5, he went
f4.
Yeah, he went f4.
So he waited until he's down to 6 minutes to finally
start doing things. Yeah,
or doing stuff.
But I mean, as far as I can tell, what he's done is just turn an equal material position into a position where he is a pawn down. Rook e8, bishop e5. I mean, I guess not bishop e5 because we don't want to give up on the g file, but rook e8 in particular. Like, why is this any good?
And Sindarov announces rook e8,
as is his wont. Yeah, bishop e5 also appears to be okay because g7 is actually a very safe square for the king. If we go takes rook d8 check, we're not achieving anything at all. So bishop e5 is very playable, but rook e8 is my first choice because this looks like a lost endgame, frankly. And if I can lure the white rook to e1, I am probably interested in that, right?
How lost is this?
Yeah,
very lost. Yeah?
But I guess very lost. Honestly, it's maybe my best choice, but
nah, don't believe it.
Out of very poor choices, yeah, I'm not really. I mean, the black structure will look incredibly ugly, but two rooks are much stronger than one rook.
Yeah.
More.
So would be strange timing to finally do it now that the e8 rook does work. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This is all very odd. And
Sindarov's just winning every game. Yeah?
He appears to be very intent on removing any intrigue by the end of the first round of the double round robin, which is overstating things a little bit. Fabi is still going to be, assuming Fabi draws today.
1.5 points behind is not decided, but
no,
it does help to win every game.
Rook e8 apparently a big mistake. Why is that? That seems a very natural move.
Fabi doesn't look impressed in Wei Yi. Bishop f2 or what?
Bishop f2 probably
Bishop
falls.
f2 blitzed out.
So bishop b5 was shockingly significantly stronger than rook e8.
Oh, we've overstated.
Yeah, the difference, I guess, being that you can't return to bishop b5 anymore because c5 is hanging.
Huh?
So the bishops are coming off the board, and if the bishops are coming off the board, we are probably saving all of these endgames. Yeah.
Drawish, yeah.
Yeah, very drawish. Rook e2, but we have, I mean, probably even rook 1 g2, honestly.
Even takes.
Or takes, yeah, and then something.
Rook g4 or whatever.
Yeah, probably rook g4 is a draw. Rook takes g6 might also be a draw, but this is probably quite clean, yeah.
Clearly a draw.
Yeah. So
he
something we're not very used to, yeah. Javokhir not calculating as cleanly as he has done for the most part of the tournament.
Could be that thoughts like f4 and f5, I'm never losing after rook e8, queen e4 crept into his head, but I mean, he wasn't playing for quote-unquote a draw. I think he just missed it.
Yeah, I think he missed how stable bishop f2 here is.
So this, and then you have time to reinforce, and you
or even push, yeah, even
push. Yeah, go c4.
Yeah, and you absolutely don't have to worry about rook d7, rook d8. Those don't do anything.
He also looks like bishop f2 came unexpected.
Yeah.
Okay, not anymore.
We can take on f2 and take on e4. I guess we should at least discuss this, but rook takes d6, I guess, is good enough.
Are you holding this?
Yeah, I was asking the same question. Either this.
He does take.
Yeah, I'm assuming he takes and then takes on e4, because what else are you going to do?
You take on c5, just dc, and we can't take again. Okay, yeah, pawn got taken. Sindarov getting up.
Yeah. Actually, he's played it so quickly and so confident that maybe he did see bishop f2 and he thinks this is...
How does white equalize? Takes.
No, I have the feeling you have to bite the bullet and take on d6, allow c4, play rook d4 there in the end. Because this looks bad. This is 2 down and we're not even guaranteed to win one of them back. So, yeah, rook f3 maybe, yeah. Queen e2. Don't like this. I think this is a worse version of things. Of course, blundered that, but yeah. Oh, that's very relevant.
Yeah, you about to make a move?
But yeah,
just take on d6.
Wei Yi taking on d6.
I like my line better.
And so apparently does our screen.
Screen not impressed with rook takes d6.
Yeah, screen began indicating very strongly that a mistake has been committed. I still don't see why. Maybe just take on d6 and take on b4 and be many pawns up, but because yeah, takes c4. I thought I'm holding with rook d4.
Another question. How is this?
King h2.
Surviving this?
I was planning to go rook d4 and claim this as a draw, but maybe it isn't. b5, yeah, rook f4 c3. Or rook f4 c3, I guess. Yeah, force me to go to f2 and then go.
I don't know if it's a draw, but even this is scary. Let's see what Sindarov does. He does take on d6.
Yeah.
And another question. Oh no, I'm hallucinating. I thought check. No, but rook e1, you have queen takes f4?
I have queen takes f4, yeah. Otherwise, yeah, he goes queen e3 very quickly.
e3, that's the move. No, he's just winning. Queen e3 is killer. Missed it, of course, but it's just kills.
Queen h4. Why is queen g3? Oof. Oof.
The king is in a box. That's my king in a box.
Yeah, now that's just over. Rook d1 we take on before, go rook e4, rook f4. Like nobody ever gets out of the box there. It's just
looks like queen e3. Also came as a bit of a surprise for Wei Yi. And yeah, queen h4 played, but queen g3 just ends the game. He also just realized.
Yeah, he has just seen it, but there's no way to avoid it anymore. You're stuck.
Whoa, Sindarov on his way to win another game. And judging by the engine bar, rook takes d6 was just a losing mistake, no?
Yeah, queen e3 is very strong. Yeah, I missed it completely, and so did Wei Yi, obviously.
Queen f1 is not pretty.
Just c5,
either.
c4, I guess, is the simplest, because you can't take, you'll get mated if you take.
Listen, but yeah, like...
Yeah.
No, it's just over.
c4 and queen this pawn, yeah. e1, g3, rook e1, yeah.
Thank you.
No, I'm just announcing what you will end. not teaching you those maneuvers. No, this is... we're witnessing the birth of legend, yeah? This is quite something. And, you know, today he actually made some, I guess you call them inaccuracies. I think it's harsh to call them mistakes, but...
He's playing quickly, confidently. Yeah. He's never in big danger. He's just playing chess. You know?
Yeah.
It's just so good.
But it's very difficult to face that when the overall level is extremely high, even if it's not at 100%, so to speak. But, yeah. And any significant mistake immediately gets punished, and sort of punished precisely and correctly.
Well, he is now running out of time and realizing he's lost.
Yeah. Rook d2 maybe is the best shot, but after c4 you still have no moves, yeah.
Fun.
Yeah. And then at some point we add queen g3 anyway. I guess, yeah.
No, he clearly calculated, maybe even saw queen e3 and thought queen h4 gives him counterplay, but this is just such a killer.
Yeah.
Stops the check.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. Queen e3 wasn't really a shock, but he thought he has a reply, but what he thought was the reply just doesn't work.
Whoa. Fabi, something along the lines we looked at happened before. Don't think white is ever winning this.
Yeah, I don't really see how.
Bishop takes b6. I guess you can go rook c2, but even e5 to keep this guy locked up. Then again, white throw an e5, e4, and here rook a6.
Yeah, I mean, it can't actually go back to d2. I think it pretty much always, any attack on the bishop gets replied to with rook b7, because rook a6, bishop d4, you go e5, rook c2, and there maybe black is better. Maybe black is winning even, because the bishop gets kicked all the way back to c1. But after rook b7, yeah, we can't really do very much about it. Yeah. I don't like allowing rook d1, d7, although I don't see how that...
Yeah, rook a8 is strange.
Yeah.
Well, also just playing rook c2 should be fine.
Yeah.
We don't want any adventures.
Should be completely fine, yeah. And Fabi looking kind of disappointed there, but I think once again, I think he has
winning every game will not improve his mood greatly. Yeah. Where he changed from queen h4 to queen f3, it's probably a better chance.
Yeah.
Hinting at the check.
But it's only one.
Still go c4. I guess it's just one check.
Yeah, it's only one check. Although now you have to worry about some queen f5 or things, yeah, king f8 maybe. I'm also curious if just taking on f3 and c4 isn't winning, but I guess you never really do that, because why would you?
Do you want to find out?
Yeah.
Play c4, queen g4 check. Yeah, king f8 looks better, giving his king more luft.
Also closer to the center for potential rook endings, which sometimes still appear on our screen here.
Yeah, the plan of queening this pawn or checkmating looks good still.
Yeah, I guess rook d1, maybe c3, queen f5, but yeah, this now just looks completely lost. I guess we lose to something like f3, maybe we lose by force to f3.
Why f3? What's the...
I don't know, gf c2 and give some mate maybe, but unnecessary, but I suspect it might work. Yeah, queen f3, king g1, and now some move. Rook e6, rook, I don't know. Might be good enough. Completely unnecessary though, as mentioned. Yeah.
King f8 played. Also, as usual, Sindarov spending around 30 seconds on these decisions. He's keeping up the pressure.
Yeah.
On the clock.
No, but choosing between f8 and h8, I think, is...
No, I'm not saying it's complicated, but he's not doubting himself.
No. No. Yeah, I think rook d1, queen f5 is maybe the only thing you can even try.
He agrees.
Yeah, but there has to be a forced win.
So what are you threatening?
With white? Nothing. Queen takes h7, I guess, but it's not really a threat as such.
Okay. We will go for just a 1-minute breather, because Vichy is here, and we want his take on the continuous rise of Sindarov. See you in a minute.
I'm here with Hikaru Nakamura after his draw against Praggnanandhaa in the 6th round of the FIDE candidates. Hikaru, a draw with the white pieces, is this some damage control after yesterday's game?
I mean, I don't know if it's damage control. I just didn't really know what was going on in the position at the end, and kind of I wasn't in the mood to play the position. I mean, it's hard to judge. I think it's probably equalish is my guess. Perfect play, but it feels like what's going to happen there is we're both going to use time, and somebody's going to make a blunder. And I mean, I've made so many blunders. I wouldn't say low on time, but at the end of games in the 6th hour, and so I just wasn't really feeling it. And a draw seemed like a reasonable result. I mean, also I would say that I was sort of surprised that Pragg didn't play on, because I thought he could also try to play on, and he's in a much better situation in the tournament than I am. So I was a little bit surprised that he took the draw as well, but that's how it goes.
And then about yesterday, of course, your comment to me about your team really kind of shook the internet a little bit, and then you went on stream as well to talk about that some more. So first up on that, how is your team situation today following that? How are things behind the scenes?
I mean, it happens. It's not a big deal. But I mean, I think there's one very important clarification. I mean, I haven't seen all the nonsense on the internet, because I don't pay attention during tournaments. But what I would say is that the position, if you look with a weak engine, like on chess.com, versus a strong engine, the evaluation, the moves are very different. So for example, on a strong engine, castles is not the top move. And it actually takes a while for the evaluation to come down. It thinks that white is much, much better, which is why my team missed it. Whereas I think a lot of people, you just go on chess.com or Lead Chess, you use one of the weaker engines, and it pops up as like the main move. So it's very important to note the distinction between the engines you're using and whether they're the supercomputers in a sense, or the engines with a lot of cores, or the weaker ones, because I think a lot of people just see it and are like, top move, how do you miss it, this, that, or the other thing, but that's just not the case. So that's one thing I would say about that specifically. But yeah, I mean, these things happen, and that's life.
And without giving away too much, you mentioned one of your team members is in the top 20 around there. But you're here, of course, with Chris Littlejohn. You travel everywhere with him. How does your team function? Like, what is the process of your prep, actually?
Well, I mean, everybody I think was here to obviously it was objectively a bad idea to play what I did, all things considered. But yeah, I mean, the team's good. I mean, everyone's fine. It's not some big deal where there's some huge like animosity or chaos or anything like that. I mean, I think anybody who's on a team working with players here knows that these things have happened. I think, frankly, every player here has had a moment like that. It's just a little unfortunate it happened in this event.
So no one's getting fired?
No, definitely not.
Thank you so much, Hikaru. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sure, no problem.
Welcome back, everybody. Vishy Anand is here, but the game between Wei Yi and Sindarov has just ended. Vishy, what happened there?
Well, I saw one position, and then next thing you know, it's over, and Sindarov wins again. It's
5.5 out of 6.
Yeah. I think it's just his opponents are not able to play a normal game anymore. It gives that feel, because certainly there were many interesting moments, but Sindarov made even the tough decisions sort of effortlessly and got here.
Very quickly. Yeah, Wei Yi has looked, okay, I guess it's also because of the results, but he has looked a bit timid even in his game against Hikaru. And today, okay, I'm not sure we caught all the moments, but Peter mentioned some rook takes d4s and some exciting stuff. So let's bring in Peter to show us how it all ended.
Yeah, let's show the viewers how the game concluded. We did see Wei Yi actually put the entire move Queen h4 on the board. It was on the board, but then he put it back without releasing the piece. No rules were broken, and eventually he settled on Queen f3. But now you're just completely busted after c5, c4. The pawn is progressing, and also the white king is very unsafe. Wei Yi played check, and then did play rook d1, c3, queen f5. So no, queen f5 wasn't played. Queen f5 was slightly stronger than the move he chose, but still completely lost. The engine goes queen g3, among other things. But he was also very low on time here, so he played queen g5, which instantly loses to f3. Queen takes, rook takes, and the problem for white is that after g takes f3, your king is actually cut off on the back rank, and black will just play rook d2, rook d1, and collect the rook for the pawn. So after trading the queens and realizing this cannot be stopped, Wei Yi just resigned. 5.5 out of 6, and honestly, looking like every single one of those wins is very well deserved. The rest of the field is probably looking a little bit, well, not looking, but feeling a little bit kind of out of it. We remarked on Fabi sitting there somewhat sad, and I don't think it was anything to do with his position. It's just that he noticed on a big board the position in the game between Wei Yi and Sindarov, and thought, not again. But yes again.
Both of you were there for the infamous 6.5 out of 7 start by Topalov in St. Louis 2005. How does it feel when you're walking past the board? You're not rooting for him to win another game, I'm assuming.
Not
Ask
really.
me who made the half.
Yes, I was about to remark on that. That is a nice one. The highlight, of any day here. But Vishy was.
Though I was busted as well.
But
it was the second round, and somehow I stayed alive with my.
It was like 85 moves long, and you scraped a draw, and I got surprised in the opening, and then I was okay, and then he very confidently refused some repetitions and continued playing in pretty much an equal position, which of course he won effortlessly against me, and the rest of the rounds looked very similar, and. By the time the second part of the tournament rolled in, not very much was even required. I think we finished +2, right? We were so far behind.
Yes.
I think we tied on +2 for second and third.
Wasn't it? No, +3.
Was it?
Yes, because I ended the first half on 50%, and then I made +3.
Ah, okay. So I scored a lot of points in that tournament. Yes. Very proud of myself.
We were only 1.5 points behind him.
Yeah. So there you go. And you at some point it just starts feeling inevitable. You just you think he got another playable position, and you kind of you say, this is probably not going to go well.
Actually, has Fabi got a chance now?
Let's check. Fabiano Caruana.
Because he got in bishop. I mean, he'll get the b pawn.
With bishop b7, he might actually get the.
So maybe black needs to play rook d6. Okay, but he did it, right?
And then we have a.
The bishop has actually not got away. Yeah, so he will take.
Yeah, you have to take.
Bishop takes. I think bishop b6 works because of e5 I have e4.
Yeah.
So rook c6, bishop d4.
No, but if we go all the way down, we can't win, right?
And then...
Surely that's... we have rook d1, though, yeah? So if rook c2, we might...
But even that bishop e7...
Yeah, but then I just go back.
Yeah, exactly.
No, this looks like you're never winning this.
Then even the 4 is not getting... I keep saying 4 versus 3. It's not...
Yeah,
it's 5
I don't think
4,
he
but
gets...
it's not getting it, yeah.
I don't think he gets the 5 versus 4, yeah. We'll see, but it currently doesn't feel like it.
We're switching to the playing hall. See what's going on there.
Is rook d1 in the current position anything? I kind of failed to notice it existed, but maybe it's not stupid. I guess you take on d1 and then rook c2, yeah.
Yes.
So white has to go rook a1, you're just never getting out of this, yeah?
Yeah, just e5, king f7, king e6, like you're just... I don't think you're getting out of this box. Unless, I mean, e4, bishop b6, king e3, king d3, but we probably can somehow stop some of that from happening.
Also,
Once the bishop gets to b6, I can even chase it, no?
as well, yes.
So it doesn't look like Caruana's winning this game. Were you excited by the Giri Bluebaum game?
I thought Bluebaum didn't really figure out how to play this position.
Okay.
And I mean, it's an immensely solid position, but somehow his pieces didn't seem to land at the right squares. But then I think he decided to just play rook a7 and be completely passive.
I thought that's what you do. You put the king on h6, rooks a7, a8, and then you do nothing.
Yeah, I thought the doubling on the a file was classy, but
stops b4 forever.
Yes.
They're move 38 now, but frankly, it doesn't look too different from move 18. Little has happened. But yeah, what plan could white try here to do something?
I mean, f5, knight e4, bishop d6, and we're back where we started, right? It's very hard to see.
Which knight is which?
It's a trick question because we don't know the answer.
Yeah.
I think I know, but I wouldn't bet too much on it. I was saying the a4 knight is actually the b1 knight, but let's check again.
So it's a double bluff, yeah.
Okay, still there.
I'm keeping an eye on it.
So far it's easy. Okay, now it moves. Now they're reversed.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, now it's the other knight. No, we're not there yet.
They were reversed.
Yeah, but now we kept track. This is a c3 knight.
I think so, yeah.
And it comes back to c3.
Yeah, Jan is on top of his game today. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
But they've both been there.
And then they re-swapped.
Yeah. Subtle maneuvering. No, but it looks like the status quo is unchanged. Okay, Giri forced Bluebaum to change from knight d7, bishop d6.
Bishop b7, knight d6.
Yeah. But it's very difficult to figure out what you're supposed to do here. I mean, you can lure one of the rooks away from the a file by playing knight b6, but it doesn't really do very much, and you're still not threatening before. I'm not sure you're ever threatening before, even if it becomes a legal move that doesn't lose material. Yeah.
Maybe. Why did everyone stop playing the Nimzo Indian? Every game is d5, e6. What's your theory?
Gosh, I don't know. Also, people change these things for no particular reason. I thought the bishop, this line was supposed to be bishop g5, bishop b4, which kind of brought it back, right? But then it seems to have settled back into
this was a thing.
This was a thing for seen it in a while. c6, e3, bishop f5, which is unusual because the Carlsbad is doing okay, but they're back to this now.
Also, if you're a lower-rated player and you want to annoy people as much as possible, the Petrov and this line, it's a solid repertoire.
Yeah.
My theory is also everybody get tired of looking at the English, so if you just go e6, d5 against everything, you sort of keep it much smaller. I don't know, I'm sure the McKenna's is fine too, but allowing this, you have one more headache to think about.
Yeah. I think maybe the McKenna's is the least attractive. I mean, almost all the other lines are almost fun for black to play, but the McKenna's can be just some tedious defending.
Not that I don't appreciate the nerding out, but there's actually pretty much every single board in the women's is extremely exciting right now. So perhaps
where you want to go?
Begin, I guess, with the Lagno Vaishali game, where Kateryna is in a lot of trouble, and she could have already pretty much straight up lost the game some moves earlier when bishop takes h3 was already working. We are kind of getting mated on the king side here. This was missed by Vaishali, which allowed white to kind of restabilize, and you kind of need to bring the knight back. The knight is needed on d2 for all kinds of reasons, but Kateryna spent too tempy on playing a5, a4 and queen d2, and now after bishop takes h3, bishop h6 maybe is the best chance. But rook f5 was very, very strong here, as was knight g5, but I think knight g5 is trickier. Vaishali, though, goes rook f7, which is also pretty solid. I guess you kind of give up on the dream of giving immediate mate, but you cannot play g takes h3, because this instantly loses to knight g5 and you get mated, which means that white played rook e3, and now we can just put it back on d7, and we're now, h3 was on the board, but is no longer on the board. So this is a big change, and Vaishali is pretty much in full control right now. This is move 31. They're down to not a lot of time for both of them. Vaishali is down to 1.5 minutes, and Kateryna has 2. But increment does exist, and also black is now, I think, very recognizably pretty much winning. So that's one turnaround.
Yeah, this game was remarkable because they went. Kateryna went c4. Which is a bit strange with that bishop, but you can understand that she doesn't want to allow c4 as black.
Yeah, maybe this was
knight d2 is possible. Yeah. Then I thought that's good enough. You bring the knight to, you move the knight, try to play f4. Of course, Vaishali tried to get f5 in very fast. But c3.
Yeah, and then d4,
and then d4. I mean, she's actually got the opportunity not to have the dead Nimzo, but she goes for the dead Nimzo.
She went for it kind of purposefully.
And built it up to that point where d4 eventually got forced to play d5 and got the, what is it, the Hubner Nimzo, right? Yeah. Which
keep thinking, does this game in the beloved book My System, is it Jiner Nimzovich? I keep trying to figure out maybe white players. Visha will rescue us, because I can't figure out. I mean, this game where he goes h5, queen d7 in this structure, but I can't.
Yeah, I don't remember the name either. But
yeah, this is just and also she went bishop g4 and f3. Yeah, now allowing bishop f3 is. Yeah, this looks like it might. This was played, yeah. Yeah, might not survive until the first time control, because you are just straight up getting mated now on the king side. This looks completely winning for black now. So Kateryna continues her kind of an up and down tournament. It's the second time she goes back to 50% from +1.
Vaishali is back to 50%.
That would be Vaishali's first win, right? Yes. She won 5 in the last candidates, but open. If she does win this one, there's a very interesting, very fighting position here in the game between Bibisara and Divya, where Divya was actually better somewhere along the lines of what we're describing, because here, instead of some kind of quiet moves, Bibisara created this passer on c6, which is actually maybe, in some cases, more of a weakness than a strength. She could have immediately played a 4 or 5 here, but the moment I saw on my screen was after this move g3, and here black has a bunch of opportunities, like queen b4 is interesting. I think rook d6 was a suggestion. She did play queen b4, but after rook c4, the engine suggests returning to d6, and it says that provoking rook c4, I guess with the idea of maybe b5 and winning this pawn is strong. They repeated a couple of times, and then instead of taking the draw with queen b4, because everybody is extremely ambitious in that tournament, on 2 minutes, Divya decides not to repeat, goes queen d8, white finally gets a 5 in. This is still a mess, but it seems like white maybe is now surviving. There was a lot of potential intricacies along the way, but also pretty, although here it's
Is white surviving after queen g5?
Queen g5, I guess. Just queen e4, because this is not hanging.
Right, okay. That
because we have rook c2, g2. Otherwise, it would have been maybe slightly dangerous. In Muzychuk against Jiner, okay, Muzychuk is back to being completely winning.
Yeah, I thought she was winning, then suddenly I saw it wasn't clear. Yeah, now it's winning again, yeah.
White kind of severely misplayed this position. This position we liked for white, but then here Jiner played knight h2 before playing h4, h5, allowing this very strong maneuver of knight d4, followed by a 5 g3, f4, and the white position starts kind of creaking. And then on move 31, g takes h5 appears to be much stronger than queen takes h5, which actually gives white decent saving chances. And had she played queen c5 here, it looks like once again she would have been very close to perhaps establishing some sort of equilibrium. But knight g4, allowing queen h3, is a very big mistake. Rook f1 mate is a strong threat. If you play king g1, you lose to h7, h5, and your setup is broken. She did play queen c1, but now
Rook
simply
f4, yeah?
you can win. You can win material even. Yeah. Queen h8 check, queen h6 check is just one check. We might have a lot of decisive games today in the women's section. And Tan is actually, the one we thought might be a decisive game, Tan is now very comfortably escaping. Because
it was a very sophisticated idea. I mean, I realized that at some point, the only way to trouble white when that pawn is on e2 is to play queen e7 and not allow b4. But even then, I couldn't see black's follow-up, but at least I couldn't see white's follow-up.
The idea, and I was trying to understand it, I thought the idea is to prevent 3 and to push something on the king side. No. The idea is to play a7, a5, fixing it on the light squares, and then you play queen a2, queen a3 takes a2 takes b3, but it cannot be blocked. Or white doesn't get to play before. In a lot of, like, after bishop d4 here, it just goes a5, and then it just goes after the queen side. Queen a3 takes a2, and it's very important to keep it on b3.
But imagine that I've taken the pawn on e2, you've taken b3. I mean, if I rotate my bishop back to c3 and keep my rook on e1, isn't there a fortress with the rook a1?
This.
Yeah, is this
with the pawn getting all the way to a4, the engine suggests it's losing. I don't know. Even this you absolutely can imagine not losing with white, because as Vishy mentioned, it reaches a2 and then it's kind of stuck. But I'm assuming we can open some sort of a second front on the king side. Let's check in with Vaishali. What? Excuse me, what?
Plus something was going on?
What?
GF, EF?
Queen d3 was played, and now the only move that wins is rook takes e3, which she did not find. Okay, this is actually a lot trickier than we thought.
Let's go to the Vaishali game. Queen d3, and she went rook f5.
Which apparently loses to rook takes f3, yeah, which is maybe not even a shock, yeah.
No. And then she went
knight g5, bishop takes g5.
And she has taken bishop takes g5, okay.
So what was the win? Rook takes e3, queen g6, I'm assuming.
Yeah, king
h8. And that just can't recapture an
yeah, f takes e, and the winning move I think is knight. No, this is impossible on like a minute. Knight f6 wins here. I guess with the idea of knight g4. But I mean, this is completely impossible. We were just assuming it's a forced mate.
And it only wins because queen g5, you take and go rook g7 and win it?
I guess. Or,
that
I mean, like, no, but that's just impossible.
Rook g7, king f2.
That is just completely impossible.
What is the line?
Yeah, knight f6 is strictly the only winning move. Queen g5, yeah, and queen g5, I think you... queen h3 wins. The endgame is better for black, but not winning. Queen h3 is winning, though. No, but that is...
Now she's losing, yeah? Every time we write off Lagno, she just wins another losing position.
Yeah.
And that would bring her to a +2, right?
So it would, yeah, she might be...
Queen going to play.
And once again, these are just very fun kind of studies.
Queen f3 maybe. Yeah?
Queen f3 g2 is the one you understand. The one you don't understand is
queen f3 bishop g6?
No.
Knight d4 or what?
Knight d2 here.
h4?
Queen f1, knight takes f1 and f4.
Oh.
But yeah, okay, this gets you disqualified, so.
Yeah.
That's nice. It's the clock, 1:48. Yeah. Okay, let's stay here till they make the time trouble. Queen f1 played. Not a good move.
Oh, black
Peter, why is this?
Just take on g3 twice. Black is winning again.
Changes the evaluate again.
What is happening?
How do you
just take on g3 twice.
Queen e3 check and rook
g5, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, she does take. That's not a tough sequence.
No, this you make. Oof. And also she gets pretty much to move 40 by the, like, she'll have to decide on something after queen g3. But I mean, you play queen e3 check and then you think. So she gets to move 40. And if you get to move 40 here, I guess you just win, right? Because
this is more twist than the crying game. But now she's just going to win. No, this looks easy.
Yeah, this looks very, very trivial.
But Lagno's queen f3 looked utterly trivial as well. So it's just
yeah, queen f3,
queen f1.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah, that's a difficult one to understand.
Queen f2, or did I finish? Just check. And queen
Rook g5,
h3,
queen h3, yeah. Yeah,
wow.
This is move 40 as well, so they can actually breathe out and, yeah.
Resign.
Well, yeah, on half an hour here, you don't miss those moves. Every single move is at tempo, so.
Oof.
Yeah, that's going to be a rough one for, honestly, both of them, but you're, like, the one who actually ends up winning a game like this is obviously a lot happier.
Yeah.
Another hot take from Peter Svidler.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a very
Bibisara and Divya, we've seen this, not too much happening.
No, it's a bit of a different position. We were playing queen e4 in some position because the rook was on the second. Where did the rooks go? d5, rook d1, and she played rook f2.
And some games are ending. Anna Muzychuk wins her game against Jiner.
So Anna's on +2.
Yeah.
Yep.
And briefly we thought Kateryna will join her on +2, but it looks like she actually will once again go back
Drop
to 50%.
50%.
Yeah.
And
where everyone is.
Goryachkina's game is also over. Yeah, they agreed to draw here. I guess she didn't see a way to.
No, there is just no way to make any progress. Everything is very soundly protected. Yeah, Bibisara was wars briefly, but is back to being okay.
We can stay here. They haven't made the time control yet, but they will soon. This is move 39.
Okay, rook takes c6.
Actually, she is back to being much worse here. Rook takes c6 is working. She had to play queen c3 on a previous move. But now, but now she's in trouble again because f6 she just goes back to c8 and eventually king h8, rook g8 happens and you come out of the corner. So black is a bunch of pawns up, like it's 3 now, right? It's actually 3. if my count is
no, it's 2.
It's only 2. Yeah, sorry, I can't actually
f6
count.
and then just rook c8.
Just rook c8, and
I mean, what's the alternative to rook c8?
Yeah, maybe she missed
H8,
maybe she missed rook c8, rook d1, king h8. But even rook f8, I think would have been quite strong there, right?
Move 40.
Yeah,
rook c8 play.
There we go.
Stops the mate.
So yeah, I think we made the time control in every single game there.
Looks like it's going to be a good day for the Indian women with Vaishali now most likely winning, Divya much better.
And both back to 50%,
Yeah, but a very heartbreaking game in the end for Kateryna because that would have propelled her to a tie for first and +2 and kind of safety zone to a degree, but now back to square one a little bit.
In the open section, of course, the news of the day is Sindarov wins another game, moves to 5.5 out of 6. We've had a draw between Nakamura and Praggnanandhaa. That leaves us with 2 not that exciting end games between Caruana and Esipenko. Fabi trying to keep track with Andrey Esipenko. Who do you think has better winning chances, Vichy, Fabi or Giri?
It's only the question of... okay, only one of them is playing Bluebaum, but still.
I'm not sure if that's an insult or a compliment.
No, he's the wall, right? Yeah, I think they're both... Well, I mean, Fabi, at least I see his next move, rook d1.
Yeah, but then, do you give up on a2, or like do you start wondering, like rook d7, or even bishop f8 as well? Yeah, I don't think it matters a great deal.
Rook d1, bishop f8. I thought rook d8.
d4.
Yeah, bishop d4. We can go e5, king f7, and
yeah. So e5 should be fine, right?
Yeah. No, immediate king f7 is also fine. I think it's not that easy to go badly wrong here with black.
Where's this bishop headed?
Back to a7, I think. Then we can chase it. I think it's a draw offer, actually, right?
He's hoping to get an e4 now.
Oh, no, maybe rook c7, rook d1 is his plan. Even though that is probably also a draw, but...
Also, if I just go king f7, I want e4.
Yeah, we want e4, and we've maybe achieved a little bit of something, but we're still stuck on a1 with no real plan. We go h5, g6, king e6, and... invite you to do something.
Finally, e4.
Very strange. He played once a move one, won convincingly, and then back to knight f3, getting nothing. What's going on there?
Yeah.
Esipenko not hesitating.
Would you have included h5, by the way? Do you, like, I understand it's completely irrelevant, but still, would you include h5 prior to playing king e6? Because now I'm playing g4, I think, with white. And
these things will come back to haunt you if later on they come back to haunt you, but I don't expect them to haunt you.
Nothing to add there. Thank you so much, Vichy, for your insights. We'll be back with these exciting endgames in a bit.
The moon is haunted.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what you saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
I'm here with Grandmaster Anna Muzychuk, who just beat one of her co-leaders, Jiner. What a game, Anna. Zhu seemed a little bit more comfortable in the opening with her prep, blitzing that out. Tell me a bit about the game.
Yes, I did expect the Italian, but I didn't expect this line with bishop e3. I think she has never played it, so I was trying to figure out over the board how to react to that.
And is this kind of like preparation that you go back, something you've seen before, or just figuring it out on the board?
Okay, these structures, they are always like familiar with some little differences, but it's not so easy to play because there are too many plans, and like it's not easy to guess what is like the right way to continue.
Was there any sort of pressure going into today's game, knowing that Zhu is also doing really well the last few games and kind of caught up to you as one of the leaders?
Yeah, I think she won the last two before this one. So yeah, she's a very strong player. She's the highest rated. She's playing with white pieces. So of course that was kind of a dangerous game, but yeah, it finished well.
And you've also had a pretty good last few games, drawing your last and then winning. So do you feel like you're on some sort of momentum?
Well, for the moment, everything's going well, of course, but the tournament is long and still more than half of the tournament to go.
And a final question, you know, one thing I've noticed at these top events is that you're consistently the player who joins us for these activities on the free day. You know, we did cheese this time, we did the cruise in Toronto. Tell me about that approach, kind of stepping away from chess and helping you in the tournament.
I think that everyone does something except preparing for the next game. Just we all do it in a different way. Yeah, for me, I just decided to join the activity with the cheese. I thought it would be fun and something new, and it's also important that it was in the hotel, so we didn't have to go anywhere.
Well, thank you very much, and we'll see you back here for the 7th round of the FIDE Women's Candidates.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates round number 6. The time trouble phase is over. We've seen a draw in Nakamura Praggnanandhaa. We have seen Sindarov extend his lead to 5.5 out of 6. And in the open section, that leaves us with the games Caruana Esipenko, which looks like a drawish endgame, and Giri Bluebaum, where the status quo hasn't really changed in the last 25 moves, but it's still a maneuvering game. In the women's section, Peter, where do we go?
Yeah, I think we can maybe, it was very hectic and we were trying to keep track of all 4 boards. So maybe return to that very dramatic final 5 moves, I guess, of the first time control in the game between Lagno and Vaishali, because there were a lot of things there. Some of them quite spectacularly beautiful.
Show us.
Yeah.
So it starts here, bishop c2, bishop f3.
Yeah, bishop c2, not a good move, but the position already is very, very busted. And I guess if Kateryna actually realized bishop f3 doesn't win simply, it might be a very good practical shot, because you're kind of inviting your opponent to play bishop f3. And then Vaishali needs to find some, honestly, kind of study-like things in order to win. ef3, we thought the game is over here, but queen d3 is a very strong move. And now the only thing that wins, apparently, is the move rook takes e3, which I think is very difficult to play in a practical game. Allowing the queen to land on g6 with check is just so counterintuitive. King h8, f takes e3, and shockingly, none of your forced moves win here. f2 check does nothing, queen has no sensible checks, but you play knight f6. And shockingly, there is just no good defense against the threat of knight g4. White is completely tied down. You can try queen g5. But then black plays queen h3, and there is an additional threat of f3, f2 now, combined with, I guess, the threat of knight g4 anyway, because d8 is protected by the knight on b7, the only piece that currently isn't participating in the attack. And white is just busted. Instead, Vaishali played the move knight g5, rook f5, which objectively just loses, because you lose your most important pawn on f3. She did play knight g5 here, which is a very decent choice. Rook takes f5 actually was winning here faster than bishop takes g5, but that wasn't played. And maybe queen g3 here or something. No, actually, this doesn't look very clean after knight h3 check. I'm missing some kind of a detail. I did see that queen g3 was strong, but understandable that Kateryna did not play it. Maybe this, yeah, maybe this. This looks actually very convincing. The checks run out, and all the endgames are, well, just a piece down endgame. But instead, Kateryna took on g5, rook takes g5, rook g3, thinking that this covers everything very comfortably, and I guess missing the move queen h3, which is by far the best practical shot, but should still lose. And one of the wins white has here is seemingly pretty straightforward. You play queen f3, and you find the move queen g2 here by the process of elimination, and from here, black needs to start trading pieces, and white just has more of them. But Kateryna panicked. She was on, well, my screen says 2 minutes. If she actually did have 2 minutes here, playing queen f1 is honestly very difficult to justify. You really shouldn't.
Yeah, that just loses the game by force to this sequence.
Yeah, and it's
which was played.
Yeah, it's not even a difficult sequence.
No.
So
Vaishali is going to win her first game.
Yeah, you can still avoid getting mated immediately by playing something like queen h3, but after queen f2 check, king h1, rook g4, for instance, or I guess rook g3 as well. Yeah. We're not worried about queen c8, queen b7, because we probably will give mate on the other side of the board. We are maybe slightly worried about, are we worried about anything at all? Maybe not. Yeah. Queen f1. But I mean, we're probably still winning after queen e3. Yeah. It's just a question of what wins fastest, but it's irrelevant. Yep. Quite comfortably getting there, even without the knight on b7, because the white defenders are also all on the other side of the board, so it's...
There must also be other ways to wrap this up, but that one wasn't bad.
Yeah. Of to king h1, yeah, and rook g3 winning, rook g4 winning. Everything else is not winning as cleanly, although black is also winning after knight d8 in that position, but why would you do that? But rook g4, rook f1, queen c2 is also very, very clean. Continuing the attack while also picking up pieces with every move, so... Yeah, she'll find something. I mean, what she chooses is not that obvious, but whatever she chooses, it's going to be good enough.
In the other game still going, Divya is much, much better against Bibisara. Is this over? I can see the bar is saying it's over.
I think it is, because you play h5, h6 to make sure you never have to worry about getting mated on the back rank, and then you start making progress everywhere, maybe slowly, but very steadily. Because white constantly has to... I would argue the white king is actually less safe of the two, and you can also maybe start threatening to make progress on the queen side. Once the pawns can be pushed, you can start pushing them. Seems completely lost, seems very difficult to imagine how you hold this. It's black has both the initiative and the material here, seemingly, after you safeguard the king by playing h5 and h6.
There you go. We just saw Matthias Bluebaum leaving the playing hall. Not much has changed in the position. This is move 44 now. Once again, for comparison, let's pick a random moment. This is move 23. So the white knights are visiting different squares. By knight b6 at some moment. But yeah, looks like Anish, and that is perfectly his right, of course, is also willing to just play a long game and wait for Matthias to slip up, but so far he hasn't put any dent in this defensive setup.
None whatsoever, yeah. Matthias did have to think in a bunch of places because he was offered some knight trades and potentially maybe some bishop trades as well, but so far he is declining all of those offers, apart from giving white the option of taking on g6, improving his pawn structure on the king side. That has been on the table for a while, but yeah, Anish understandably not in love with that idea.
About to make another knight move.
Yeah, and in the game between Fabi and Esipenko, things have actually progressed quite a bit. Not towards any kind of a decisive result, but Fabi no longer keeping the rook on a1, trying to keep the a2 pawn alive. He did pretty much immediately activate the rook to activate his pieces, but yeah,
not enough pawns left.
Yeah, b3 is falling, and the f-pawn, if the white f-pawn was already somewhere on f5, you could maybe make some argument for something, but after king e5, rook takes b3, it's very difficult to imagine white who is supposed to be better and not black.
If anybody, it's black now with this b-pawn.
Yeah, so
also
I guess...
not really, but...
Yeah.
I mean, you can bail out however you want.
Yeah, bishop c5 is probably a draw, so you can give a check on d4 and then back to c4, and that probably also just holds very comfortably. No, I mean, it will be a draw. White, but Fabio is not going to lose this position, but it's also pretty clear.
He's not going to win it either.
Yeah, pretty clear he's not going to win it either, yeah.
That means that with Sindarov on 5.5 out of 6, we're assuming Caruana draws this, would be a 1.5 point gap.
Yeah.
1.5 points doesn't sound so much, but it's 3 wins versus draws.
It's growing every day. I mean, I posted a link to our stream today with the caption, "Will he be stopped? Can he be stopped?" And those questions appear less rhetorical with every passing hour. It does feel like the field is struggling to deal with the young man.
Where are you posting these links? Where can people follow you?
I'm on Blue Sky. The natural, obviously, Blue Sky these days. So yeah, come on, people, move over. Don't you want to be around 4 million?
Thanks for helping grow our show on Blue Sky.
Yes, someone has to do it.
Yeah, Caruana taking his time here. But, yeah, that's just... That means we're back with Anish's knight on c5 and Bluebaum's rook on a8. Feels like we've been here before, but I'm not exactly sure if
Yeah,
black pieces were exactly what.
Yeah, I was about to mention this at some point during the show that this might result in some of the trickiest claims for threefold.
Threefold or move 200.
Yeah, I am really not envying the arbiters trying to figure out if it's exactly the same position. And the famous Gufeld story about marking the rooks to make sure it's the same rooks on the same squares and not the other rooks.
How does it work if it's?
It doesn't matter.
The other rooks, it's still the same position.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter, but the story exists, and therefore I must quote it.
Matthias Bluebaum is back. King h2 played by Giri. Hinting at bishop h3, which... Is that progress? Would he wait with bishop g6 or bishop h3 you actually take and go f5?
I mean, judging by how he's been treating it, I probably play bishop g6. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's much of a difference objectively.
Annoys me.
In the meantime, it's not that relevant, but Sindarov is up to 2770.
Turns out if you win every game, your rating goes up.
Yeah, he's up 25 points in this tournament. This is all absurd. I'm sorry. I'm losing my voice and laughing, but it really is completely absurd. There's been 6 rounds. He's up 25 points.
Not too surprising if his expectation is 50% and he has plus 5.
I understand, but still, it's this seems somewhat illegal. Yeah. Bluebaum going back to e8 with the knight. It's been on e8 for a while, and I mean, looks like d6 is a good square, but I guess you need to find a move, and this is a move. One option we did not mention against bishop h3, which the machine suggests, is bishop g4, which apparently is also completely playable.
A new trait.
Yeah.
At least white would get a protected passer.
Yeah.
Probably no one cares. If we take everything, I guess these DC structures are maybe...
Still completely fine. Takes on f5, still completely fine, yeah.
Because as long as the structure doesn't get changed, it's so hard to do something. But also Giri has tried every legal square for both of his knights. At some point he will have to offer some exchanges or go f3, which typically you don't want to do.
Yeah, Matthias is not allowing b4. You're not pushing e4. I mean, if he wanted to play f3, he would have played f3 by now, I would assume. Yeah, the king on h2 is very, sort of not very conducive to that.
Looks like more knight maneuvers are coming for starters. Knight back to a4.
Yeah, I guess knight d6.
In b4.
I guess knight d6.
Is he waiting for something to play bishop h3? I guess he's just making moves.
The evaluation dropped to zeros, which makes me wonder if maybe this is actually a threefold, but no, it doesn't look like it is.
I won't do the research, but the king hasn't been on h2 that often, right?
Yeah.
d6.
Normally,
the king was somewhere else all the time.
Normally, when you make a non-committal move and it goes from 0.2 to precisely 0, sometimes it indicates that the server figured out that this is now a threefold and you can claim. But no, I don't think it's the case here.
Carefully puts his king on different squares every now and then.
Yeah.
Knight d6 back. Is he going to go knight c5? Has he seen enough? I don't think so. No, knight c3.
Yeah. Is there anything white can do to make black interested?
I think f3 always changes the nature of the game, then all of a sudden.
He did play knight c3, you were correct.
You know, sometimes you see these games and around move 800 black goes for b6, c5, but we're nowhere. Nowhere near that. Also, like by playing this line is pretty much saying, I'm happy.
Yeah, that is very much part of the equation here. Yeah, you're.
So I'm not sure. Maybe it's not so much chess preparation, which also comes into it, but mental preparation. Be ready for not improving your position over 30 moves, but it cannot be broken.
Yeah. All right. Since not much is currently being changed on this board. Let's briefly revisit the Bibisara game.
I was wondering if knight c8 or knight e8.
That he is, yeah. Are we? I was about to ask, are we ever worried about allowing knight takes d5? But the answer is obviously not. We like having more pieces. Yeah, Bibisara ended up just kind of admitting, I want to say admitting defeat to a degree, apart from this, yeah. Because even queen takes d2, I think h6 is just better than queen takes d2 in every measurable way, but even this is completely winning for black. Rook d7, king g8, rook a7, rook c5. This is just over.
We can also start with this.
Yeah,
to be more annoying.
I think this is cleaner, and why not? Yeah, takes. I guess she still wants rook d7, rook a7, and if we play rook c5, she will play rook a8, rook f8, which will win her the f7 pawn, but black collects so much along the way. Yeah, like we are too many pawns up here. Rook a5, I guess. Yeah, yeah, allowing f7 was maybe unnecessary, and then rook a3. Yeah,
the rook here and improve.
Yeah. I think maybe it's actually a decent try, because I think many of us, and I'm very much including myself in that subset, are very worried about the idea of not winning some absolutely winning rook endings. So at least you're introducing a potentially an element of panic into the calculations. Black can play queen g4, of course, and just say no to the entire thing. Also pretty good, actually.
Oh, yeah, why mess around?
Yeah, because actually queen g4, maybe white cannot stop h4. And maybe you just give mate. Which would be a good argument for doing this.
A good plan.
Yeah. Which would be a very solid argument for this move, yeah. But yeah, the rook endings also appear to be completely lost.
Bibisara, of course, understands she's in trouble.
Yeah.
And is Vaishali wrapping this up?
Vaishali chose Yo1, yeah. Vaishali chose...
Queen g4 plate in the meantime.
Vaishali chose rook g3 over rook g4, yeah. And this does allow white to give some, I mean,
it's not that many checks, right?
Yeah, you can't even you can't even call them spite checks, really. They're just checks, yeah. But now you're done. Yeah. Now you're done, and black will start giving checks in response.
No, this is resigns.
Yeah. You can try queen e4, but black wins in a variety of ways. I'm sure rook h3 wins, but also queen f2 wins.
Rook f2 looks good.
Yeah. Yeah, this has to be good as well, yeah. But actually this is a bit less clean, right? Because g6 is hanging, you might have to win some very easy.
How do we feel about rook h2?
Well, how do we feel about king g1 though? Yeah. This we feel very good about, but king g1? Is there a forced mate here? I mean, we can go back to rook g3, but apart from that. No, this might force us to win some endgame, which we don't like. Although it is completely winning after rook h2 here, yeah, queen g6. We're not winning this endgame, but
yeah,
why
do this to yourself?
Yeah, why give this to white?
So what is the clean one? Queen f2.
Yeah, queen f2.
This check and resigns.
Yeah, which cannot be stopped. Yeah, queen takes g6 stops it, but yeah, that's not really a recipe for anything. Oh, bishop e4 instead of queen e4, but the reply is the same, just queen f2. And if queen d7, then you will find rook g4. It's not very difficult. Yep. When was the last pawn move in the Bluebaum game? Move 16. So we are still 18 moves away from the moment where he can claim.
Actually, not that easy to move a pawn. Yeah, f3 is a big commitment. A4, you also give up the dreams.
Yeah. No, f3 is available, and I guess you do that one if you have to do something. Anish finally does offer a bishop trade.
Let's see here before, no?
Yeah, let's see if our guesswork is correct. I'm expecting bishop g6. Yeah.
Although, yeah, this is also very reliable.
Yeah, that I think.
Set up, but why give him more jumps?
Yeah, seems completely unnecessary.
both sides managing the clock well, but okay, there's not that much to calculate. Bluebaum drinking from the bottle.
Yeah, how do we feel about drinking sparkling water during the game?
I don't think I've ever done it. I'm always going with still, but if you prefer sparkling, is that dangerous for your...
I mean, bubbles. Bubbles do happen.
Bubbles do happen. But you're always bubbly.
I am, yeah, the bubbliest.
Yeah. Bluebaum taking a moment here. But why change? Oh no, he does take. Wow.
Shocker.
That is a shocker.
And he will now play f5, and then you have to restart the count.
Yeah.
We were only 18 moves away from the dream.
Yeah.
And now we're never going to get there.
I think he knows, of course, not this position, but
yeah,
he'll have been studying the setups,
yeah,
where the strategic danger is and where there's not. But Anish will also be delighted that something changed finally after 30 moves of, it's called maneuvering. It's important to go f5 before. I mean, no knight was close to that square, but before anything happened. Then the question is, I guess, how you arrange your pieces. 'Cause knight to f6, bishop d6 also looks like a legal setup.
I think I've seen people do that. Yeah,
whatever.
Just do this, and
this knight covers this guy. The bishop goes here, and once again, do your worst.
Yeah, I definitely have seen people just do this and chill forever. F5 cannot really be attacked by anything. There's like no squares on the board.
Pawns are blocking all the attacking squares.
Yeah, h5 is sufficiently covered. F5 cannot be attacked.
And we even freed our king from h6.
And we are very unafraid of b3 before. Like, stunningly unafraid of it.
Yeah, both rooks here.
Yeah, bishop e4 chosen by Lagno in the meantime. Queen f2. I'm sure something else wins very cleanly as well, but why do anything else? Yeah, like, and now something.
Yeah, no particular need.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of failing to find mate here. Rook g3, king h1. And once again you play... Yeah, rook g5, is this... Oh, okay, she's denying the h4 square to the queen. Seems also like a decent clean solution, just creating a threat of queen h4, which cannot be stopped in any way. You play bishop g2, you lose to queen h4, rook takes g2, queen takes e7. Calculations which are not going to be particularly challenging to anyone. Yeah.
Looks quite good. We are in resignable territory. What are you so furiously typing?
Important things. Crucial things. But yeah, there's just nothing really to discuss about this position. The time trouble was incredibly dramatic and a lot more difficult than we initially assumed, but yeah, in the end, I guess if anyone was consistently better over the course of the game prior to all of these exciting events on moves 35 to 40, it was Vaishali, so maybe you can claim.
Bishop g2.
No, she knows, yeah.
No one's resigning here. Show me queen h4, rook g2.
Yeah, but instantly blitzed out, and I think you resign here, because why would you play queen h4 check if not to play rook takes g2? Yeah. She is I'm guessing she's had enough time after the first time control to find queen f3, queen g2, so she knows a very big opportunity.
Big win for Vaishali. Lagno's roller coaster ride does continue. The field, we'll have to look at the scoreboard. Feels like it's closer together than ever with this result. Anna Muzychuk did win, so she's on +2.
She's on +2, and Bibisara with a win would have gotten back to +1, but she is actually very likely to lose. In fact, pretty much, I think, guaranteed to lose from here, because after rook g8, you continue losing material. The position is just collapsing before our eyes. Not a lot of...
She will fall to 50%.
Wasn't she on 50%? Or no, she wasn't. No, she lost yesterday, right? So she was on 50% already.
Right,
she goes even further down. She actually drops into the minus, which is somewhat unexpected. She was definitely one of the more interesting and the more well-prepared players in the first, let's say, 3 rounds, and was in plus. But yeah, bad loss yesterday against Kateryna. Got out prepared in the opening, and then had a couple of opportunities to change the course of the game, didn't take them. And yeah, today seems somewhat self-inflicted. Looked like a pretty decent position, and then she had a bunch of moments where she could have bailed out, but time trouble kind of did for her, it feels like.
Yeah, Divya decided not to exchange the queens, went queen g4 with this plan. Off pawn to h4. Rook e1, h4, rook e3. I don't know, it'd still be not relaxing, at least, with this king in the corner. Gotta finish the job.
Yeah, but after rook g8, white doesn't, like, there's just no way to create a single threat for white. We are taking on g3. And obviously, you can't protect g3 because pawn endings are, white is 2 down, so, I mean, pawn endings are not very exciting here.
I'd just go h5 at some moment to finish the job, and then queen h6 would be checkmate.
Yeah. Or you could not do that.
Sounds better.
Yeah, my argument is probably for not doing that, if at all possible. Now, this is also wrapping up, which means that, yeah, Divya goes back to 50%, Bibisara goes into the minus.
Let's check back in with Fabiano Caruana. Anything happening here? Rook takes b2, rook takes b3, and rook to a3 by Esipenko. The only question is if Fabi over-pushes here, but also unlikely with his pieces so active, no?
Yeah, I mean, over-pushes what, where, to be honest. Like, I don't even understand what we're pushing. I think he is trying to find the, like, King d5 doesn't look like a winning attempt. I think he's trying to find the clean draw by this point. And I mean, those are very available, like rook d4, king c4 check, I guess, and then switch to attacking the b4 pawn. But yeah, no, you're just not better here with white.
Then what is there to do? I got nothing.
No, we are just going to watch this endgame for...
This could take hours and hours.
It genuinely could, yeah. I would not be shocked at all, because, yeah, now that Matthias restarted the clock with f6, f5.
Yeah, and he went for the setup, which
he knew, yeah.
I'm sure he knows is solid, and this, yeah, has been played before, but doesn't mean Anish can't try every possible arrangement for a long, long time.
Yeah.
But it seems like, yeah, his main strategic feature is rooks on a7, a8, never allowing b4. Everything else can be handled by the lesser pieces.
So, now that we're here, and that's the only real thing to discuss, let's talk about this for a second. In order for me to even push b3, b4, I probably need to play something like knight b1, right? Because we can't do it with the rook on the a file, because the black has 2 of them. Meaning that, like, I would like to play like rook a2, or rook a2, b2, and then b3, b4, but that drops on a3. And the only way to protect it is to play something like knight b1 or knight c2, yeah? So we
Why can't I just go, I don't know, rook c2, let's say? Maybe b6 and b4?
Oh, you found exactly what I was dreaming for.
Not sure it does anything.
Well, that's sort of the second question I was planning to ask you. How do we react to it with black? Do we care? Do we?
Let's do nothing.
Yeah, let's make some normal moves. Yeah,
whatever.
Rook e8 before.
Enough. I switch to checkmates, but.
Yeah, you could actually consider giving that up at some point and going for it.
This is very much a move.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if we ever get there, you could absolutely consider going for this. I mean, white probably.
Who's better and why?
Yeah, who knows? Knights. I mean, rook on a7 will have to be traded. It can't really join the attack.
Go a/b whenever I want.
Yeah, but what I mean is you only really have two attackers, so I'm not getting mated. I guess I go knight c5 or knight e5. Yeah, knight c5 maybe, to make sure I can trade some things.
But I have 3 pawns.
Yeah,
I don't need attackers.
Well, if you ignore it takes b5, maybe I play b5 myself and I pretend that I have an extra rook.
So let's go. No, some move, I don't know.
Yeah, it feels like this also is completely fine for black. F4 or f4 seems logical. Just continue pushing the things that need to be pushed.
Pawn gets here, some threats will appear. Far from frost, but just if white abandons everything else too much, now black can have some counterplay.
Yeah, and if we imagine before black reacting in a bad, let's say you play rook e8 before and you take on a2, are we worse? If we are very compliant, if we actually do what white is asking us.
Still take on g3, but assuming we're not.
Yeah, assuming we're not allowed to take on g3 here. Yeah. Is this something?
Yeah, I guess we're worse. No,
yeah, I guess we are, because b5 is happening and rook a7 needs to be watched. And, yeah.
This we don't want.
No, this we don't want at all. Yeah.
So finding some sort of source of counterplay does matter, but okay, these moves are sort of obvious.
Yeah. No, but it's interesting that maybe you actually might have to do it, right? Because, or maybe you can park the bishop on c7 and then you can never play knight b6.
Don't love that square.
Neither do I, yeah, but...
One day maybe knight b7, rook c6 is there with all this stuff here.
No, my slight argument against... I'm very much with you about on the topic of knight e4 and rook g8, but it is sort of against the way Bluebaum has been playing this game so far.
Okay, but still chess, no?
It is, okay.
And I wouldn't even be too shocked. I don't know what he's looked at, but if he's aware of these motives, like, because all these positions, once again, you can't analyze the moves, but they all look very similar.
Yeah, in the meantime, that we expected, so she's back to parity, as is Vaishali. So as you mentioned, when Vishy was here, a very good day for the Indian women who were somewhat struggling until today. And Fabi did find a force draw somewhere.
Queen d7, queen f4. Nice final touch.
Yeah.
Here, why is it resigned so of a sudden?
H takes G, I guess, and we give mate.
That's a good idea.
Pretty decent, yeah. And if rook f3, I will take on f3 for style points.
Wow.
No, not very many style points, frankly. This is very trivial.
Half a style point.
Half a style point, exactly, yeah.
Caruana also gets half a point. Not what he was hoping for, but... Yeah. Was just neutralized today. I don't think he ever got anything, really.
Yeah.
I'm assuming showed some nice homework, nothing fancy, but just to clean this lineup. And, yeah, Fabi didn't get anywhere very close to asking a question.
Yeah, in particular, once he played knight c3, if we are to discuss this game at all, I think the one turning point maybe worth discussing is you play e4 here, bishop c6, machine is playing e5. And trying for some kind of knight g2, knight e4 stuff. Knight g2 tried to put it either on e4 or on c4. shows that black is normally fine in these types of positions.
I'm always very worried to put the pawn here with white, but...
yeah, but you play a chess game at least, yeah. And once he went for the endgame, he went for, I think it was just... You kind of knew it was absolutely nothing, and Andrey, as you correctly said it from the very beginning, Andrey is not the player to...
Yeah, in these positions you don't catch him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just not going to misplay them too badly.
Fabi, enough. Knight f3, cute. We understand you have some nice ideas in d5, c4, d4. No one's going there. Bring e4 back.
Yes.
What are you so worried about? Some slow Spanish?
No. I can answer. Not having anything to do with Team Caruana.
Esipenko is not even playing the Petrov, no? I'm not sure if he does Berlin. No, he does different things, of course. e4 is not winning the game.
No.
But to my mind, and I understand, it's a bit too simplistic, but e4 Caruana is so much scarier than knight f3 Caruana.
Yeah. I'm looking kind of casting back to figure out where he beat me over the years, and I think I lost to e4 Caruana once and to d4 Caruana twice. As far as I can remember, he beat me in 2 different Grunfelds, and I also lost a very sharp Sicilian to him once.
No, if there were more Grunfeld players, I would be advocating for 1 d4, but I'm not sure you find that many in this field.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Call out after call out. What can you do?
What's Bluebaum doing? Put the king on g7? I don't like it. I want rook g8 and checkmate.
Yeah, Anish has just played knight a4, c5, and then put it back on a4, so not very
Anish
much.
is also making a lot of empty gestures so far.
Yeah, not a lot is happening. Yeah, I was wondering if he's going knight ac5 to play rook a b2 and then push b4, but...
Not yet.
Not yet, no. I think, I mean, sort of the prescribed method here is, I'm assuming, somehow get to a situation where both of you are on 2 minutes, and then you open up something.
Yeah, once again, you should go king h6. Isn't that repeating the position? Because he did go for this rook cc2. And now he's implying...
Yeah, knight just returns to f6 voluntarily.
Ah, but Anish goes back to... back to square one.
Back to c3, yeah. No, I think Anish is kind of hoping to get this into actual time trouble situation somehow, and then
it's not like Bluebaum is a very weak blitz player.
No, I'm well aware. But as I mentioned, I think the concept is you don't open the position when your opponent has enough time to calculate cleanly, and you somehow shuffle forever, hoping to get them down to like at least 5, maybe 2.
But I don't think.
But I don't know
that's necessarily happening with 30 seconds per move, and also if it becomes mano a mano there, I'm not sure Anish wants it. I mean, like, okay, with 30 seconds per move, there's no big time trouble looming.
Yeah.
But Bluebaum for now seems to be committed to moving the knight between f6 and e4.
But also,
I think he's done thinking.
How do you even make him think here? Like, how is he supposed to spend 25 minutes in this position?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure I'm in love with the king on g7, but it probably feels covering f7 is more important than covering h5 for now. Yeah, there's nothing to talk about. It's not the prettiest line or the most exciting, but it's also not easy to neutralize Anish with the black pieces, and so far he's doing that.
Yeah.
That's our final game, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everything is done in the women's.
Exciting.
3 decisive results.
Knight b2.
Today.
I think at this point I'm tapping out in the which knight is which competition. Let's move 58. Let's see. Keep your eyes on the c3 knight. Still there, still there, still there, still there. Okay. It's on b2. It's on b2. It's on c3.
c5. Back to
c6.
Yeah.
c5. a4. c3. c5. a4. c3. e2.
Okay,
the
so
e2 knight is the c3 knight.
Yeah, so currently they are sort of swapped, yeah.
No, they've swapped plenty. Knight a4, once again, hinting at knight b6 and b4 with the knight on e2 now.
I guess, yeah, we've prevented all the sacrifices on g3, but
we throw in rook a6, no, to say, okay.
Yeah.
Put your knight here.
We could absolutely throw in rook a6 at some point, yeah. Knight c5, go back to a7 happily.
No, Bluebaum sticks to the back and forth plan.
The tried and tested,
and
yeah.
Giri goes knight c3 back. Hasn't he been doing this quite a bit by now?
Yeah, he paused a little bit, but there's definitely no threefold here, because I think the knights were...
he swapped.
Yeah, knights were differently positioned, yeah.
It's the other knight doing the business now.
Yeah, and yeah. For
what does he want though after knight e4? He doesn't want to take, I'm assuming.
No, I don't
worse.
So. Well,
maybe he doesn't want anything in particular.
How much worse are you even there? But I mean,
okay.
you never do it though. Like.
I'm not sure you want to find out if Black can actually win this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight e4 back. Bluebaum's committed to the knight e4, knight f6 strategy. It's much easier to keep track of.
He found his two moves and he is making them, yeah.
Also, Anish doesn't look inspired calculating lines. He looks broken by his opening now. It feels very much that Matthias was also very ready for this setup with the knight on f6, bishop on d6, bishop swapped. He actually feels more comfortable now. And king f3.
Yeah, a new attempt at something. I don't quite know what.
I guess knight f6 will come, or is that actually wrong? Then knight f4, and we can't comfortably jump back.
Well, we'll put the king. Yeah, you've always wanted the king on h6, so let's just put it back on h6. And, yeah.
How many? San Pellegrino out of
exactly,
the bottle
yeah.
can one person drink?
This is, I'm assuming, his second bottle, or maybe third.
I think there's a lot of bottles under that table. So this moves 61.
Yeah, but the count got restarted when?
Yeah, where? Move 50. When?
Move 50, yeah. No, I was just for my peace of mind.
Yeah. Back.
For my peace of mind. Knight f6 back, and
rook a2.
I think it already was on a2.
Think about this.
Rook.
Did it?
I think it's already on
also
a2.
starting to hallucinate? Yeah, it's there already. Knight f4, king h6 will happen. Then we can go back to the knight e4 strategy.
Yeah. Exciting times ahead.
Seen any good movies recently?
I have, but I can never remember. I mean, I've been trying to go through the classics I haven't seen, so I watched North by Northeast. I watched 3 Days of the Condor. I'm doing some random sampling of things I think supposed to have watched by this point in my life, but haven't.
I think I've seen those movies. 3 Days of the Condor is Robert Redford.
Yeah, it's a lot weirder than I assumed, but good.
All right. What's that? 70s?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Early 70s, I think.
A lot of our players weren't even born in the early 70s.
Yeah. Even a lot of our casters were not born in the early 70s. Which is the shocking part here. How well booked up are you on Oscar nominees this year?
Isn't it over already?
I know, but like, have you seen all of the major ones?
No, I've just seen Sinners and one battle after another, so not very well booked up. Like both of them.
Yeah.
Didn't like one battle twice, and then somehow it improved.
Yeah, I've been postponing that. I did see Sinners in the theater when pretty much immediately after it came out. I was in the States, luckily, so that was good. It also reminded me weirdly, and I understand this is a very simplistic comparison, but one of the formative movies for me growing up absolutely was From Dusk Till Dawn. And there are certain parallels between the two.
Really?
Yeah. What? Is this like something you cannot mention because everybody mentions it, or?
No. Yeah, it's both. I actually watched Sinners in a cinema in Bangkok, as you do, as Sinners in Bangkok. But I started that operation at around, I think it was, the movie started at midnight, and the first hour nothing happens. It's beautifully shot and so on.
Yeah.
But I got so sleepy, I thought I need to get in there and go to sleep. And I think I left like 5 minutes before the vampires showed up. So I caught up later in home cinema. But I missed all the vampires.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some reviews which suggest that without vampires the movie would have been a lot better, but...
Nah, like vampires.
Yeah.
Anish, not a big fan.
Is he not?
No. Doesn't like them. Doesn't trust them.
Well...
Doesn't talk to them. Knight f4 played. But that we anticipated. I'm assuming king h6. And then we're ready to jump again. Why is my computer screen giving so much plus? Has anything changed, or he just likes?
I have no idea. Let me check. Mine doesn't, but what's your depth here?
31.
Ah, so it's...
King h6 splits out?
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't think anything happens.
93, and I guess we go back.
I can't see anything happening on my screen. Yeah, it just gives infinite lines of 0.3.
Yeah.
Yours is higher, which is somewhat alarming. I don't know why.
I should mention for clarity, I can't see any lines here, but I can see the number which is used to produce that little graphical display on the side of the board, where if you see more white, it means the computer thinks white is slightly better. But it doesn't look like there's much changing, and Matthias is back to his favorite strategy, 93 and 94.
91? Knight b1? No. I was wondering if some new squares are going to be visited.
Anish keeping a firm grip on the f4 square.
True words have never been spoken.
Maybe you could start thinking about some 95s and knight f4s.
And then?
They don't bother him that much. Oh, yeah.
Maybe king f4 here. Oh, hang on.
Oh, king f4 was legal. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're making progress.
We're probably lost.
Why would we be lost? Come on.
Yeah,
king takes you have knight h6 check. That is not fair. You didn't even see it existed, but you do have knight h6 check. But then after knight f4, maybe we are better with white, no? But knight h6 is a bit painful, yeah.
This is tricky. Did not see that.
This is a bit painful.
And now he's smelt the rat and gone king g7, preparing king h6. Or knight f6. He's also looking at Anish. Is this a new water bottle every time?
How many water bottles does he have there?
Do you get unlimited San Pellegrino if you're playing in the candidates tournament? At least 5,000 for the draw is nice, but unlimited San Pellegrino, that's...
Yeah. That is a lap of luxury right there.
Yeah.
Important not to blunder bishop takes a3 and 92 checks somewhere, but
it does feel like. I mean,
well, not here obviously, but like you can maybe misplace some pieces.
There's been any FA, FO coming anytime soon, but it could very much happen.
Yeah. Back to playing knight f6.
With a knight on f6, we have fewer tactics. But I think it will be back.
And Bluebaum actually producing this kind of glance at Anish every time he makes a move.
Yeah, he's saying, come on. I've told you my plan. I've told you I know you can't do anything. I've drank 8 liters of San Pellegrino. What else do you want from me?
Yeah.
I also appreciate that he is wearing his badge, but the wrong way around.
Yeah. I feel like by round 6, maybe he does not need to.
We know.
Convince the guards very much that he belongs here.
Not that many people with that haircut in this hotel. Anish decides now is the time for an intense investigation of the position.
And goes King G2.
King G2 back.
Yeah. Now this is sort of, I think, very useful for the comedy stylings, but I have no idea because he is like falling steadily behind on the clock.
Continuing the game, but yeah, he's also not putting pressure. Bluebaum, if anything, is fairly practical. As long as doesn't see any threat, he will go knight e4, knight f6, and say, or king h6, king g7. More power to you.
Absolutely.
And here comes the knight again. Maybe Anish was pretending he wants to go f3 now, but who are we kidding?
Does he though?
No.
I mean, it probably doesn't really introduce any real risk into the position either, because like you never have enough pieces to attack the e3 pawn.
Okay, but you're not helping. You're never ever getting e4 or g4 either. So
well, you're
taking the square.
You push the knight away, and now black will have to find new squares,
waiting moves.
New squares for his pieces. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't see it happening.
I'm willing.
At least not yet. Maybe around move 94.
I was going to say I'm willing to bet it will happen eventually in this game.
I don't know.
No, the point by this point it feels like you can no longer really offer a draw, right? Because if you offer a draw here, why haven't you done it 2.5 hours ago?
No, I think if you're white, you can always offer a draw, but Bluebaum is pretty much offering a draw with every every move.
I'm talking specifically about Anish and not about the evaluation of the position, but about having invested so much of everybody's time and energy into making all of these shuffles.
No, I think he's committed to just playing this on
precisely
forever. I'm just not sure if he's helping his chances. It looks like he's getting more tired from this stuff than Bluebaum.
And if you're committed to playing on, then eventually I think you're committed to changing something in the position. And the one change you can do somewhat safely is to play f2, f3.
Okay, the knight goes away. I don't know. I feel it limits. Well, you can't limit your chances if there's nothing else you can do, but just gives you more weaknesses. Knight f6. Now, I can't see into the future, but knight e4 being the next black move would not stun me.
No. The knight might go to f3.
Okay, good.
Which it hasn't visited. Actually, it hasn't visited at all. Yeah, the g1 knight went to e2 in this game. So that would actually be a new square to cover with.
That's nice. Maybe Anish is playing
Knight's
little
quest,
side quests.
Yeah.
Like, have I been on g1, h2? Can't get to h1.
Yeah, h1 is just off limits now, which is why you play f3. So you go knight g1, knight h3, f3. Then you go knight f2, knight h1, and you cover that corner maybe somewhat sufficiently. Yeah.
By the way, Anish obviously perfectly in his rights, and I think it's completely normal what he's doing to play this position on forever and decide when he feels is the time to change something.
Yeah, no,
of course, you have to win points, and Bluebaum chose to defend this solid but passive position forever, then he's making him defend it. So,
no, he is.
While we might be slightly mocking, it's not like there's anything wrong with what either side is doing at all.
Yeah. No, well, really, we're mocking the position, not what Anish is doing. Yeah, it's just, it feels a bit comical because really there appears to be no rhyme or reason to the moves he is choosing. Like
No, I don't think he necessarily thinks every move is the pick.
Yeah,
is a part of his big masterpiece. He's just
also
keeping it going.
Like Rook D1, Rook D3 does appear to be sort of an invitation. Like you're misplacing your rook. Like it has no business being on D3.
No.
So
pretending he wants F3 again, but who are we kidding?
Yeah, but the problem is, even if this is being played with the intention of provoking Bluebaum into some sort of action, there's just no action available to black.
Won't.
Yeah, he also doesn't want to, but even if he wanted to, there's just like maybe 6, C5, but that probably ruins your position forever.
Man, probably too early. Also with black, normally this you do around move 100. For now, you go back. And knight C2.
Knight F3.
No.
Okay,
nothing.
so now he wants Rook B2 and B4. Rook A2 and Rook A1 from happening. Knight F6, we go Knight C1. No. Too early.
Sorry, Knight C1.
Can't make such blunders, come on. And B4 here.
Oh, and you're much worse.
Probably. Honestly, very likely I am much worse now. But why?
Do not know. Maybe I'm in time to go B5? No. Oh no, I don't need B5. Hang on. Nah, maybe much worse. Was an exaggeration.
He has played Rook A B2.
Yeah.
So I think maybe he is headed in that direction, but yeah, that direction
trying
is
to change our tune a little bit to clear the D6 square just in case.
I think it
bluffing.
might be a good idea to give yourself the D6 square here.
Although it's a bit of a triumph to not make him go Knight F6 back already. Also typical part of the strategy. He doesn't know if he really wants to play B4, but you can at least hint at it and make Bluebaum think about it a bit.
Absolutely.
But yeah, nothing particularly wrong with Bishop E7 either, just to get ready for this. Yeah, you can even wait like that.
Yep.
And now B4, when the knight can jump here, I think it becomes a lot less attractive. Also, I keep doing it while allowing Rook A2, but...
I mean, Rook A2 doesn't really win the game because we have Rook DB3, but yeah, generally you probably don't want to do that.
I keep looking for the right moment to go on a break, but there's too much happening on the board, so it feels impossible.
We are glued to our chairs here.
Glued? No, but now Matthias is thinking a bit.
Yeah.
He understands.
So have we actually
phantom
solved the mystery of what is written?
Oh, Rook A6.
Of what is written on his pocket?
It looks like Svane, I think.
But
Rasmus Svane is his sponsor in order to get the pleasure of experiencing the candidates and being able to help him. No, I don't know, but...
It says Ane, but I have a feeling it probably is not Svane, but we don't know what it is, yeah. We maybe send
it's always hidden.
Yeah,
if we would ever take that badge off, we would know.
Yeah, we could send somebody in to investigate.
Probably the sponsor would prefer if you could read it once per round.
Yeah, it's just always hidden by the strap, yeah. No way to find out what it is, regrettably. We shall never know.
And Rook A6 played, what's that about?
I think shocking Anish by moving one of those pieces and hoping that
I didn't even know these were allowed to move.
Yeah, he just never recovers from the betrayal.
Does he want to go here?
I mean, it's
he could.
Legal, but yeah, I don't know if he wants to. It's maybe strong. So shall we actually take a bit of a breather and see if we can cajole them to change something in the structure by us not being in the studio?
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance of us losing our massive audience with this excitement going on. They will all be back in 5 minutes, And so will we. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back with all the remaining games of the FIDE candidates in a couple minutes.
See you then.
By 2016, the modern candidates format had settled into a clear structure. 8 players face each other twice over 14 rounds to determine the challenger. The tournament returned to Moscow, a city deeply tied to the history of the championship cycle. Yet the landscape of elite chess had changed. Magnus Carlsen was firmly established as world champion, and the question was no longer whether he would dominate the era, but who could mount a credible challenge. The field combined experienced and first-time contenders. Vishwanathan Anand, Levin Aronian, and Veselin Topalov brought long-standing elite credentials. However, the tournament's character was shaped by 3 notable debutants. Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri, and Fabiano Caruana entered their first candidates with realistic ambitions. Through the early rounds, no one broke away. Giri drew every game, others surged briefly and then receded. Gradually, the standings compressed around Sergei Karyakin and Fabiano Caruana. After 13 rounds, they were tied for the first place, and the final pairing set them against each other. The tournament would be decided directly. The game was unbalanced and sharp, and Karyakin's key decisions came when time trouble and tension intersected. He accepted complications, found a beautiful and practical pawn sacrifice, and when Caruana made a major error, Karyakin did not hesitate. The attack became decisive and the result sealed. With that victory, Karyakin finished clear first and earned the right to challenge Carlsen. Later that year in New York, Karyakin would take the lead in the World Championship match before losing in rapid tiebreaks. Moscow 2016 remains defined by control under pressure and by a final round thrill to the end. A missed chance for Caruana, but it was not the end of his candidate's story. 2 years later, he would return to the candidates and this time emerge as the challenger.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates round. I can't speak anymore. FIDE candidates round number 6, where 4 hours ago Javokhir Sindarov won his game against Wei Yi, extending his lead to 5.5 out of 6, because Fabiano Caruana could not win his game against Andrey. Esipenko, Praggnanandhaa against Nakamura, also in a draw. In the women's section, we've seen 3 decisive results, with Muzychuk, Vaishali and Divya all winning their games with only 1 draw. And that leaves us with 1 game remaining. That is 1 move after another in the Giri versus Bluebaum Karlsbad structure. Currently on move 75. For comparison, this is move 50. Show this position 25 moves ago. And this is move 25. So the action is moving slowly. It's a slow burn.
Yeah.
But we're still expecting great things. The knight just went to b1.
Yeah. Some new squares are being explored by the white knights. Of course, there's no way of telling. I mean, there is a way of telling, but we're not going to do it again. Which knight it is on b1 currently. And yeah, I'm
a bit curious now.
I do not want to hazard a guess, honestly. I have no idea. I lost track of a long time ago. Anish at some point kind of faked a desire to play b3 before.
But and then, that was clearly fake.
Yeah, and then bailed on it. But now maybe he's doing it again. Rook b2 and... although, yeah, with the a2 square not covered, I don't think you ever play b3 before. It's just not feasible.
Could also go back to plan B, go rook a6. I guess he's trying to find a position where one of the waiting moves Bluebaum will give him a chance to do something. But I'm not sure after knight f6 if now is the time.
Yeah, I mean, you always have rook d3, b3. You actually are probably still more or less completely safe, but yeah, just you go b5 here, or maybe black plays b5.
Yeah, or b6, I don't know, maybe. But Bluebaum goes back to rook a6, that whenever he feels b4 is looming, he goes rook a6. Not sure why, maybe he wants to hint at b4, rook b6, or what his point is, but... Yeah, Anish also... He teases, but he doesn't really ever think about really going b4.
At least not very seriously. Yeah. He did manage to knock, I think, like 3 minutes off Bluebaum's clock by the shuffling, and also I think by Bluebaum maybe leaving the playing venue and perhaps going to the bathroom. I think is a likely cause of him losing 3 minutes on the clock. But yeah, and this is somewhat relevant because, as I already mentioned, and I understand it's not breaking news anymore. You are supposed to somehow wait until your opponent is in time trouble, but so far the only person likely to be in any kind of time trouble in this game, I think, is Anish.
Well, he's also not in any particular danger. He can always make a random move. They get 30 seconds per move now. Well, they are exploring new horizons. Rook to b6.
Yeah.
That does stop b4.
Yeah, that very conclusively puts paid to any kind of b4 shenanigans for the time being. And also, I want to mention, we were kind of joking, but the clock has been restarted on move 50 with black playing f6, f5. This is now move 80.
That's true.
Yeah, we're
getting there.
We're further along to the claim we are from the beginning of the claim period, so to speak. I guess he goes back to a6. I don't know. I am not expecting him to keep it on b6.
I haven't played king h6 for a while.
That is true. That is true. And it's an exciting new opportunity for him, which I'm sure he is.
No, rook a6, you were right.
Yeah, I think he just found new and very convenient passing moves, and he is going to use them because the knight is good on e4.
Knight c3.
Yeah, the other knight would have been a problem, actually. Yeah. Blundering the pawn on a3 is ill-advised. But we don't have to react.
Can we do something wrong? I think rook b6 still looks very decent.
Still completely fine, I think. Yeah, just put it back on a6, knight c5, put it back on a7.
I'm sure we've been here before.
Yeah, we've not with the knight on b1. Yeah,
and maybe this is a situation where you can
takes rook a2.
Start thinking about this. Yeah, rook c2, whatever.
Yeah, takes b5. I think we're still completely fine.
Typically, this is how white loses these games. The round move 10,000. Black goes b6, takes over on the queen side.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, even b6, yeah. Yeah, well, no, the question is whether Anish ever actually does something, or if he continues shuffling and then looks up and realizes he is down to 7 minutes and Bluebaum is back on 27 and thinks, yeah, maybe not.
I don't know, he seems fairly committed to the bit. But I wasn't joking about Black winning these games like that. I recall
I am well
very
aware.
similar games, like Wenjun, I think, won a game like that around move 100 by then going b6, c5 when White finally tried something on the queen side. And I'm not sure. That's part of Bluebaum's master plan, but I do think if he chose his line, he is aware that there can be potential for play if White ever does open the queen side.
Yeah.
Rook is back on b6. Now, yeah, you could start this operation.
Start the procedure.
I don't know if you want to go here, live a little, but that looks somewhat uncalled for. It's probably fine, but
it looks fine, honestly. Yeah, but maybe White can now somehow force you to take on c3, and this maybe you wouldn't like all that much. Although I don't see how.
This is still hanging.
Yeah, you can't actually like I was trying to solve that. Oh no, if 3 knight c3. No, we don't have.
I don't see how you do it.
Yeah,
looks decent actually in you.
Yeah, we could maybe try to solve this problem. But f3. You even
we can't even
3. Yeah, no, I'm not doing this. At a4, I'm pretty sure Matthias just blitzes.
Gives Bluebaum something to think about, but probably rook a6 will be blitzed out. I don't think.
Yeah.
That curious.
Yeah, I don't feel like he is that adventurous here. How dead is 6 queen c2?
6 queen c2?
I'm questioning everything now, but like, can we maybe not play this endgame?
No, maybe.
I think I did this against Hare Krishna
Bluebaum's next white game, black game, we can find out.
Yeah,
I've certainly played this when I felt people were threatening this, but I can't give you an update.
I think I beat Hare Krishna in a Bundesliga game once by playing queen c2 here because I was scared absolutely to death of bishop f5 appearing on the board.
And such games aren't like making people any less scared.
Yeah.
Okay, he's thinking about something.
Who, Anish?
Yeah. Also, I'm sure Anish has a concept for this, but probably wasn't that high on his bingo card, because Bluebaum's played plenty of these positions, but he's always played. Should we say
just normal castles,
normal sort of stuff.
So yeah, if this wasn't altogether expected, then you can absolutely see how Anish played what is supposed to be the important, correct main move on move 6. But yeah, no. Once this is being shown, I think we will not see a.
Not sure many people will be in the mood for this, but who knows? Like, you can ask a question anywhere.
Every now and again.
So far, Bluebaum is holding his ground here.
Yeah.
Still, the game is not over.
No, absolutely not. No.
So maybe they ran out of San Pellegrino in the restroom, and now is to find a new source of water.
Yeah. Hydration is very important, but honestly, I am very impressed by Bluebaum's water intake during this game, because for me personally, I felt like, if there's any risk of at some point being in time trouble, you don't want to overdrink, It's risky.
No, I agree. And it does look like he's taking. No bottle with him.
And also Rook A6 blitzed out, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook B5. Rook B5 not
helping us to spice it up. And Giri goes back.
Maybe this is what Anish was thinking about.
I'm going back.
About maybe
wrapping it up.
Although, yeah, maybe not.
Nah. We have come so far.
But in the end, it didn't even matter.
We're not invincible. It's getting tougher to open that bottle, and
there
is the handshake.
Yeah,
Anish resigns.
Yeah, Anish does something which you normally don't see people do, which is offer a draw without making a move. But yeah, you are allowed in this position.
No, I think people understood what was going on there and probably did say, I offer a draw. Now, let's go through the game move by move.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely, but not before we have the board on screen, because the viewers must not be allowed to lose a single moment of this riveting analysis.
For this excitement, but joking aside, I think it was an important game for Bluebaum to stabilize a bit after losing yesterday's game against Fabi.
And also second
draw
black in a row, yeah.
player with the black pieces. Yes, surviving this one, he does look relieved.
Yeah.
Stays on -1, but it is a world-class field, and yeah, he does look very happy with this draw. For Anish, sure he had higher hopes, but once again, you can't plan. You can't just write down 1-0 whenever you face Bluebaum or Esipenko. These guys are pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think that's how anything works. Anish still on 50%, winning that very important game with black against Andrey Esipenko in round 4 to bounce back from his first round loss against Prague. But so far, really, the story of the tournament, if we have to mention the currently absent on our screen elephant in the room, the story of the tournament is there's somebody on 5.5 out of 6, winning 4 games in a row as well. He won his round 1 game and then drew, by the way, with white against Bluebaum. Speaking of white games against Bluebaum, currently the only game Javokhir Sindarov has not won.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody this happy after such a game.
Yeah, he is remarkably cheerful. It's kind
Never seen Matthias this happy, period.
It is very adorable, yeah, just how cheerful he is.
Maybe he overdrank that water.
Yeah, that is.
No, but good job by him defending that position, not giving Anish anything to work with. The arbiters are very cheerful. It is over. Let's have a look at the results of the round.
That'll be on your screen in a moment, but we can announce them verbally or just look at the graphic. Yeah, only one decisive game today in the open section, but it was compensated in the women's, where we've had 3. Sindarov winning yet again with black, and in the women's section, black actually winning 3 out of 4 and coming very close to winning 4 out of 4.
Scored +4 today over both.
And should have scored
sections.
+5 potentially, because Goryachkina was at a certain point pretty, I think, winning, frankly. Although it was a lot more tricky than we initially thought after Dan missed that very nice tactical shot.
Let's have a look at the standings in the open section.
Yeah, and both standings actually side by side, and a gap opening in both sections actually, with Sindarov 1.5 points ahead of Fabiano Caruana, and only two people in plus in the open, and only one person in plus, weirdly, in the women's after today's bloodbath, with Muzychuk emerging a clear leader on +2 and
joining this tournament last minute. Prep is overrated. Is this her Denmark 92 story?
So far, seems very much like it, yeah. And Bibisara, who was co-lead after, I think, round 3, is now finding herself at the bottom of the standings.
Just -1.
There is still everything to play for, and there's a lot of swings in that tournament, and we can expect this to continue. But today was a very exciting day in the women's group.
Let's have a look at the excitement that awaits us tomorrow, where more chess games shall be played.
Final round of the first half of the tournament. After that, the games will be repeated with colors reversed. So we get Esipenko white against Wei Yi, Javokhir white against Giri, Bluebaum white against Nakamura.
If anybody can stop this streak, it's Anish Giri. Then again, now it's Sicilian Anish Giri, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, you would assume he continues in the same vein, because he seems very happy with this ambitious approach. And an important game at the bottom there, you can see Pragg white against Fabiano. Pragg needs to start winning games if he is to be a contender. I mean, it honestly applies to everybody in the field, but since I named him as one of my two major favorites for the tournament coming in, I feel like I should single him out as the person who should maybe pull it out and start winning games.
There you go.
And in the women's, the leader of the tournament, Muzychuk, is playing against Bibisara with the white pieces. Divya is white against Kateryna Lagno. Vaishali white against Zhongyi, and Goryachkina is playing with the white pieces against Jiner.
Could not agree more. That brings us to the end of today's show. Of course, in the meantime, you guys should like, subscribe, comment on the FIDE chess channel. We have to crown the player of the day. I have a feeling I know who it is.
We probably know who it is, and it will come as no surprise to anybody. The picture has been on your screens for 4 days in a row now. Javokhir laying absolute waste to the field so far. 5.5 out of 6, winning 4 games in a row, 3 of them with black.
Must be tough for the design team to update that number every day.
That is very true. But before we go, we do want to thank all the people who made this event possible, beginning with the government of the Republic of Cyprus, and then of course the wonderful Caps and George Hotel and Resort that is hosting the event, the Cyprus Chess Federation, and of course the long-time supporters of worldwide chess, the Freedom Corporation and the Scheinberg family, without whose generosity this would not have been possible. Thank you to all of those people supporting the tournament and the stream and everything else.
And thank you for watching again tomorrow. Let's have a look at the starting times. I think it's 3:15 our time? 3:30. Close.
The stream does start at 3:15, but the all-important first move is being made at 3:30. Tomorrow is the last round before the second rest day, logically, with the first half finishing. So once again, we can have an empty discussion about whether people play more or less aggressively before they get to.
Can we go to?
That would work for me. Absolutely.
Thank you so much for watching, everybody. See you tomorrow.
See you then.
Welcome to the Round 6 press conference of the FIDE Candidates 2026. I'm joined by Javokhir Sindarov, who just won his game against Wei Yi. Javokhir, you're on such a hot streak. Tell me about this game and tell me about your immediate impressions.
Yeah, what can I say? Yeah, today I was like played very solid, and at some moment I think like I should be a little bit bad, but then when my bishop comes to d4, I like start my position, and like also have a big time advantage, and I think like I can press a little bit, and if he defend very well, I was thinking like, draw for today should be very good result, but I think in time trouble he do some small mistakes which I found really very well.
Garry Kasparov yesterday tweeted that when you're on a hot streak in these high-level competitions, your opponents can even start doubting themselves against you. Have you felt this in the last 6 games on your way to this super hot streak?
Actually, no, because it's my first time to playing like this, and I didn't. Okay, Gary, because he played a lot of tournaments like this, but for me, I was playing like. I have a good streak, like first time in the super tournaments, and what can I say? I'm just very happy.
Wei Yi, what is it like playing against someone who is beating the top 10 players in the world on and on? Is this intimidating to face when you're coming up against it? Is it intimidating to face someone who's having such a good tournament? To play against. Is it intimidating? Intimidating. Is it difficult to play against someone who has a good?
I think my opponent is on good shape, but today I just want to play like a normal game. I play white, so I try to fight for the win. Some mistakes in time trouble.
Okay. This is a recurring theme. You're up on the clock against your opponents. How important is that element in your game to have that comfort?
Yeah, it's always. It's always you are playing with good comfort, and like main thing, if you have more time, you always need to be confident, because if you miss some small tactics, everything can be changed very fast. So I was like trying to. When I have time advantage, I was trying to play a little bit faster, but we check everything. I'm not trying to find the best moves, but if I feel like here I have some winning moves, then I take my time and think a lot. But otherwise, I try to play faster and press his time, like usually every game.
Okay, let's look at the game. So we had this kind of Vienna hybrid. Were you expecting this, first of all?
Yeah, I expect we played also something like this in esports, and yeah, we played this a lot of games here. So I expect, but I didn't prepare A3 line actually, so it was a surprise. But it looks like from some Italian position for black, and white has just one more attempt on A3 during game. I like my position, but if really maybe I don't need to give him this stuff with bishop g5, but anyway, still my position looks very good.
Wei Yi, this a3, and then later on we get into very uncharted waters very early into the game. What was the idea behind this preparation?
Yes, my team just found this interesting idea, so I liked this idea, so I wanted to try this. Yes.
Okay. A3 takes, and now is very interesting. You have bishop pair against doubled pawns,
yeah.
But then white has this very nice square, and it's an interesting imbalance. Do you have any comments on that?
It's very interesting balance. Actually, I'm playing this, like, let's say from Italian, like I played a lot of games with knight f3, knight c3, and if they play d6, I was always playing knight a4 and take this bishop. And position is very similar, but white has one more attempt, and Of course, if he prepared well, I need to play a little bit careful. Otherwise, like I can take a bad position very faster.
And we get into this. Okay, so already Queen D3 is a novelty in my database.
Yeah.
I only have one game that's Queen E2. You started thinking on Queen D3. Is this where you were out of book?
Actually, I'm just playing for myself. Like after move A3, I was just trying to get.
So here you were pretty much out of book.
Yeah, I was instead of A3, I analyzed like Bishop B3, Queen F3, Knight G2, but not A3. And A3 is surprised me, and I mean, I understand that his choice of opening because he need to play something for a game without my prep, and actually I like his idea, but probably he need to. I mean, he played a little bit faster, but maybe he played well. At some moment, he missed something.
Wei Yi, did you feel like you had a game from your nice preparation in this position?
No, after Queen D3, I was still in book, but I know the position was, I mean, not easy to play for both sides. So, yeah, and I think my opponent played some strong moves. Yes.
Yeah. So we get to this. Okay, later on, now we get this very interesting position.
Yeah. Now it looks very interesting, and I understand like it's. I mean, it's playable for both sides, but Black has some small dynamics, and I was like thinking if I get some small dynamics, I will enjoy my position, and yeah.
Despite the equal endgame at the end of the game, right? And then there was a blunder. When did you feel that you lost control? Because the middle game became a little bit shaky. When did you feel like you lost some control?
After B4, I just missed the idea played by my opponent, Bishop G4, I think, which was a very strong idea. I sacrificed the F6 pawn, but played for activity of the pieces. Yes.
Yeah, but somehow computer shows advantage, but during game I'm really enjoying my position. I mean, maybe he don't need to take on F6 pawn, to play just Rook AD1, but still after Rook G6 is. I mean, Black is like completely fine.
Yeah, I was wondering about this. This took 35 minutes. Obviously, it's almost near a critical moment. What was going through your mind during B4?
Yeah, I mainly calculated Rook takes A3 after.
Yeah,
C6.
Rook takes A3 is also a very interesting line.
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
I'm not sure it's.
Well, we were going through this in the studio.
Yeah,
this Rook A1, yeah.
Bishop C5, Bishop F6, Rook G2, King G2, Queen F6. No.
Oh.
Bishop F6, Rook G2.
Oh my goodness.
King G2, Queen F6. Yeah, but from first it looks very good for Black, but I mean, if you check a little bit more this position, if you think a little bit more, you understand like at some moment if White change their queens, you can get very fast that position.
Yeah,
here I think White has Rook 8 and then Rook G8.
Yeah, I solved this like King E7. No, King E7, Rook B8 they have, but maybe not. Yeah, King E7, Rook G8, and Queen F4 is like not clear, but
Queen D2 is possible.
Here Queen D2 possible, and yeah. So that's why I want to play King D7, yes, and not to King E7.
What's the difference?
So if it's that position, if you play Queen D2, I can take Queen E4 here probably. Maybe not, but I'm not sure. I don't
there's
think.
No checks.
No, I have Bishop H3 check and Queen F3, Queen E4. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait,
I mean, I can do this still with King E7, but no. Wait. Not here.
Point?
Like first Bishop H3, King H3, Queen F3, Rook G3, Queen E4.
Okay, you show me.
Yeah, I will show you. So here I just calculate like this: King, Bishop H3, King H3. I mean, it looks not bad, but why I need to take like this big risk? And when I found, I spent a lot of time here, and I found Bishop G4. Actually, before I played A4, also I solved this. If he plays this, I can go to Bishop G4, and also after A4, I was thinking at some moment I can just play Bishop G4 and change this knight and play Rook G6, Queen D7, Queen E6, and some moment he need to play B4 if he tried to push, and I mean, if you don't push, I will just try to attack some small attacks from this side. Yeah, I mean, I understand like position is very unclear, but it's playable for both sides.
Yeah, this B4 line was very interesting. This rook trade line, because it's actually objectively equal, but it's very dynamic equality, right? Okay, so we get farther into the game, and now this bishop d4, and in here is a very, very interesting moment. Take us through this bishop takes f6, which ended up being risky.
Yes, but I also don't like my position after, for example, rook d1, rook g6, and then maybe
Yeah, but this, I mean, this looks fantastic for black. I don't know why computer likes for white. I mean,
it's really a tale of this bishop dominating the other bishop.
Okay, let's say if bishop on e3, so the white should be better, but bishop on h4 is never can join to fight. I don't know. I mean, it's like engine can show everything, but for human it should be zero problems with black.
You keep finding these positions, or you keep getting out of the opening these positions that are very hard for humans. How does your second, or how do you find such positions?
I mean, I'm just today I'm just play everything from my mind from move 4, and I mean I'm dynamic player, and I like something like this, to take something like this position. Understand? I understand like my tournament situation is like I need to play very solid, but if I get chance to play like for both sides dynamic positions, I will always be very happy.
Wow, it's very interesting to hear. Okay, so we have this bishop takes f6, and now things completely get out of control, right? So queen d7.
Yeah.
You're introducing some idea with queen g4, correct?
Yeah.
And Wei Yi, you have only 2 moves here to keep level.
Rook a b1 and rook a d1. You have to play rook b3.
So this is the one that he played. The other one is a complete computer move.
h3.
H3, sacking the exchange, which is completely crazy.
Which is it's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, no one can play this move.
So rook a d1, normal move. So he's trying to meet this with rook d3, and you saw this and you said, I don't like this.
I saw this actually, and I mean, when I was sitting in this area and thinking a lot about move bishop f6, and after queen d7, what I can play to rook a d1, and like I understand that endgame is I cannot press, and with his time I was thinking like it's better to play queen e6, and after he plays c5, and maybe here I can think about take, and then rook g6, bishop h4, here queen g4. I mean, it should be very good.
Had you seen this position?
Yes, I think this was the problem. I think this was the problem after c5. So now black is much better, maybe.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now you play h3, queen takes, and already here.
So now white is really very tricky. I mean, computer can show 0-0, but I mean, I need to have like 2 moves, and then I can just push this c5 pawn, c6 pawn. And you need to do something very fast, which is not easy. Probably mistake to play rook f for something like this. But still, it's not easy to understand position.
So then we have this bishop h4, and so now the advantage goes to you. And black loses the advantage 5-10 moves later. What happened in that 5-10 moves where suddenly it was equal again?
Wait, I lost my advantage somewhere?
Yes, in the endgame.
In the endgame?
Before queen e3.
He can do...
In the endgame, it's equal.
After instead of rook e6, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
But okay, this position is very hard. I was thinking I'm just winning.
Okay. You thought you were winning there?
Yeah. But
did you think black was... Oh, let's
how to understand this, like, is a draw.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so we get like way farther in.
Yeah, it's just never can be draw. Yeah, it's like.
What were you thinking at this point in the game?
I think maybe now I have some chances to hold, but in time trouble and big pressure, it's quite difficult to find the best way here.
Yeah. So I saw only rook d6 losing, and I just go immediately to this line. But if you play with rook f3, actually I played something like this with Arjun. But okay, I will have extra pieces. But I mean, this endgames is impossible to save.
So wait, you had something similar like this against Arjun?
No, I mean, you got like, I mean, here I will change queens. I want to play queen e2, and then we will change queens, and I mean, how to survive this? It's impossible, yeah.
The passivity just won't be enough for white.
Passivity, I have 2 more pawns, yeah. So. So I missed rook d8. Yeah, I missed rook d8. So
the idea is takes and on takes
so,
is rook g4.
Can you check with computer if it's not rook e8? I mean, it should. This is losing.
Instead of queen takes e2.
Yeah, instead of queen takes e2. Yeah, play queen e2. And here, if he, I mean, instead of rook d8, any other moves is just losing. Yeah,
so he has to find takes, allow queen e2, and then find rook d8, which is in time pressure is extremely difficult. You see, so that's the real tale of the game. Okay. And so then we have this and this queen e3. And
then I saw like queen e3 immediately winning, and I was very happy.
And in time trouble, I missed queen g3 idea after queen h4.
Queen h4, queen g3. Show me. Yeah. And here, if he plays queen h4, here I will play queen g3, take rook d1, c4, king g1, and just rook e2, rook c1, c3. Here check, and c2 comes.
Came over. Okay. Lovely game analysis, gentlemen. I'm going to open up the questions to reporters on the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and a mic will be given to you. Yes, over here.
Congratulations, Sindarov. Your good time management shows that you have a strong practical play. For example, why rook f8 instead of c5 or another move? It shows that you have a really strong practical decisions, and I would like to present your thought process on this.
You mean rook
King f8, King f8.
King f8. Yeah, I mean, I just thinking like, if I it's not a good time to open the spaces, because if I play c5, I understand like it should be best move, but I was thinking like if I put king to first g8 and then play all of these ideas. I mean, if you play like some silent moves, you are always pushing from time, yeah. But if you play some forcing moves, white can play a little bit faster and they take time. So I don't know. I played intuitively king f8, but also I calculate c5 also a lot. I mean, on his time, but I like to play king f8.
I have a last question. How are you so confident? Like, do you have an internal dialogue with yourself? Just a lot of practice, or it's just a ritual that you do?
Sorry?
How you have a lot of confidence? Do you have like an internal dialogue with yourself, or it's just a pre-ritual before the games?
Like, I really don't understand the question.
Do you have a pre-game ritual?
How are you so confident? Like, in general, do you have like a ritual, or do you just do something?
I mean, I'm just chilling before a game. I don't know. I don't have anything, but tournament is going very well for me somehow. I don't know, like maybe tournament my life, but I don't take a big pressure and playing good chess. And if you have a very big advantage in score, your opponents will be...
No, but in general, for example, in tournaments in general, like how you try to gain confidence in general, not in candidates specifically.
If I work a lot before a tournament, I feel myself very confident because I believe to my skills, and I believe like if some hard position, if I'm in my best form, I can find any moves. And if I train before a tournament very well, I believe like I believe to my chess always.
Do you do some puzzle rush before games or something?
No, I mean before a game always sleep.
Any other questions from the floor? Yes, to my left.
Ulrich Stock from Die Zeit, Hamburg. You mentioned that you were out of preparation after move 4. While in the other games you won, you had a lot of preparation that you could use, like yesterday. Did it make a difference to you during the game that you have to be on yourself then?
Yeah, I understand. So it's a nice question. Today, the position which I take, it's not a critical position, and you don't need to hear everything very well. So I mean, if your opponent can surprise you with first move b3, yeah, which you don't check very well. But some critical lines against Fabi, let's say against Nakamura, I know these lines very well, and this lines is really very critical because if you play one small mistake, you will just immediately lose. So I think critical lines you need to know very well.
So you would say this was a surprise, but a harmless one?
Yeah, so it was a surprise. I expect today some Rui Lopez or Italian, but this was a surprise for me today.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, to my right.
Question for Grandmaster Wei Yi. You seem to have surprised Javokhir at some point. You were in a time advantage and the position seemed rather comfortable for white. But then you started taking your time. What was going through your mind? When did you stop liking your position?
What was going through your mind when you started not liking the position? What was going through your mind when you started not liking your position? Liking the position was bad. What was going through your mind?
No, I just wanted to try to find the best moves and try to hold in some bad positions. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the floor?
Jafar from Prime Chess. Sindarov, being this is your first time in the candidates, are you learning anything new and making adjustments as the tournament is going on, or are you just relying on intuition and deep preparation you came here with?
I mean, in general, like candidates, I understand it's an important tournament, but it's also, if you take big stress for this tournament, it's always very hard to play. I'm just, playing like usual chess and don't take for myself big pressure. Yeah, probably I'm learning a lot of things, like mostly in openings, but also with this time control, I feel very confident, like I can press for my opponent's time, and when they have extra 30 seconds, it's always very hard to press to your opponent time, but with this time control, I was really learning how to play for your opponent's time. Maybe this, but actually, still maybe I'm wrong, so I need to learn a lot of things, but here, I'm just playing with this time control, which is not easy, and mostly I'm learning this. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll let you rest. Best of luck for tomorrow. Best of preparation.
Thank you.
And have a nice day.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
Welcome to the Round 6 press conference of the FIDE Candidates 2026. I'm joined by Vaishali Rameshbabu, who just won her game against Kateryna Lagno. This was a crazy game. You both were in time pressure for a long time, around 10 moves. How was it to control your nerves there? And was it ultimately the deciding factor in this game? You can start, Vaishali.
Yeah. I'm happy with the win, but I think it was an interesting game. Both of us were in time trouble. I thought the game was under my control, but somewhere things changed, and I totally blundered this f3 pawn, like rook f3, and I don't know what was happening. But luckily, after the time trouble, I think I was anyway winning, so I didn't spoil much. I think I was lucky. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that time pressure was a deciding factor ultimately in this game?
Yeah, I just blundered. I realized even during the game that I could play queen f3 instead of queen f1. It might be winning for me.
Yes. Okay, let's look at it. Interesting line with bishop f4. Were you happy to have this preparation on the board?
Yeah, I didn't really expect this line today, but okay, I was ready for this.
Okay. And then later on, so Kateryna, I observed that you used around half your time allotted for the first 40 moves in the next 3 moves here. The C3, E takes F5, and C4 here. What was going through your mind when fighting against this position?
Just the question, should I play C4 immediately or not? That's, I decided, yeah, that C4, then I play C3, and then I push D4. It might be interesting, but yeah, it's complex after knight H7.
So knight H7 here, and
There was also G4 move, but I don't know.
so you're thinking about G4 here, which would have been very interesting, actually, trying to play against this. Okay, so we go later on into the game, and at one point, do you think that you're having kind of this nice attack that's kind of rent-free, that's easy to push with?
I think when she played D5, like it was, center was closed, and I was able to play freely on the king side. I also kind of forced her to play D5, like attacking C4 pawn, but it was not clear like how to continue from white.
So after you play this, she has to defend with D5. Now you feel like there's no more tension in the center, and then you have free reign.
Yeah.
Okay. And when did you think things turned kind of for the worse for the white pieces, where you have like limited counterplay?
Yeah, this position I didn't like. But
So already here is difficult for white. Yeah. Was there another moment that was?
well, probably, but I just couldn't find the right move.
And later on, Vaishali.
Yeah, but I mean, Queen F3. Did you see the pawn on H5 is hanging?
Yeah, I wanted to play rook E5 and.
Show me.
But if I take, no, after.
Yeah, I thought it was tricky for you to decide with less time.
Sorry.
Probably would go F4. I mean, I'm not sure what this is. Okay, if bishop G4, I think you would be happy to give the exchange, but I thought knight F6 and it's a lot of pressure for white. Not sure.
Should I play 4?
Okay.
If I play king H2 immediately, what happens?
It looked very interesting for me to try.
Okay, maybe.
And
But still, your threat is only.
Knight F6, knight G4, or bishop G4.
But I can play knight F1, knight G3.
You mean here? I
maybe
always
you
have
can
bishop.
Take, no, you can take H2.
Yeah, I mean, I always have this bishop G4 and put some piece on F3, and it's not easy.
No, this doesn't.
I noticed you took around like a third of your time left in this position for Queen F6. What were you debating against? Was it Queen F6, Queen G6, or something else?
Yeah, I had a few tempting options, and I also wanted like my queen to be on H4, or it helps in all these attacks. But Queen F6, I'm losing this H5 pawn, yeah. So I wanted to make sure I'm not. I have something to play for, and.
There was G5 interesting move here.
Oh.
G5, G4.
I think I didn't like something.
Very interesting moment.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You saw this and you were like,
yeah,
maybe not. It's a lot of risk,
no,
right?
I wanted G5 eventually, but I want my queen to be on H4 and to, yeah.
And is the point that on G4, H4, you always have G3 to break through? Was this your idea that you were seeing?
That's the point.
Yeah.
Because otherwise white gets G3 and it's hard to
And then it's hard
get
to
anything.
Okay. Very interesting. So Queen F6, and then we have a critical moment that comes. Okay, you could have sacrificed, I think, at some point earlier, but yeah, so here, just bishop.
Yeah, it was very tempting. I thought, okay, I spent few minutes calculating bishop H3, but I was not sure, like bishop H3, GH3, rook F3, queen F1, rook H3, queen G2. Yeah, it was getting complicated. I would like to get the other rook, but it's not really okay, I didn't see how it
And then
was.
rook e5 here?
No, rook h3 and queen g2. Yeah, okay, if you want to start with rook e5. I thought like knight b7
Oh,
keeps
sorry.
all the threats on the board. It's not easy for it to play, so I just played knight b7.
Is the type of position where you have to kind of look at your clock and say,
Yeah, be
is it worth like putting all the game on
Yeah.
this sacrifice at this
Yeah.
moment? And maybe it wasn't, actually, practically speaking.
Yeah, at least I didn't see anything very fast, like with a few minutes. So I thought, okay, I'll just play knight b7 and keep all the threats there.
So knight b7, and then finally you go for it over here. And then we get a very interesting moment. Okay, this is absolute madness. Two humans having to play this with 1 minute on the clock is
Queen
very,
d3,
very difficult.
Queen d3 is a nice move. I missed, and yeah, I blundered with rook f5, just f3 pawn. Yeah, I mean, I was not sure. Maybe I had. Okay, I saw rook e3, queen g6, king h8, and fe3. This, here.
But you can play queen h3.
Uh,
No, in the end.
Yes.
In the end, observation.
Your queen h3,
Yeah, I think so.
rook f1.
Okay, no. Then not it.
Yeah, like, okay, I had 1 minute and I spent trying to make this work, but it did not work. And
queen just.
yeah, maybe, okay, also your king runs, yeah, like queen h1 and queen f1, king d2. Okay, rook f5 was just a panic.
Yes, it happens when you have 4 seconds on the clock, of course. And so takes, this is good. And so now this very critical moment. Yes, so queen f3 is the best move. Exactly, yeah, so this is the very key moment. Had you seen this during the game?
No, I did not see it.
Yeah, it's very hard to find, of course, with the time on the clock. Also, knight d2 here was working, which I was fascinated by. So then after this, the king is naked, and eventually it's game over. Okay. I'm going to open up questions to the floor. Please raise your hand if you have a question, and you'll get a mic.
Jafar from Prime Chess. Vaishali, your mother has been a big part of your chess journey. I see her here at the candidates and many other tournaments you've played in, and it's pretty much with you each step of the way. Can you share the support she's given you throughout your career and even some guidance that's helped you throughout the candidates here?
Yeah, she's been our biggest support, like to me and my brother as well. And she travels with most of the tournaments, and she makes sure like everything is set for us. Like we just have to focus on our games, like prepare and play. So yeah, we're very grateful to her.
Congrats on your win.
Any other questions from the floor? Okay, I'll wish you guys both a good day and good rest, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congrats on your first win of the tournament.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome to the Round 6 FIDE press conference of the candidates. I'm joined by Divya, who just won her game against Bibisara. Congratulations. You were in book a long time for this game. I saw that you were following this, the game was following a similar game between Vincent Keimer and Magnus Carlsen. Did you know about this game before the round, or not at all?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. It was the only game in the database, so I had to ask you on it. So, stop me when you're out of book, because you played so fast. You're still in book,
Yes.
and it seems like you're so well prepared in this position.
Yes, I have checked these openings quite well, so yeah, it was good.
Fantastic. And so when do you feel like it was a turning moment for you in this game?
I think h4 by her was really good. It was also the move that I didn't want her to play because it was a bit annoying. I just wanted to put my knight on g6, rook d7, bishop d6 and exchange, because I think that I'll be better if a few pieces get exchanged. But I think h4 was quite good, and I don't think I reacted very well to that. I should have definitely stopped the pawn at some point. But then it kept advancing, and yeah, I was not a fan of my position here, but I thought if I'm going to be worse, might as well just be a pawn up and be worse.
So takes, and but at least you accomplished this. The offset of it is the pawn is so far, and
yes, it made my king really weak, which was quite annoying, and I'm very sure that white should be having an edge here.
Isn't it poetic? This is the pawn that arguably won you the game at the end. Like it made your king weak, but then it actually won you the game.
Yeah, I guess materialism is helpful.
So queen e3, and
yes,
from here...
I did not like c5, c6 by her because she allowed me to consolidate my king side, and now her pawns are quite weak, especially the one on d4, and I could attack it. So yeah, I did not like it.
And long term, this pawn was weak. Did you feel like it was going to be weak once you played c6 immediately here?
Yes, definitely, because the pawn has only two defenders, and one of them is under attack already. So I thought eventually, even if I just managed to liquidify and go into endgames, I should be better.
Absolutely. And so that was actually the critical moment when she allowed you to take. I mean, we're going very
this
fast
was
here.
quite chaotic because there were a lot of calculations going on at this point, and we were both on seconds. So this was a tough position to play. But
Yeah, this one too, right? Were you thinking about rook takes c6 here, or too risky in this position?
well, I had no time to think, so I thought rook f1 is a safer bet.
Yes. So takes. And now this is the critical moment in which takes. Did you feel like Bibisara thought she had something in this position? Obviously, it looks very dangerous.
After f6, but I thought before this position, instead of, I think, rook f2, there was some chaos happening. I didn't feel I was better at that point, but here I felt like I have some chance, especially because she's low on time.
Yeah. And so here you just managed to defend
For
back.
a second, I thought I'm getting mated because I saw rook c8 and then rook d1. And I thought I will take my rook to f8, but then there's queen a3, and then you threatened to take on f8. And it was looking a bit shaky. But
Wait, can you show us? That's actually interesting.
Okay, so rook f8 here.
Yeah. Oh, now queen a8, queen a3, threatening queen takes f8.
Yes,
Nice.
and my queen cannot come to defend, so I thought I could go rook a8 here.
Okay.
But yeah, I think king h8 was just much more cleaner.
Yeah, and then you find king h8, and this is very, very nice.
Yes.
I mean, very nice winning move, right? And then you just eventually are winning here, and there's nothing white can do.
Yeah, white cannot really prevent it.
So very nice game and a very, very clean game. I feel like it never went really bad for the black pieces.
Yeah, I think the opening part, like around middle game when she had knight e5 was her best shot, but apart from that, I think I was okay.
Very nice. Okay, we're going to open up questions to the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and a mic will be given to you.
Jafar from Prime Chess. Divya, when you win a game like this, is it more satisfying to prove something to yourself, knowing that you're Divya, knowing that you're one of the best players in the world, or is it sometimes more satisfying to kind of quiet the naysayers, the ones that doubt you?
I think it serves both purposes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the floor? You're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.